4-hour meetings where we're trying to talk about the budget after we've done regular city business, and everybody's sitting there thinking lunch sounds a whole lot better than what Justin's saying.
Got it.
You really don't like
Understood.
4-hour meetings?
Understood, okay. So we'll
I
start in
survived an awful lot of them.
we'll start in April with a special call meeting if necessary.
If
Correct, if necessary,
Got it,
that's the key
okay,
word.
all right,
I think we're okay with that.
Lunch always sounds better than me,
okay.
even to me.
So are we ready to move into the rec master plan? Now, everyone's good with that?
Okay.
Yes, all right, wonderful.
So I went through and tried to summarize every recommendation that CPL gave us that had a monetary value to it in a spreadsheet. And I kind of color-coded some of it as well as we go through this. Everybody has their plans with them? Okay.
The little one or the big one?
Both, or one or the other. What was I going to say? As we go through this, I may not have captured everything, because like we said, like with the budget, it's a big document. I've read it, I've read it probably 6, 7, 8 times at this point, just because I've had to be the one kind of checking their grammar and everything, so I've read the document a lot.
One of the mistakes I pointed out didn't get fixed.
Still in there?
Yeah,
Well,
it says no instead of not in one of the big charts. But anyway,
it is what it is at this point.
yeah.
So we probably, it's a big document, so there are probably still a few things in there. So first one, the first few I wanted to get to were actual recommendations they had as far as revenue. First two, rental and program fees, if you look in the supplemental documents
I wish you had made us a copy of that.
Yeah.
of this.
Yeah, that page right there. It's not in the chart, or in the book.
I
is it?
wanted to, but I've changed it. I even changed it a little last night, and I actually thought about, I wonder if they have a printer here, we could maybe get them to print one.
Can you put it on one page, or are we gonna end up with a big, long document?
Well,
It'd
you
be a-
can
it'd be a big
truncate
one.
how many columns he needs on that.
Of course.
I mean, that looks like it would fit landscape on one page.
Well, you don't know, you gotta slide it
Well,
over to see what
hopefully
more
it's
is there.
Hopefully that we all can put on our reading glasses, you can see it.
We're working on getting,
Oh, yeah, I could.
get copies.
You want me to send you an email with it?
Yeah, that's what
At
I did
least?
yesterday with the other one. I just
Everybody's
haven't-
gonna send us an email. I'll unplug it for a second.
Yeah, have I told you I hate my computer? I got it working last night. Took me long enough. I don't know that it's gonna stay working. Decided yesterday to stop recognizing my face.
Okay. I just sent it. Should have sent to you, Jasmine and Kayla too, so, like, if y'all wanna see if they have a printer here or something, or, like, if we could email it to somebody here and they could print it.
Yeah, I got it, thanks.
Okay. So starting on page 6 of 6 to 8 of the supplemental document, they just have different proposals for changes to our fee structure for rentals. I don't think there's any they're all minor. There's nothing in here that pops out to me that is a crazy change.
I started to look at some of that, Justin, and I know that we got listed in gold on this, you said page 6, 7, and 8?
Yeah.
Okay. I did take a look at some of those, and I'm wondering whether or not we need to seriously look at the out-of-county residence use of our facilities, as opposed to in-county and, of course, PTC. And I'm not saying I've got the right answer, but I think that we should be talking about that from a standpoint of make it so that there is some revenue that comes in a little bit more than, we decide somebody like Tyrone or Fayetteville want to use it, that's different than if we want Fulton County or Roswell to come there and use our facilities. So I'm wondering if we can take a look at some of that. And I don't know what the rest of the council thinks about, but it's just something that, let's make it, I don't want to make it onerous on them, but if we can get a few more dollars of revenue from those kinds of rentals and use, I say, take a look at it.
I think we'll get to that specific, like in county but out of city
Yes, that's what I was looking at.
with line 7. I think we're going to get to that.
Okay,
Because as of right now, the reason we don't charge Fayette residents more than PTC residents is because the county pays us
Flat rate.
a flat rate every year, so
Right.
they get the same charge.
and the flat rate's something we have got to look at.
Well, where do you want to start? I would
Yeah.
really appreciate hearing your recommendations. I think that the individual dollar amounts of these fees
Yeah.
is in Justin's wheelhouse. He's got the staff, he's got the recreation team leaders. I
Well,
guess I
if-
would just like to
We're just
understand.
going through, and that's why I just kind of, I didn't want to list, I wasn't going to do a whole spreadsheet because it's here.
Right.
But their recommendations, if council's good with even going to the program fees, so rental fees is when people actually rent facilities from us.
Right.
And then you got your program fees, which is actually how much it costs to get into the pool.
Right.
How much participating in volleyball costs. That's when we get to, that's page 9 through
9 through,
12.
yep,
Really, just if council goes through those, if you have anything you want to talk about with them, we can. I think, like you said, Councilman, adding to that an in-county fee or out of non-PTC city fee would be a decision that we make with line 7, which is actually separate. We would have to go in and update the spreadsheet to have those different fees, but it would be a decision based on that annual amount from Fayette County, would have to trigger that.
so line 7 is $670,000, and you got that
Positive.
under cost.
I got it under cost just because I didn't want to make a whole separate column for one.
Yeah, I understand, for each fee.
The reason I
and all that
highlighted it
stuff.
green is because it actually is revenue.
Okay, so it's
So
really
beyond,
revenue.
I think these fees are reasonable, like what they're recommending. We can come back to them if you want.
Can I throw out an idea for fees?
Yeah.
Because, being a mom of 5, if I wanted to have a year membership, I came before council and spoken, public comment about this. But if my family wanted a membership to city pools, at the time, it cost more than I think we had Callaway, Six Flags, Whitewater, a science museum passes, and all of that. And all of those fees that I was paying for my family to have memberships cumulatively was less than what it cost for me to have a year-long pass at my city pools that my taxes are paying for the year. So I would love to throw out the idea that, because how it was is if you have like a family of 4, there was a family pass. But for each individual person that you add, there was never a max. And so then it just kept going up. So I'm like, I would love to have a household pass that has a maximum, and we can talk about, what that should be. But I would love to see a family pass regardless of the size of the family. Especially
Yeah.
when we're in an age where we want to encourage people
They
to
do have, if we want to talk about this specifically, page 9, about 3/4 of the way down, it has the pool pass with the different family levels. You see it?
Holy moly. Pool pass annual family, 5 plus.
550 for PTC residents, 1130. I would say you should.
On the
and-
website, it didn't even say 5 plus. This looks different than what I've seen in the past, so I can double check it.
What was
Yeah,
it?
because I think you told me that it's capped at 5. Yeah, let's check that.
Why was it capped?
You
at-
check it. I was
Why
about to
is there
check it,
even
but
a
I-
cap on that?
There.
I got it.
I was looking at the Fayette County one, and, they like our pools, that's for sure.
Well, that's Fayette County,
wrote
oh,
that
yes,
So
yes,
this
yes.
one
Yeah.
on the website, it
We're
has
$1,130.
family of 4,
Who wrote that in?
and then it says
That's
each
me. I
additional
wrote it.
pass.
That's my notes.
So
on
on
my
the
chart.
website, I don't see like a 5+. It just says 4, family of 4, and that's 5.
And how much is the 5+ pool pass?
There isn't, on
Doesn't
here, there's
say.
not a 5+ pool pass.
But there's a 4+?
There's a family of 4.
So
It says
if-
family 4. So if you're in county, it's like 275, out of county was 550. But that also is a 3-month pass. That's not even the annual. So for the annual, you just, I don't even know if, hold on a second. I don't even know if there was like so for annual, oh, that's right. It didn't even have like a family for the annual. It was an individual. And then, so for individual, it's $250, and then $75 for every additional. So that's where it was. So if I bought one pass, a year pass for $250, I have a family of 7, and for a year pass, it's another $75 for each person. Then it was $700 for my family to use the pools for that year.
According to this, that's not what it should be.
Yeah, that was
It should have been 550.
Well, this is a recommendation, correct, going forward?
No, the
No,
ones in
this
white
is what's
numbers
in
are what
place
we are
now.
now. The yellow numbers were the ones that we updated, and
got
the
it.
greens are some new ones.
And I wonder if there's conflicting
What does it
information
calculate to?
versus the website.
What does it calculate to at 5? Like if you just did U plus
An
4?
annual 5,
Well,
So it would be,
U plus
it would
4.
be 75 times 4 then, and then plus the 250, which would be 550.
that's where they
and
got it.
that's where the
They just
50
added the plus
comes with.
sign.
So that would be for a family of 5, but it's not 5+.
Right. I think they just added the plus sign, CPL did,
So I think
it
that'd
looks
be
like.
Correct.
So, but would council be interested in having a cap for a family, like not to exceed?
I would support Laura on that. I think that's the perspective that I didn't have, yeah.
Like if you have a family not to exceed this amount, we're not gonna keep charging you for each individual family member, we'll cap it at a certain amount?
I mean, if there's that many, they're likely to be toddlers involved. I
Yep.
don't think this is about taxing the system.
And honestly, I mean, in this day and age, people typically are not like my family. This is probably not very often that would even come to be, but I would still support that. And it's interesting because we do it for the 3-month pass. There's a family, like that's for the year, and you buy an individual, and then each additional, you're paying an individual for. But on our 3-month pass, you have it where it is a family of 4. I haven't looked to see if you get a discount with each, pass for that time. I'm not sure what increments this
Well,
goes
let's-
up in, but
Let's be
We're
clear,
getting-
what we would like him to do is to adjust this chart to cap the family rate.
I mean,
Wait,
I like the 5+.
Why are we bogging down talking about an individual fee in a chart? When we're, I don't think that this is the time to make the discussion on that, when we've got a lot of other fee issues that we still need to look at.
I-
It should be part of that.
yeah,
The other-
I'm not saying we have to make a decision. I was just bringing it up as a point of, like, something I would like to bring it to everybody's
I mean,
attention.
because I'll just add in, if you say, okay, so it's everybody who lives at such and such an address as a family unit? No, not necessarily. Do you have to prove your 1040 and bring it in and show who you're declaring as dependents in your house? Is that it? I mean, there's a lot of issues to all of this that are not appropriate to just be tossed around here as far as how do you determine who's in the family. We see a lot of families moving in together with
Yeah,
each
right.
other because of a lot of economic pressures.
Mm-hmm.
Do we allow that? Do we not allow that? Is it everybody in the household? Is it not?
Yeah, and I think that, because growing up here, we would always get a pass, and You know, once we were 12, we could just go to the pool by ourselves. And there was something that the city did in order to verify that, because I'm one of 10. You know, who's gonna believe the mom that's like, I wanna pass for my 10 children? And they're like, you know, I think there was some type of verification process that they had. I don't know exactly what that looked like, but, you know, I think they had to prove that. Yeah, that's a big family.
I look at this,
Anyhow, I don't love tangents either, and that's what this is. So I don't mean to derail us from this, because I would like to also get on to other stuff. But if that's just something we can take a look at.
to me, I like to have the residents of Peachtree City to get I mean, this is their city. They should have the lowest possible fees as possible. Fayette County should be a little bit more, but once you get to out of county, I think that should be, I don't want to say onerous, but certainly much more expensive if they want to come in from Rockland County or Rockdale County and come in here. I mean, I understand that we should be charging a proper commercial fee to those people and from other counties, because it is, after all, our taxpayers' dollars that built this thing. We should have them at the lowest possible fee for our own citizens. I don't know how you do that, Justin, I'll leave that in your hands, but that's just my thoughts on that. And I agree with Laura, you know, let's just make it for Peachtree City. If it's a family, boom. I don't care if they've got 2 or 22. It's a family pass, one charge.
I think there's another whole issue here with this. You know, how many, I mean, our pools, where is it on here? But our pools are operating at a well over $200,000 deficit.
That's not on here.
Yep.
These are just recommendations from the plan. That's-
Right, but I'm just saying, I get what you're saying, Clint, about lowering the fees and stuff.
I didn't say lower, but
here's
let's
the
make
thing,
it reasonable.
if we're already running the 2 existing pools at a $200,000+ deficit, where the city is having to put taxpayer money in to keep those pools functional, if we lower the revenue that we're gonna generate from the individual pool users, then you're taking that burden, that financial burden, and putting it out to taxpayers who don't use the pool. I don't know if that's the way we really wanna go.
Okay.
I mean, I think it's a bigger discussion than all of this, because, you know, who's supposed to pay for the operation of the pool? You know, the people who never use it, or the people who use it all the time? And that's a tightrope. You can fall off on either side.
But they are our citizens and they do pay taxes, so whether they use the facilities or not, you know, I don't use the baseball fields, but I pay for that.
I was gonna say that,
You know?
and
So-
baseball
and that's
runs
I
a
just
much.
pay for it no matter
baseball
what, because
fields
that's
run a
my taxes.
Much
Yeah,
larger
and like
deficit.
you have value in your home because of what the city provides.
Yep. So I just want to make sure we look closely at those, particularly out of county. That's really what I'm talking about. That's the main point.
Some people don't use the library. That's, you know, same argument. So,
Right.
okay. So fees, we can talk more about the fees, well, I mean, because we do, part of the budget process we're gonna do every year moving forward as well that we haven't done is a fee schedule review every year. So we can talk more about those as well. The big one really to talk about with fee changes to me is the Fayette County payment. Fayette County pays us $150,000 every year. It's been the same for a long time. CPL recommends that we up that, or we ask them to negotiate to up that to $820,000 a year for right now. And if we cannot do, and that's where the difference is, $670,000. It's the difference between 820 and 150.
Oh. So that's just the increase that you're
That's what
looking
the
at
increase
bringing
would
that
be
much
from
more
what we're
revenue.
currently getting. If that cannot, their recommendation is if that cannot be negotiated with the county, then to eliminate what they pay us and just charge Fayette County residents a higher fee than Peachtree City residents. because the CPL and the data they researched for us and the usage of Fayette County residents of our facilities is that we are not getting a good deal out of it,
Well,
basically.
wasn't it over 50% are
Yes,
Yeah,
out of city?
yes.
out of
Correct.
city.
And does
And some
that,
of them are out of county too, but,
Right.
yes.
you know,
When you say county residents, do you mean everyone outside of Peachtree City? So if you live in Tyrone?
Fayette County non-Peachtree City residents.
Non-Peachtree City.
Yes.
So
Tyrone,
Fayetteville,
Fayetteville,
Fayetteville.
unincorporated Brooks, Woolsey.
I don't think it's enough. I saw what CPL did. I think that's wonderful. They brought it up to 8 and change per year. As in anything like this, you negotiate these kinds of things. They're never just, that's what you're going to pay. I suggest that we go a little bit higher, so you've got room for negotiation. But I think probably just a flat $1 million for, non-PTC residents, but Fayette County residents can go ahead and use these facilities. $1 million a year.
Doesn't the county already know the number?
Well, yeah, how many years ago was that?
They
put-
know the number. They
They've
know it's
already,
820.
they've already emailed me.
Yeah.
So if we go
Okay.
in asking for $1 million,
Well-
they already know the tactic we're using here.
I mean, we
Sure,
have
but at the-
rationale. The rationale is right here.
Yeah, but
So,
that's just their estimation of this. And don't we want to give our own citizens a little bit of a break on this thing?
I mean, we could ask, and you could probably even say that it's for, it hasn't been done for so long and we're making up, and then we're also for the future when it
Yep.
probably still won't be negotiated. for
Give it a
while.
We're
five-year
not trying to
deal.
poke them in the eye. We're just trying to do what's fair and reasonable. Go ahead, yeah.
is there a reason why we don't have a negotiated flat fee schedule for Coweta County? I mean, as close proximity as we are, we know Sharpsburg people are coming in, Sonoy
Yeah,
people are
but they
coming in.
do get charged more.
Huh?
They do get charged more because they're.
In the individual fees that they're
Yeah,
paying
'cause
for,
they're
but
out of
not,
county.
but there's not an overall or overarching flat fee for the Coweta County people to help pay for some of the things that we don't charge fees for usage
Not
of.
an overarching Coweta County
I
payment
mean,
says.
there's nobody there collecting emissions to Battery Way.
Right, but so the way it works is the Fayette County payment, hypothetically, is supposed to make up the difference between what we would charge them more, what we would increase the fee by more to get it down to where it equals a Peachtree City resident. That's the hypothetical for the pool usage, or for tennis center, or for baseball, playing Little League.
Okay, so CPL's estimate was
820.
820, almost said million, 820,000 deficit that should be made up in a contractual
Yeah,
flat fee.
between,
So that when Fayette County residents outside of Peachtree City, non-Peachtree City, when they roll in, they get charged the same rate as the city resident.
yes, so they're basically saying the $150,000 does not equate to the volume of people outside the city in unincorporated Fayette using, because we have the addresses of everybody doing it. So they looked at like who actually lives in Fayette County, not Peachtree City, that specific demographic. So it was, the $150,000 does not cover the volume of people using that to cover the difference between what we would charge them more.
I mean, I threw out Battery Way there because it's really easy to drive through the parking lot and look at the county designations for where the people are parked and, accessing into Lake Peachtree.
Right.
Who are not Fayette County residents.
But this isn't,
And lots of them are not.
what
I
they
would say
calculated
Coweta
isn't really.
Or Fulton.
Yeah.
But what they calculated isn't really having to do with the passive parks. It isn't having to do with Battery Way or disc golf. It's having to do with who's playing Little League, who's
we're-
going to the pools, who's
Are
going
we-
to the tennis
Are we
center.
tracking how many out-of-county residents are signing in for our rec programs and
Yes,
stuff?
yeah.
So is there a way to
Not
get
Battery
them-
Way. I thought you
No,
were gonna
no,
say
no,
how
I-
many are parking at Battery Way.
No, from what Jasmine just said, like anything where we're
Yeah,
charging a fee
that's how they
structure or
calculated
whatever, and
this.
they're paying. If we're charging them the same as an in-county fee, but they're out of county and they turn out to be, is there any way we should be looking at how many are from Coweta County, how many are from Fulton or South Fulton
Yes,
or whatever?
we
and,
do.
Spalding, whatever, I mean, any of the surrounding counties.
They
And
don't
is-
pay an in-county fee, they pay an out-of-county.
They already get charged
They pay
more.
separate,
Yeah,
right,
they
they
are-
pay more.
But that's
So
not-
out-of-county
It's-
is the only,
the-
they're not getting the Peachtree City rate.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah,
Only
the,
Fayette
the,
County
the
residents.
discrepancy
Okay,
is,
so-
that those counties don't pay for us to charge people less. Like Coweta doesn't pay us a flat fee, so we charge the residents less.
Because there's no out-of-county thing over here. Then that's like
So-
annual passes, so we're not allowing out-of-county people to get an annual pass or a quarterly pass for the pools?
Yeah, there's an out-of-county.
I think
fee.
there is.
There is on the
I mean, it's-
website.
Yeah.
It has it right here. So like, so for this is for a 3-month pass. For an individual, it's 80 for anyone in the county, and then for out of the county, it's 160, so it's twice as much.
Double.
That's not in our
So-
No,
documents, though.
That's listed as here as Fayette County non-Peachtree City resident.
No, that's different. She's looking at out of
Do
county.
you want to see this?
I
Remember,
think she
there's
is, too.
Peachtree City, outside
I'm just looking
Peachtree
at the
City.
chart. Yeah. This is Fayette County non-Peachtree City resident.
Yeah, but these are the swim teams.
No, I'm looking down here where there's like pool passes.
I see you. I see where you're looking.
Annual.
Yep.
This is Kedron Gym from here down. But I mean, so here's the swimming thing, and where it says out of county
Yeah, this is
resident.
Oh,
there's
you're
nothing-
saying here.
Yeah, there's nothing
It's supposed
designated
to
as
be
out of
off.
county.
I see.
I think,
Yep.
but you're saying, Laura,
Yeah, this is supposed to be.
I think they're in the wrong
this is
column.
the same. This is the same. This is supposed to be this column.
Yep.
It's this column
So
right
Yeah,
here.
Fayette
CPO
County
put 'em in the wrong
non-resident
column.
is supposed to be the same as out of county resident.
No, these two columns are the same. This one is, this is supposed to be shifted over, and these two columns are supposed to be the same. So a Fayette County resident that's not a Peachtree City
Pays 80.
resident still pays 80.
Yeah. They put it in the wrong column.
But
Yeah.
an out-of-county resident pays 160. This, all this information is supposed to be in this column, and this is supposed to be doubled in this column. All
So it's gonna be
Okay, so-
8160, and what's the,
Because it says CPL, wait, let me finish. Because it says CPL on the bottom here, CPL prepared this document?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yet another thing you did wrong, sorry.
Don't apologize for that.
Yeah, no, I'm saying,
Yeah.
so it looks like we need some fixing on this chart.
Yeah, I'll go back.
Heat fees
This
and
one, the
all
good
of
thing
that
about
stuff.
this one is this small. I'll go back and have them redo this and reprint us copies of this one.
So what
Okay.
would you like to focus on? We had in the big book, page 178 and 179.
It's their
talks about
recommendation.
out of Peachtree City in Fayette County.
Out of Peachtree City,
And-
but in Fayette
okay,
County.
and they had estimated that participation rates show a range of out of city, but the rest, I'm on page 179, top right. Like the second line down, participation rates show a range of out-of-city residents from 30 to 55% of total participants. So I suppose it depends on the program, whether those out-of-city participants are 30% of one program, 55% of another. But this level of impact is I'm reading now, a deficit to the city's Parks and Rec budget. And the $150,000 subsidy is really not going to touch what they ought to be covering. If we're going to have non-differentiated rates for out-of-city, but still in the county. And it's worth noticing about one more sentence later, the recommendation based on out-of-city participation totals would be to increase that subsidy to at least 20%. That seems a little random to me, but okay, you need a benchmark, you need a guide to start your conversation. But that's where they got the $820,000. So to your point, Clint,
Yeah.
that's subjective. That is
Exactly.
super
That's why I said,
subjective.
started at higher, a number.
And again, I think it's worth capitalizing on a good relationship with the county to ask Justin to go ahead and negotiate that rate with Fayette County. I guess we're also actually negotiating with the cities, but not really, because it's the county
It's the
that
county,
pays the.
non-city, but
Yeah.
county.
So I think it would be reasonable for us to decide to ask Justin to move forward and talk to the county about what's fair and what's reasonable, and so that we're not taking a hit on our recreation budget all the time with people who don't.
And
live in
I think the
Peachtree
reason that it's just with the county is because none of the other cities have a recreation department.
Fair,
Tyrone
yeah.
Tyrone does.
Oh, yeah,
Tyrone's got baseball.
They do.
stuff.
Yeah, they
I don't
do.
know how
They
much,
do.
But Do they have a differentiating kind of a schedule fee or
Nope.
anything, or?
No,
So
Just the
they would
county.
not have an IGA with Fayette County to get a lump sum flat fee from Fayette County?
oh, with I don't know. I don't know if.
Might be worth
I don't
looking
know if
into,
Fayette
just
County
in
pays
case.
Tyrone anything.
We've been focusing in on program fees, and the program fees are typically structured leagues and things like that, or structured activities that are run by whomever. What we haven't done is looked at the passive side of all of our recreation in Peachtree City. And I don't know if we can tackle that appropriately, because I know that we all go into the parking lots of where our passive things are, whether it's a playground or a park or wherever, and there are, majority of the stuff is Fayette, but there's still a good portion, maybe 40+%, that are Coweta, Fulton, and other counties coming into the passive parts of our city. So I think, who was it that said they thought we should, was that you, Suzanne, that said we should look at talking to Coweta County and say, you want to come and use our parks? You want to use our programs, that's great, but here's the fees. I don't know if we can even do it, but I want to at
So you could always
least broach the
ask, but there,
subject.
my question would be, what is Coweta's incentive to do that? Because passive parks, I drive my kids over, I take them to a park in Noonan, or I drive them over to Fayetteville, take them to the splash pad. Everybody does it everywhere with every park. That's just the way parks work, especially passive parks, right?
Yep.
Is if I'm visiting in Colorado with family or something, I go to a park there with my kids.
Well, our taxpayers are paying for that, so
Just
I'm
like
just
the
looking at it
Fayettevilles
from
are
a
for their park.
taxpayer standpoint, can we do? Maybe the question is, can we do anything? And if the answer is no, we'll move on.
You can always ask the questions of other jurisdictions.
I
What
think
would
they're
be
called public parks for
Yeah,
a
what would
reason.
be-
Yep. Oh,
I would love to focus on the things where we feel we can get some purchase, and this
Which is
out-of-county
programs.
fee is.
And that, to me, that comes back to this county thing with the actual active recreation, not the passive, like
Yeah.
the actual organized sports, athletics, indoor facilities that we do charge for. The result is we're running a deficit, as what was read. The volume that's coming in from non-PTC Fayette County is outweighing the 150,000 we receive.
I think what I'm hearing is that you're going to take that under advisement and come back to the council? Is that what I heard?
Well, I would take it one step further. We've got some rationale here.
Yeah.
I would like us to empower Justin to have the right conversation with the county and see what we can figure out.
So I'm fine with that. Is council, I feel like I know where it's going to go with the county. I'm not going to say it out loud. But is council willing to, if the county's not willing to up that at all, get rid of that deal and start coming up with a fee structure for non-PTC county residents?
Sure.
So you'll have to look at that structure on the program side.
We would.
For non-county, Fayette County, but non-Peachtree City people that are coming into our programs.
We'd
So
have
that
to
could
have
be
3 tiers at that
That could
point.
be quite a big change on the program fees then, if
We would
that's
have to
going
have
to be the case.
PTC, Fayette County, non-PTC, and then out of county, 3 tiers.
Okay,
Or make it the same as out of county, or make it out of county, make it out of city the same for everyone, no matter where they are, whether it's Fayette County or Coweta. You could have 2 tiers,
Did,
you could keep it at 2 tiers.
did CPL do any kind of an estimate or projection on what that number would look like? If we said city is one rate, not the city is another rate?
No, but I would assume, I could probably email Cindy. Thinking about it, as we just kind of were discussing, and I said we actually could probably keep it at 2. I would assume they would probably just recommend keep it at 2 tiers, and anyone that's not city pay that, we just change it from out of county to out of city. If you're not in Peachtree City,
Okay.
that's the fee.
Here's a question that probably only I could answer quickly and easily. How many people have a driver's license that says Peachtree City who don't live in Peachtree City?
Shouldn't be many.
I disagree, because the United States Post Office dictates what your mailing address is.
But we
And that's
also-
what.
We
and
also
that's-
map, like
Okay.
when we,
Okay,
the
so
software we
when
have
they're-
maps where their address is. with-
But when they're going for a daily pool pass, the teenager there collecting the fee is mapping
Oh,
that?
no.
No.
Yeah.
There's what your issue is. You know, if you're gonna determine city versus
Are there
not
people
city.
with Peachtree City?
Pardon me?
Because for some reason in my head, like our zip code is just our city limits, right? That,
There are a couple, there are a
Like
The
couple
this
of
post
is just-
office
anomalies.
dictates your street
like the
address, your
people that
mailing
live
address,
across
and
Red
your
Line
zip
from me are
code.
Fayetteville
There are
addresses.
plenty of people who have Peachtree City listed on their address who do not live inside the city limits.
Oh,
But there's a very small portion, I think there's also some Peachtree City residents that have a Fayetteville address that were recently
annexed.
annexed in. But for the most part, I mean, we have access to be able to pull information to determine, and we can establish a protocol to verify. Say that again.
I was just letting you know that there's some Sonoy zip codes.
Yeah, I can't remember if
Yeah.
it's Sonoy or Fayetteville, but yeah, there were some.
It's, because that gets dictated by the United States Post Office, not by the city
It
boundary.
does, but I will
Yeah.
say that's a really in the weeds problem compared to how much revenue we would then recapture on the bigger scale.
Yeah.
That we would have to work that out on more of the micro scale of do they actually, yeah, we'd have to talk about that.
The first domino to fall on this would be your discussion with the county and see where that goes. Once that decision is made one way or the other, then we start another discussion.
Let us know.
Yep.
Yeah, my answer to your question is yes.
Yes to all of the above? Okay. Okay.
Go, do it.
Okay,
Start the conversation, which is already underway.
break? You want to do a break
Emails have
before we
shown.
get into the?
Yes. Thank you very much, everyone, for, digging into this fee structure. We're now right up on our break time, so in fact, we passed it, so I'm going to ask that we quickly go into a 15-minute break and come right back to continue the
thank you.
conversation.
Only comment I have on the page 13 of our document here is the film fees. I don't know if anyone else on council has spoken to anybody in the film industry, but they spend an awful lot of money in our city once they've decided if they want to do something. Whether it's our city or another city, they will spend an awful lot of money getting what they need to get done, and the fees continue to add up. So you're looking at thousands and thousands of dollars that they'll spend once they've said, we're going to use XYZ city for this filming. What bothers me is we charge them a visit fee. Why are we charging them a visit to come in and visit our city when, we're trying to sell the city, so to speak, but we charge them a fee of, even though it's $75, it's just kind of silly to me to have that kind of a fee. The other fees, I don't think I have a problem with, but that one, just to come and visit, just a thought. Why are we charging them $75? It seems like a pittance when they're going to spend $20,000 or $30,000 if they choose your city. So it just doesn't seem quite right.
I can answer the question for you. Because it's with city staff, so you've got staff involvement
But
to explain what's available and that
But you
kind of
would want
stuff.
that. Isn't that what we pay them?
It came about because city staff, they were getting a lot of requests, and a lot of their time was spent.
And they don't always select the city as a
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course not. But, okay, I've said my piece. I thought
Well,
I think it's a little onerous
so-
to
It's fine.
charge that.
I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you. We want to encourage the industry, but as Suzette taught us last year, you ask the question, put it in the form of a question. And I think Suzanne answered it pretty handily.
Sorry.
Okay,
Okay. All right.
I tried.
So getting into this spreadsheet, I kind of broke it down. If you start like table 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, I went through and broke it down, kind of color-coded by each of these tables. There were some things that I disagreed with CPO on that you're going to see on here, like an natatorium. I think their total cost for the entire project at Meade was like 30 million. And even in my notes, I think I put, estimate seems low for everything recommended. I think the natatorium itself will cost 40 million, if not more.
A lot more.
Yeah, I've done some research. It's going to be much more than that.
Really, to start, I don't think we're gonna have time to go line by line through all of this. What I wanna start the discussion out with is just really my recommendation to council. At the end of the day, you all tell me what you wanna prioritize and do, but my recommendation as the manager is to prioritize the projects that we already have funding for, or at least partial funding for, to prioritize those, such as the 2023 SPOS projects, pickleball, bathrooms at Drake Field, Kelly Drive Park. We already have funding for the splash pad. That was talked about yesterday, so we don't necessarily have to talk about that one. And then there was one other,
What was the bathroom at? I was just taking a note. Did you say bathroom at
Drake Field,
Drake?
which is down here.
And you've also got Battery Way 2 bathroom,
Not in,
We don't have
not
that
in
funded.
SPOS.
not in the SPOS, but it was
Splash
in,
pad funded, Kelly Drive Park partially funded, pickleball, according to their recommendation, partially funded, which we can talk about. The Meade new entrance driveway, we've had that planned for about 2 years, which would be a dedicated driveway into the girls softball complex, the bigger parking lot down there, so we could get rid of the gravel connection.
Why is that 2.5, Justin?
That's just an estimate by me. That's just, I don't think it's gonna cost that much, but I don't have a number on that yet.
Okay.
We're still in the design phase of it.
so you're telling me $2.5 million for doing a road down at Meade Field, which,
I
you
don't
know,
think, no,
that's crazy when you've
Yeah,
got problems
it's gonna-
over at Battery Way.
it's gonna be less. I
doesn't
didn't
make
wanna,
sense.
I would rather go high in the number I have here and come in low.
Okay.
than-
Even if it's $1.5 million, cut it in half, it's still, I think in my opinion, the prioritization over in Battery Way, where this many
this-
more citizens use than over at the
Oh, yeah,
roadway
well, this
in
has been
Mead
planned
Field.
for years, and we designed the parking lot for a driveway there, and it's SPOS money. Like it's part of SPOS paving, like it's built
What
into
if we
that.
paved the existing gravel road?
Yeah, well, around the side?
Yep.
That's right next to the lacrosse field. And the parking lot wasn't designed, I mean, what we have there right now is just is a temporary,
What do we need down there? I mean, do we need a parking lot redesign and a road
well, the
access?
parking lot's in good shape because it's new. I mean, they just built it, I think, the year before I started, so
You
it's
mean
a
the softball parking lot?
Yeah, it's a 5-year-old parking lot.
Okay, fair. So we're talking about access to that parking lot.
Yes.
What's the most reasonable and cost-effective way to pave a road over there?
The most cost-effective probably would be going over the gravel we have now. If you just ask me straight up, what would be the most cost-effective? Would that be the best solution permanently? I don't know. Because it's literally right next to that property line of that development and right next to the fence of the lacrosse field.
So if we do a second entrance, then what happens to the two different
Here.
areas?
Oh, you want me to pull up-
Then
you want me
are
to pull
they
up a map?
then completely separate? What happens to that gravel road? Because if we don't pave it, people are still gonna use a gravel road. Anytime you go down that and lacrosse people are practicing, it just throws dust onto all of those players.
The reason I use Near Map is because we get satellite imagery from them that's like only a few months old, every few months. So you see the property line is right here, or it's right here. I'll zoom in a little.
It looks like it crosses that. Oh, no.
Okay,
It's
the
just right up
property
to
right
it.
across the street from that is the piece of property that's owned by Brent Scarborough?
Yeah, this, yeah.
That's gonna be townhouses?
This, yeah. So this is where the current gravel road goes, and there's a path under there. I mean, we had a path that went around the lacrosse field, and we put gravel on top of it just to give people access to that lower parking lot until we put the permanent driveway in.
Can you zoom back out like you
Yep.
had a moment ago?
We have this right of way to put a driveway here into this parking lot.
So that's what you're talking about, 2.5 million for, that one?
Wow.
That's a guess. I don't think it's
I'm
gonna be
just saying,
2.5.
but
Yes.
that's the location of
Yes.
it, not the existing, paving the existing.
Correct.
And it's a SPOS project, right? So we have to do it?
It's not an individual SPOS project, it's just built in. Like I said yesterday, what we changed with 23 from 17 gives us more flexibility. So with 23, the way it's written is, and road paving is written, so road paving in 17 was just maintenance on current roads. 23, we changed to say maintenance on current roads, parking lots, because we didn't have any money to pave city parking lots, and any new roads or driveways. So it's flexible enough that you're not committed to doing
Okay,
this.
good, okay. That's what I wanted.
My question,
But the money's there to do it with because it says new, and it's $30 million. It's a $30 million pot.
Can you tell me what the issue is with being right up against the property line? Why is that so bad?
Because you have no shoulder. I mean, you do for a good bit of it, I guess, but when you get to right here, there's just not a lot of wiggle room. And you have the fence corner right here. I mean, you just see how narrow it would get here once you actually put asphalt down.
Yeah, that is really narrow.
Hey, Justin, scroll back out. I want to see that piece of property that we own right there. Okay, so that's going to get us in from Rockaway Road, correct?
Yes.
But also that triangular piece to the, well, I guess it would be to the west of it, that's Brent Scarborough's piece.
Yes.
He's not going to have access to his property down that road?
Yes.
Or he will?
There will be a cutoff.
Well, why isn't he paying for part of this then?
We should ask.
I think we should actually say,
should.
you need to pay for this thing.
I think,
Was
that's
that
what-
discussed previously,
I think
possibly?
it was. I
Can
think
you
it
Can you
was.
dig in to find out what was
No, or
decided
wait till he-
on
Because
that?
a lot of this was before like when all this happened was before me. But I do,
Before me
Dave,
too.
you saying that has triggered that Dave has mentioned that to me.
Well,
Do a little research on that, because that's certainly something that he should be paying for, not us. He wants access to his townhomes, fine.
Or at least part of it. Go into
Certainly-
it with us.
Certainly a
We get
good
access down
portion
here,
of that.
He gets access to there.
Where's the entrance to these lacrosse fields? They're on the lower parking lot, right there?
The current entrance is up here.
Right, no, like for the people who are using the lacrosse fields, where are they more likely to park? To access the entrance gates to the fields?
Lacrosse,
Right in there.
I mean, they kind of both, yeah, they park in here, and then they can park up in the upper part of the paved
So
lot.
they have access from either one to
Yeah,
like,
yes.
for gates that go into the field?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I mean, my daughter played softball. I've been down that road plenty of times. It is pretty narrow, and sometimes you have to wait for cars coming in the other direction. It's definitely not ideal. But if that path is going to exist, I just feel like it's problematic in the fact that whenever you go down it, if those fields are being used, that air gets really dusty right there. So
Yeah.
either if we aren't gonna make an entrance, I would say if we could still pave that, because if it's dry, or else if we do, what would happen if we make this entrance, then what would we do with that path? Cross it off, like close it off where
this?
no cars can go down it?
Yes, it'd be closed to cars, but there's a path underneath there, an asphalt path
Okay,
for carts and for bikes.
so you would make it, okay, just like a.
We'd take the
So it's a
gravel out and
multi-use path.
bring the path back. When I first moved here, I used to do laps around that field. There was a path there. It's still under there.
When you say under, there's physically under the
There's
gravel
an
road is
asphalt,
a path?
there's an asphalt path under that gravel.
Okay.
That circles, that you can see, I'll zoom in so you can kind of see. This is where the path is, and you can even kind of see it under here. It curves around. And then down here, this is where it kind of enters the parking lot, but the path continues. So there's a path under here, and it goes right there.
All right, well, do we want to just give direction to Justin and
Yep.
reach out
how
to?
wide, wait, back up. How wide is that driveway that's going in there that's presumably,
Narrow. Right here.
no, the one through Scarborough's, or adjacent to Scarborough's property,
How much
cutting
of
through?
How much do we have? Uh,
50 feet, 60 feet?
Is that wide enough for his people to be coming in and out of there, and our
It'd be a
people
two-
to be going in and
Yeah,
out of
it'd be a
there?
two-lane.
Yeah, I mean,
And
22 to
poten-
24 feet each lane, plus curbing.
Is there any cart path need, any sidewalk need, any, like walking path or
I don't think so.
additional?
You have
I'm
path-
just trying to make sure, before he starts building everything out, did they think about all of the contingencies way back when this got set up?
Do you remember that one, Kim? That
How long
particular
ago
one?
was it?
How long ago was that for Scarborough to buy that property and set up townhomes in
I don't know,
there.
we could look on
Certainly
Q
been there
Public
since
Net and
I've
see
been
when
in the
last
city.
transfer of, but that's,
Yeah, the property was owned by them when I got here, but we did not have to, like, we actually had, when I got here, we had this driveway, which actually goes through their land, and we had to remove that because they started the grading work. This used to all be city.
We sold it to them?
I believe so.
Okay.
Before our time,
Yeah, all of our
us.
time. Well,
also known as a stupid decision.
yeah. Maybe we, you know, it's
Same
going to
thing
be a
with the
very
other piece of
interesting,
property on the corner up there, did we own that and sell that one too?
it's going to be an
The
interesting,
one above it,
Oh, up
the
here?
little rectangular one there.
I don't know. Possibly. But yes, we do. So this is in design. They're working on this. So I can go back and,
yeah, don't we want to halt that until we
Negotiate.
get some discussion with property owners there, because they're going to be using that.
yeah,
So we should probably get them involved in this to make sure they realize that there's a portion of that they're going to have to pay
yeah.
before we even put one shovel in there.
Oh, yeah.
Or even one engineer putting a line on a piece of paper, we should at least get that done, because
And
if
do
they
we-
say, no, they're not interested, now what do we do?
And
Put a
do we-
wall up?
Do we need any easements from them?
No, because this
Are we
is
sure?
ours.
That would mean they're going to need some type of entrance other than that entrance. If they decide not to do it, they'll have to have their own
Yeah, they'd have
entrance.
to cut in the Rockaway or.
Yep.
We, okay, so what I'm taking from this is we want to pursue this, and I need to talk with Scarborough about joint, yeah, shared cost,
Yep.
and then we'll talk about it again. Okay?
The other piece of property, when you're there, go back to that Suzanne just brought up. Is that, who did you say was the owner in that?
It is I think the owner is Mulch Pit LLC.
Which is.
Every
yeah,
time.
I don't know who the owner of that LLC is. I have not tried to look that.
But
one
from
up.
my understanding is the plan there is to put a drive-through bank there,
A drive-through bank?
drive-through bank.
Okay. And there's nothing between that property and Rockaway? That little strip there, there's nothing there?
What do you mean?
Go to the left of that property. Is that just Peachtree City property,
This
right
is
of way?
right away, yeah.
It's right away? Okay. That's what I wanted to make sure.
I have a question for you. Did we look at pickleball distance from the potential townhouses for the sound issues?
Yes,
We did.
yeah,
Yeah.
CPL did. Yeah, that's why it was so tight, was those townhouses. When they were looking at it, I told them, this property's gonna become townhouses.
Well, you know, we could always claim first in time, first in line.
True. The pickleball courts were there,
We
were
build
there.
faster
We can get
than-
them, yeah.
than Scarborough does. We win. Now your people get to listen to thunk, thunk, and all of the cursing.
I think an open discussion with Mr. Scarborough would probably be in order.
Okay, I can do that.
Mr. Riley says it's pop, pop.
Oh,
Pop.
Pock, pock, pock.
he would be the expert,
Okay,
but I won't tell you the cursing on TV, or on, you know,
so now that we have this pulled up, the site, do we want to talk about pickleball as well,
sure.
since we have this?
Might as well have that discussion.
Might
We're
as
gonna have
well.
to have it somewhere.
So, oh yeah, this is Excel. I forget which one is browser and which one's Excel. So pickleball. So their estimate was around 3 million for what they're proposing in the complex, which is above the scope of what we said. And it's not just because we underestimated, it's because the scope is different from what they're proposing from what we budgeted in SPOST. We budgeted for 12 courts, they're recommending 24. We budgeted we budgeted for not the compost site. We budgeted for somewhere else with just flat land that we wouldn't really have to grade. They're recommending the compost site because of distances. So the scope and place that they're recommending is different from what we did in SPOS. Even though SPOS, we did say at a location to be determined, the compost site was never a site we considered.
Justin, we have, approximately 30 pickleball courts being currently built or proposed in the city. Does that number sound like a right number between the Kmart Plaza and the one up near MOBA? Those two, I think it's almost 30
I don't know an exact
courts.
number
I'm
off
just
the top of my
guessing. I
head.
could be wrong on the number.
Sounds, I mean.
And when we looked at that, it was 12 courts, and then we talked about 24 courts. I believe the number in between was the right number. If you're going to have a tournament, you have to have a certain number of pickleball courts. And you play, don't you, Kim? So is it 16 courts is the minimum for tournaments that you have to have?
I honestly don't know.
Okay,
I will
I've heard
say
that number.
Noonan built their house of pickleball with, I think, 15.
Okay.
But they left for future expansion.
Okay.
And it seems like the benchmark is in Spalding County. Everybody talks about, and I've never been there. I'm not that much of a pickleball player.
Okay.
Just the occasional fun thing. Spalding has, to the best of my knowledge, 24.
Okay.
And, you know, they love to go there, and they use that facility, and I think it has 24
But that will
courts.
add to our pickleball courts in the city with adding 24. You're up to over 50 courts.
Yeah, you need to go to recreation. Go down. Oh, you can just, go there, and then it's gonna pop up.
So I think, and to add on to what you just said, Justin, maybe it doesn't need to be 24 courts. Maybe it needs to be something less to help cut the cost down.
Justin, are you looking for this picture?
Oh, so Spalding County, they have a membership for theirs.
Good.
$25 a year.
That's
180
the
there it is,
count, their
182.
county. What about out of county? Do they have it?
It doesn't, I don't see that so far.
Okay.
Another caveat with original plan, what we were thinking was SPOS versus what they're recommending. And I'm losing my train of thought again. I had it in my head and then I lost it while while I was looking for the thing. Sorry.
The HOP doesn't charge.
This drawing does not include that land that you just said may be a drive-through bank. That's not part of this. That's to the left of this picture.
Yes.
Okay, just making sure.
This is our property line,
Yep.
and this is where the cell tower is.
So the
Yep.
question for Justin was whether or not there was 24 courts or 30 courts that we have being planned throughout the city.
Oh, I remember what the other caveat was.
Okay.
Things popping in my head. The other caveat with the original, the other caveat with the original vision of it for the SPOS versus what they recommend is in their recommendations, they recommend we get rid of the 6 courts at Braylon, which we talked about a good bit. In the original SPOS proposal, those 6 courts were going to stay where they are. So it was really it was doing 12, so we had an inventory of 18 with those 6, with the idea that we weren't going to get rid of those 6. Now the proposal is to get rid of those 6. So that's the other caveat. So the 3 caveats are location was not the same, the number of courts was not the same, and the 6 at Braylon were originally intended to stay when we did the SPOS.
Was there a suggestion where the compost site would go?
No, that needs to be had now or at some point. Is if, that's the other thing, and that's, I think I've said it to each of you, is if this is the site for pickleball, what becomes of the compost site?
What was your comment, Susan?
There's been some discussion, I thought, with regard to the piece of property adjacent to the police department.
Yeah. There has been individually, I'm just saying in an actual meeting,
We don't own it yet.
we haven't done. So we did get preliminary results back on the phase 2 from that. We don't have the typed up report, but I wanted to have kind of preliminary stuff to be able to talk with you all. And so from what we see, we would be okay to purchase that property.
Is that what you
There's
would-
nothing in the results that show us like we have to do a bunch of mitigation.
Okay.
Was there something that you had in mind for that, or would that be a good place for?
There's been discussions for that property all over the place of, the original discussions were Public Works needs space for laydown. Like they need space to lay down sand, rock, pipes, like just stuff, a place to put things.
Just stockpile.
Yes, a place to put things. Police, obviously, when it's right behind where they are, and then they buy the gun range and they kind of connect to each other, you know, they're thinking, well, can we put a driveway to connect with properties? Could we expand our obstacle course further back because they're right at the property line? Could we put maybe some asphalt out there and do some driving, like a driving course? So there's been those two discussions, and then we come to the compost site as well. If this goes, is that a potential place to relocate compost site?
How do you all feel about going back to Justin's priority list and look through his recommendations on what we should tackle first, or what we would want to identify as priorities, and look at the things that we have money for? It seems to me all of them we don't have enough money for. We don't have all the money for.
Well, you pretty
How
much
would
saw
you
it. There were only like 4 of them.
Yeah, how would you feel about going back to his list?
Which are the 4 that you,
Well, that's what I want to look at the
Okay.
list
Okay.
for.
okay, what's the 4?
Maybe 5, don't quote me on.
I guess I'm
I
asking
mean,
more
this is
of a.
part of it.
I'm asking more of a methodology question here before we sit and focus
Splash
on
pad.
one thing.
Okay,
Kelly Drive Park.
Kelly Drive, Pebble Pocket, and pickleball. Those are the 3 top.
Pickleball.
Yep.
Mead Drive entrance.
Drakefield
Drakefield
restrooms.
restrooms.
I don't want to leave those off.
Oh,
That's it.
absolutely.
So if we made a short list of what we already have money for,
Those are the 5.
it's Kelly Drive,
Tell me if you need me to move around.
yeah.
Okay, Kelly Drive, Drakefield restrooms, what are the other ones?
Pickleball,
And Battery Way.
and no,
We have money for it because we moved it, remember? Well, you moved it. I wasn't on council at that time. That was
Where
in
are you
August
That
of
says Battery
22.
Way Restaurant.
Battery Way.
No, that one says none.
Now, you do have
to be
funding.
clear,
Drakefield
to be
one has-
clear, we're looking at where we have money. I see Kelly Drive, what else, Justin? Kelly Drive, Mead Pickleball Complex,
If I remember it right, on the Battery Way, it was taken out of, in the 22 meeting, it was taken out of priority 1, and pickleball was brought up from priority 2 to priority 1. But at the time, if I remember, we go back to, and this is all per my sitting in the audience, Kim, you said, well, we've got the coverage for Battery Way with our own CIP, and that will be funded that way.
and not SPLOST.
And not SPLOST. That's why it doesn't show up on the list, but it
But
was
it-
prioritized at that time.
But it never actually got put into a CIP.
Oh, jeez, okay.
So what does that leave us then? Just, let's count to 4. Drakefield bathrooms, Kelly Drive Park, pickleball, and what else? Okay, splash pad, we've already, so
And
now we're
Mead-
down to
and
3.
Mead- And Mead entrance.
Mead entrance, which you're gonna
Well-
see what we can work out in a partnership with Brent Scarborough. See
Yes.
what can be arranged
Is
over there.
that in 2023 SPOS?
Yeah.
That was
Yes.
designated, okay.
Not as a specific project. We have a pot of 30 million for paving projects. That includes maintenance of current roads, maintenance of parking lots, and any new road or driveway we may need to construct.
Well, allow me to point out that we need to think very clearly on that before we throw that into SPOS,
Yeah.
when there are so many other things in SPOS that have not been done.
Go down.
And also, you can move that 2.5 million that you've got in the 23, you said that was kind of flexible, if I heard you right, and could be used for other projects.
Yeah.
Is that right?
For
Which is what
paving.
he's doing with this.
Paving.
Paving projects, okay, so
$1 million in
a
supplies.
portion of Battery Way needs to be paved, so I'm sure
Yes.
some of that money can be pulled out and
So-
put into there.
That's the other thing is if you, in my notes, which I kind of have over here, you see I say like possible. Some of these I say possible 2023 SPOS because we have 1.2 million for playground replacement citywide.
Correct?
So we have 1.2 million for playground money, but that's just as identified where playground replacements need to happen. The other one is paving, like parking lots. So
Right.
Battery Way, we want to talk about the Battery Way project for just 1 second. Part of it is playground replacement that they have proposed. Part of it is redoing the parking lot. Part of it is bathrooms.
Correct.
If council chooses that this is a priority, the playground and the paving for the parking lot can both come out of SPOS. They could come out of the playground project, they could come out of the paving
Can you,
project.
That
I'm
was,
sorry, I was
I'm,
distracted.
I
Which
was talking
location
in
are you
her ear,
talking
sorry
about?
about that.
Battery Way.
So you said there's possible funding from SPOS for the.
For parks.
For the park.
For the
So-
park at Battery Way?
at
We have
Battery Way.
1.2 million of
Oh,
playground
okay.
replacement
Okay, so we have-
money in
we
SPOS.
have funded for-
What they're recommending is a lot more than 1.2 million
Mm-hmm.
in playground replacement for the whole thing, everything they're recommending. But if Battery Way is a priority, you have 1.2 million of playground replacement money that
We can move over.
you can decide where those playground replacements happen. You have 30 million in paving that could be done for parking lots, as we wrote in the SPOS, so the parking lot can be redone with SPOS money. The bathrooms does not, the one that doesn't have money are the restrooms.
At Battery Way.
Were there any, what items in the SPOS for that chunk of money, what items were put in there like already as listed as, oh, this is what this is gonna be for? Or was it just the generalized?
That was the flexible one I was
Okay.
talking about.
Generalized.
Okay,
And for paving, it comes down to, the way it was done in 17, when you do a list like that, it doesn't work like that because of how we run our paving program. It pulls different roads with the algorithm, like with the spreadsheet we use. Jonathan doesn't know 5 years, like 2023, we have money till 2029. He's not gonna know what roads it's gonna pull in 2027.
Okay.
But also, we wanted to be flexible with parking lots and with new paving as well, because what has really tied us behind our back some with 17 SPOS was a lot of our parking lots were starting to deteriorate, and we couldn't spend SPOS money on them.
Well, we've done a better job at the 23, says it's more flexible. So what I'm hearing is 2 out of the 3 things for Battery Park, which is the most used park in Peachtree City. There's more people that go through
The
that
PAC
than
is the
anywhere
most
else.
used part.
What's that?
The PAC is the most used part.
Okay, maybe used in that standpoint, but the people go down to that Battery Park, I mean, day in and day out, we see them there. It's a highly used one. But you got 2 out of the 3 ticked off. You've got parking, you can pay for that, playground, tick that. The only one left is bathroom. Is there money someplace that can be moved over so that becomes a priority for our citizens, who it's a very popular place?
So that would
get
come
that
back
fixed
to,
up.
I think the discussion when SPOS happened is the correct discussion of, it would need to come from a CIP in a budget.
Do we have discretionary funds in CIP to be put over there? I believe it's about, what, $200,000 for a bathroom? Does that sound about
Probably,
right?
Something like that.
So I don't know if we have discretionary fees in the budget for
We have
that.
some CIP contingency that we still have. I wouldn't necessarily want to pull from that for one huge project. But we also have, we have fund balance. We have fund balance and we have, and as we come in the budget fiscal year 26, but we can also do budget amendments. It just depends on what, if council tells me we want to do restrooms at Battery Way sooner than later, I can bring a budget amendment for you, a budget amendment before you.
Well, I believe, and hopefully I've got some concurrence from the rest of council here, that needs to go on that list of 4, make it 5, put Battery Way on there, and whatever way that has to be done, and bring it to us in a council meeting.
Well, there were also conversations at SPOS time about the fact that Kelly Drive Park has bathrooms planned. And so for those people who, and there are thousands of them, who go around the lake, who like to go around the lake, if there are bathrooms there, do we need bathrooms in both places? I'm just telling you, that's what the historic
Yes.
conversations were. Yeah, maybe yes. But I'm,
I
you know,
think-
that
I think
was the
different-
conversation.
Different people going on different things. I routinely go up on the east side of the lake. I hardly ever go up on the west side of the lake.
Yeah.
And I
I'm
think
gonna
that
tr-
that's, I mean,
Was that-
because that's the main cart thoroughfare going,
I'm going to hark back
come
to,
up the Stinky Trail and go right through up into there.
yeah. Do you
Question.
remember seeing that? Go ahead.
I'm sorry, as you look for that page.
Yeah, I want to.
question, for bathrooms that are not in place. And I know that this came up earlier this morning, so I just want to put that out there as a point of reference. Maintenance of these newly built facilities will now affect, to Justin's point earlier,
Yeah, right.
the maintenance of those newly erected or built facilities.
There's operational
Correct.
maintenance, but then there's any kind of structural maintenance.
Correct.
Structural maintenance is going to be much more long-term, but the operational maintenance obviously would be added to that list.
Correct. So the point is, as you are asking for new bathrooms to be built, to his point, as he was asking the council to consider a maintenance budget, that those things be added to that maintenance budget as well.
I think that goes without
Right.
saying, added to
I mean,
that.
they'd have to be. If we have new buildings, we
Yep.
got to maintain them.
Yep.
Okay, all right. So.
Justin, with the
just
SPOS is
adding
there, it's not like ARPA where it's like a deadline that we have to spend the money by.
Say that again? There.
With the SPOS,
No.
is there a deadline to spend money?
No,
No.
not written.
That's how we're still doing 2017 money.
Right.
Well, and, I mean, the county still has money from 2002.
2002.
two.
Yeah.
So,
The best practice is to get stuff done, because if you're asking residents to
Fund a new
approve,
one.
to approve SPOS and these projects, they want to see them.
Is there a list of which parks are most needed to be replaced?
No, because we were waiting on this plan, on the plan to kind of give us some recommendations, and some of the recommendations are to get rid of some of the top lots. I have this further down on some of the lists, but if you go really like specifically through the plan, let me see. Oh, I'm like, where are the things? All of these. All of those top lots are recommended by them to go.
is there a savings on that, or just?
There's a
no
savings,
maintenance
Well,
on it?
it'll be a
savings in
maintenance
staff
Be a
time.
maintenance savings,
Yeah,
okay,
it'll cost to remove them.
yeah. Is there any of that stuff reusable in other tot lots, or is it just get?
It's all
Take it to the dump?
really
and just
old
Get rid
equipment.
of it? Well, can we?
So
can we-
many of them, there's practically nothing there anyway. I
Yeah.
mean, it's usually just a monkey bar or a swing or what, I mean, there's like almost
But then you
nothing.
also have, I mean, some of these places where these are have HOAs, like Planterra Ridge has an HOA. I know they already have a really nice playground where their pool is, but then they have this one too that leads back to the back of Line Creek. So to me, if this would be a decision of, well, we want to possibly remove this, I think there would need to be a discussion with Planterra Ridge before we come yank this out. Would you as an HOA want to keep this?
Well, if they want to keep it, why don't we turn it over to them?
Right.
For
that's what I'm
maintenance.
saying.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
A discussion.
Well,
with
are
some
there
of these
any
people.
other ones that are in the same kind of a situation? The one that's Braylon Road, Tot Lot, I know where that is.
Me too. Have you ever seen anybody on it?
I've never seen anyone.
Never.
It
I
seems
haven't
like
either.
it's tucked into the woods.
It's
No,
down
it's right by the
No, it's down
road.
in the
Yep.
ditch, right on the north
Okay.
side of Braylon Road. I've never
I've
seen
never seen
anybody
a
over
single
there
person.
on the,
I've never seen a single person
Yeah.
there.
I
Well-
have a question for council. What if we, as a group, task our city manager with making recommendations on funding and scheduling for these 4 priorities: Drake Field bathrooms, the Kelly Drive Park, pickleball at 18 courts, not 24, and Battery Way paving, playground, and a bathroom, per these concepts
So that's
that we
really
have.
5 then.
Drake
you
Field,
forgot the splash pad.
I took out splash pad
Okay,
because
so-
we've already had that
Okay, so
conversation.
4 more over the splash pad.
What would happen if the four of us asked our city manager to come to us with recommendations, whether it's find it in the CIP, find it in paving playground on Splost, find it in reserves? We have these four, if these were priorities, what would you want him to bring us as far as a recommendation? And I'm sitting there thinking, what, if our 40,000 citizens were in the middle of this little U shape, what would they want from us? What do they want? It's in this book. It's in the chart. We heard the active activities, special events. We have these recommendations, conclusion, pickleball, golf, soccer, summer camps, da-da-da-da-da. Could we reconcile these lists and the clear voice of 2,400 surveyors surveyed? Could we look at them and say, yep, from all your input, Peachtree City, that's what we're here to do. We're the voice of our citizens. 40,000 citizens and only 5 of us to make this decision. That weighs heavily. We have to know that we're rational and justified in these conversations. If we spent money, priority, if we used our political capital on prioritizing these 4 things, Drake Field, Kelly Drive, pickleball, only 18, not 24, and Battery Way Park, would that be reasonable? Would that be a reasonable way forward?
Without the use of reserve funds, potentially.
So that's a start. That's a start.
I think if you're looking at what can we afford to do, it needs to be within the confines of our existing budget and SPLOST and whatever's available, and not just be looking to, oh, we're taking the money out of the reserve fund for this. We're not, it's like,
I think that
the only
has,
one, the only one you'd be seriously looking at is the Battery Way bathroom. I mean, that's,
But it's a small amount
Yes.
compared to the amount
if
of
we
the
can.
total.
I mean, that comes back to, if you want it quickly, we'd have to do a budget amendment. Otherwise, we just have to look at it, and this comes back to budget discussion in April, budget for fiscal year '26.
I would say you'd want to move it ahead as reasonably fast as you can, because the usage of that obviously increases as the weather gets better.
you said, what are you talking about? Cole?
Battery Way, that's what we're talking about here. So that one may want to be moved up a little faster because of the bathroom that's necessary. Get it in the budget, whatever way you can find to get it in the budget, so that we could go ahead and proceed with that. Now, whether that means taking it out of reserve fund or finding some other way, I know Suzanne doesn't particularly like taking that,
no,
but if
I
it
think
turns out,
reserve fund needs
we
to be
need to
used
get
for
it done.
stuff that's not gonna have, further maintenance and whatever things moving forward and down the road and whatever. I mean, you have to figure out how you can pay for something without robbing it from a fund that doesn't get replenished.
So,
Well, we would, maintenance on a small bathroom at Battery Way we would be able to absorb, like fiscal year '26, we would be able to absorb. Like, I'm not gonna have to hire a new staff member to maintain the bathroom at Battery Way.
Do we have, can I ask a question? When we have a rec committee that is, we just went and sat
Functional
through
yet?
the interviews yet, but do we have like a date for their first meeting? And do we have what we want them to discuss at their first meeting? Like, is this something?
Yeah, they're not appointed yet, so we haven't
Right.
set a meeting for them yet. And then
Okay,
the
so
first
what do you
meeting, like what I did with TAG, I just went over the ordinance with them, like kind of went over their purpose.
Mm-hmm.
And then I gave them some overarching, look at the path master plan, look at golf carts, stickers on the front and back. Like, gave them some things that I just knew were hot topics and that council wanted to look at and get recommendations for. Recreation, I think the same thing. I'll tell them to really review the recreation master plan. Come up, like, petition citizens they know, and come up with ideas and recommendations to bring to council as far as what they actually, beyond what we already have funded, this huge list, what are things that they actually want to bring to council that should be looked at?
can I expand on that a little bit? To me, we're here talking about the big chunks that already have a certain amount of money allocated. But in this recreation master plan, there was a lot of low-hanging fruit. Like, one example was truly a number one priority for our citizens was expanded nature trails, nature areas, and green spaces. And there were a lot of areas where there are expanded trails shown on some of these parks, like down at Mead Field. And I think that's another, it's like, I hate to say all the itty bitties, but all the additional priorities of our citizens should go into the mix for that group.
Yes.
Because there's a lot, whether it's sunshades, more shade trees, more benches.
Picnic tables.
More swings, picnic tables, and paths. I think that all that should go in the mix for that
Yeah.
recreation advisory
And,
group.
and I was my second point was going to be reaching out to other organizations. Part of what's in their ordinance is the ability to talk with other organizations and get help to come in with recreation. So like Bike Walk Fayette, Southern Conservation Trust, like people, organizations that can come in and say, hey, our rec plan says we need a trail here, a walking trail, a nature trail. Could you help us do that? And could you help us do it for free?
I've got a couple of points on that. Of course, a PPP would be great for those kinds of things you're talking about. Get the public involved in that to maybe help participate in the funding of that. That would be an excellent way to take a look at that, the public-private partnership. But I want to go back to what Kim brought up just a moment ago. There was 5 things on that list that are priority. Of course, we've already discussed the splash pad, but we've got now 4 additional ones, and one of that is the Battery Way. As far as I'm concerned, I agree with her on this. I can say, yes, take a look at the pickleball, and I want to come to that in just a moment, but the pickleball, certainly moving it from 24 down to 18 saves us some money.
Presumably.
But, yeah, presumably. Yeah,
Yeah.
we don't know that yet. That's where you'll be coming in. But I'm looking at it this way. Do we want to compete with businesses that are opening up free, charged pickleball by giving them free pickleball? So we're actually competing against our own businesses in the city. We should rethink that just a little bit and not be a competitor to businesses in the city.
So what do you
And
think?
I'm not sure
if-
the answer. I
If
got
all
an
the
answer.
pickleball players were in here,
Oh,
not
they'd
40
want them, of course. Of course they'd want them.
I
But I'm
rest
just-
my case.
But I'm also being, as a council, we need to look at, are we supporting our businesses or are we competing against our businesses? And hopefully, maybe the answer's in between, that we're providing it for some additional courts. And that's why I like the idea of going down to 18, and hopefully that's going to be enough for a tournament style of a pickleball venue. So that's my thoughts on that.
I think the advantage that our private businesses, the entrepreneurs who've stepped forward, what they have is they're going to be set up and operational long before we're going to be set up and operational at Mead Field, because we have so many issues we have to solve at Mead Field before we can turn the shovel on construction and of any pickleball. Because, I mean, you don't just put it where the mulch pit is without a lot of work. So they're going to be ahead of us time frame wise, no matter how we chop it up. So they're going to carve out their, hopefully, their people who are willing to pay for that. And when they realize that it's so much nicer here in Georgia, where it's 95 degrees and 95% humidity, to play inside, I think they'll continue, even after we have free outside stuff. I'd like to think that that would actually work. There's got to be a balance there. But, yeah, dropping the number from 24 to 18 is good, as long as we are all, I think, in the agreement that we are shutting down the courts at Braylon.
At Braylon,
I
yeah.
mean, that's a given, because it's just not fair to the homeowners there.
And even though, sorry to interrupt you, Councilwoman Brown, but that, to me, that kind of captures, even though it's above the scope of what we said, because we said 12 originally in the project, but we also had the idea that we were going to keep the 6.
So now you're back up to
But if we're
that.
With
adding,
18, you're
if
kind
we're
of keeping that
saying
inventory.
24, even dropping it down to 18 here still is,
Keeping that
it's
inventory.
18.
Yeah.
And, that's, should be adequate.
Well, with the new stuff that's being built, I think it's going to be
I would
enough.
say leave space for future expansion.
Well,
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
like,
let's make
as long as you have space for future.
I mean,
you
on
know,
this,
you can
on this
always-
map, you could almost leave out these for now.
Yep.
And build them later.
Yep.
You know, move one more of these up a little bit, well, there's the cell phone tower. But I mean, there's got to be a way to kind of configure it in such a way that you get 18 in there,
How many are on that top part?
7.
Or on the side part?
On
Is
the
that-
side,
uh,
it's 6.
Seven.
It's a
7 right there,
Yeah,
so
you
how
have to
many
find
would
another.
be-
Yeah, so if, all you'd have to do is move one of these up, you know, and reconfigure your parking somehow and leave enough room. Or say we're going to do.
17 right here.
Yeah, if we can find another one spot, that would be great, but
Get rid of the bathroom.
I think I think we're in concurrence.
Get rid of the bathroom?
I think we're in concurrence, Kim, I think,
Well,
with
even
what
if we
your
do
proposal
17,
is.
like that's-
I don't know, I'd like to see if everybody is, but within that list of 5 that we've got, we already have decided on the splash pad. But of those other 4, we should say, what's number 1, 2, 3, and 4 out of that, so that Justin has at least our approach of which one is a higher priority than the others. I don't have an answer, but I think we should be discussing that, and then let's get concurrence.
I do, I have 2 other projects we really need to discuss with the rec master plan that weren't really in their recommendations
Okay,
that I think we need to consider today and
Do
talk
you want to,
about.
do you want
Let's
to
listen.
proceed with that before we make a
I would like to throw them
concurrence on
in.
this?
If you're going to talk about priority, I'd like to throw them in.
Okay.
Go ahead.
First one is the bubble. Now, I know there's a big natatorium recommended in this thing too, but the bubble is at the point, it was a 10-year warranty on the bubble. We're in year 12, 13 on it. It is done, like it is almost done.
okay.
We maybe can squeak one more season out of it, which even if we just, if you decide to move forward with a new bubble, it's not going to be ready for the next season. Like, it would take a little turnaround with it. So we got to at least squeak one more season out of the current bubble we have. But if we're going, and I'm assuming the natatorium, even if the city decide to attempt to do something like that, it's going to be way down the road.
Okay.
So
Yeah, with bond vote and everything, I'm sure. Like-
a decision needs to be
sorry.
made soon
So the
about
current,
whether
the-
we do a new bubble at Kedron or not.
Those are the two projects?
No,
Bubble and natatorium?
No.
No, he's
Okay.
saying that the bubble, no, he's saying the bubble
Okay,
because
bubble
the
is
natatorium
project
is so
one.
far down the road.
What's,
so what is the cost of the bubble?
About 1.5 million.
And the current
do-
bubble is up, and when will it come down?
It comes
Like
down.
March?
I think it usually comes down in May, April. Comes down in April.
Right.
Spring break.
Comes down in April.
Yeah.
I was going to say spring break.
yeah, that's going, I'll bring it up when my turn is.
So,
Comes down around April.
and are you saying that even now, we don't have time to buy a new one for fall?
No, not with the turnaround time of what they, because it's custom. Like, they have to
Understood.
build it custom to our layout. The good thing is staff's already looked into it. I can send you all some documentation. But it's, the new bubbles they have, they actually guarantee for 20 years now instead of 10. Because of the different materials and stuff they use as well.
But not in time for fall?
Not in time for fall. We'll have to have one more season out of the one we have. But it needs, that needs to be talked about. is,
Okay.
One
I don't
point
s- I don't-
1.5 million.
I don't see an
To
option.
replace the bubble.
Council. What do you want to do?
Oh, absolutely, there's a huge option. And that is to go with a permanent structure over the existing pool, which is be constructed out of fiberglass as opposed to out of steel and other corrosive type materials, constructed out of fiberglass. And I don't know if that can be done, during a winter time, put a structure over it. But to me, that makes more sense because that's going to be way beyond 20 years to have a fiberglass structure that's permanent.
And you're saying structure would be up
Oh.
permanent, summer, winter.
It would be up
climate
all year
control all the
round.
time.
All year round. Plus, you now have your indoor. So it'd be indoor for the winter time, so you'd be able to use it during the winter time. Now, it's not a natatorium. It's just a structure over that, which would be obviously engineered appropriately with fiberglass materials so that the inside will not rust due to the chloramines that come out of use of chlorine in your pool disinfection. So just a thought, and I don't know what the cost of that is, but I did some quick looking, and they're looking at per square foot somewhere around $250 a square foot. Now, I don't know.
What does that calculate?
I don't know. I don't know how big the pool is, to be honest with you. But that was the number I saw in here. It actually was $246 to, but that's just internet searching,
Just
so
the structure?
don't, that's to put the structure over an existing pool.
Not HVAC and.
No, well, I didn't do a deep dive, to be honest with you.
Okay.
But I think it's something for the engineers to take a look at and to get some
That's-
people that are experts in doing this in here, because that would give us an alternate to putting a bubble up. Now it becomes a year-round facility. I don't know if that would increase our revenues, because now it's going to be used year-round as opposed to just seasonal.
Well, it's currently used year-round, but we have to shut it down multiple times a year to.
Well,
move
you
the
also have
bubble
to
up
shut down the pool when it's lightning out and other things, that if you have an indoor
when it's
pool, would you?
open. Or when it's during
Yeah,
the summer.
when it's, yeah, in the summer when there's no bubble
Yep.
over it. So I mean, it would increase some access time where you would not have to have shutdown because of adverse weather in the summer, which
So
does
what I think I'm
happen.
hearing is there are two temporary solutions. Neither one of these is a natatorium. There's a temporary solution of a bubble. There's a temporary solution of a permanent structure, fiberglass. We don't know the cost, we don't know the size. That is something that we could price out.
Yep.
Let's price out and compare. Is that what you want to do?
I think that at least look at, roll the rock over and see what's under there, what kind of numbers are under there.
I agree with
Yep.
that.
Okay.
Let's get a price on that.
I mean,
I would need to know the conditions of what it, like, I want to see kind of like a visual of what this would look like.
Of the.
Of this
the
idea,
permanent option.
because, I mean, if it's summer, I'm like, I want to be outside, like I want sunshine, and this almost feels like a greenhouse effect. If it's 95 degrees, what HVAC are you putting in there to counteract
Can-
feeling like you're a million degrees in there with the
Well,
fiberglass?
and no matter what, if you do a permanent structure, like when you're in the bubble now, you get a much more chlorine-y, smell and all that stuff than you
Right.
do when it's open.
Right.
So if you do a permanent structure even in the summer, you would have that,
You
like a
do garage
YMCA
door
or
kind of
like a-
things. Garage doors go up during the summertime, they come down during the wintertime.
well, I was
Just a simple
I was
solution
just
like
gonna
that.
ask like sliding glass doors almost,
Yep.
where they'd be open.
But that's where the engineers and
Yeah.
designers will come in to look at those
Cost
things.
for the
So I think Laura
sounds
makes a good point. You don't want it to be a hothouse. But at the same time, I think that can be overcome with some changes.
Have you seen this other places?
I just internet searches is all I've done. I have not gone out physically to see those.
I mean, the reality is the natatorium, for lack of a better way, it's a pipe dream at this point, based on the cost. I mean, we can't even entertain that. Obviously, it would have to go to a big bond vote, and I think there's an awful lot of people who would sit there and say, what the heck are you thinking?
There is that, but I think we also need to be careful to be the voice of our citizens. And a bond referendum is one way to do that. If it didn't pass, it wouldn't be the first bond referendum to fail. It is a voice of the citizens, so I don't mind hearing what our citizens have to say about that.
Well, I don't think we should be getting in line to put that in front of them as a bond vote when we have so many other issues that are more doable.
Yeah.
That we're already gonna be putting on their backs over the next 2 to 10 years or longer, because we just don't know how long some of these projects are gonna take to work this all out. And I mean, we discussed when we first got it, we used the thing that this is essentially more than a 20-year plan. I mean, not everything in it is gonna be done immediately, which is the big
Yeah.
issue that we were trying to, that's why I was trying to use this to say,
It's a
oh,
lot.
let's accept the plan, but not adopt it, because there's already so much social media out there acting like this is gonna happen next year.
So
And
what was the other,
it's
I'm
not,
sorry, I
yeah.
didn't mean to interrupt.
I want to add on to what you just said, Kim, if you don't mind. I like the idea of getting the public and private partnerships together for something as large as a natatorium. And that means bringing in the likes of, and I'll use an example again of poor Coca-Cola, I'll pick on them. Wouldn't it be nice to say, they'll come in and pick up the tab for the advertisement in a great natatorium on the south side of Atlanta? But I don't know, that's gonna require a long-term vision on the council to do that.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep. And then you'll need some input, obviously, from the city manager on that.
What was your other item?
Second is the hockey rink.
Who's what?
The hockey rink.
Hockey. Huh.
Now, we've done the sensor thing, we've had, I think our contractor was out there today making sure the wiring was working with the fans.
Is it?
I haven't got an
Oh.
update.
Well, I thought you might have had an update.
One of the exhaust fans wasn't working, so they were out there, looking at it. I'll get one.
But because it's.
I did send Mr. Forstall, I know he emails, I sent him a long text last night about the sensor, and the crews were out there yesterday and today working on it. And then I did tell him that there would be some discussion about it today.
But there's science behind humidity that has to be discussed. Because if you're trying to blow out the humidity out of the structure, how do you stop from outside humidity coming
I get
back
it.
to replace
It's still-
it?
this
So
is-
it doesn't really fix the problem, it just makes it look like we're trying to fix the
The
problem.
sensor
So
was
the science doesn't follow what you're mechanically trying to do.
Right. The sensor was just a very cheap thing we could do that was, let's see what this does. And
Okay.
let's see if it helps. But it does, you're correct, it does not solve the overall
No,
problem
doesn't.
of, the only solution there is if we want to have a hockey rink year-round in Peachtree City is to have an enclosed, that's the only solution that's going to work, especially like with the Hockey Association and talking with them. Of course, they talked to me, that's what they want, is to see an enclosed hockey rink.
Do
It
we
makes
have a
sense.
budget? Do we have a estimate, a WAG?
Nope.
Well,
I
and
don't have it.
yesterday you
Can-
said that structure isn't made to be enclosed.
Dave did.
Yeah, and
Dave said that.
that's something that can be debated with, because
Well, we
of
would
the
have to look
structure is
into,
built on rock.
I've not had a structural engineer go out there,
Yeah,
like,
Exactly.
I do, it comes back to, I do not have any numbers. CPL did not recommend replacing the hockey rink, so they didn't estimate it for us. I don't have a number on what it would take to enclose the current one. I don't have a number on taking it down and building another one.
Do we
I
all-
don't have that. I do have it for the bubble. I don't have it for this. But I do, my biggest thing is talking with you all. I can get a structural engineer to come out and look and see if we could enclose the current one.
Do
and
you
run
all
HVAC.
want to ask Justin to, if we're going to have it, it has to be safe and usable and functional, and that's going to cost some money. Do you want to task Justin with getting the structural engineer in and getting a concept and a price tag?
I would say yes to that.
Yeah, I don't think we can make a final decision on it
We
without
need
more
information
data.
on this.
Right.
Exactly.
So-
You know,
And I guess that's what I'm
And it-
asking
and-
is,
And it
I
may
can
be as
investigate.
simple as coming up with, upfront, without doing the structural engineer, all that stuff, how much is this building gonna cost for the size of the structure that we need right up front? Is
If we
that
did
right
a-
away gonna make us say, oh, hell no?
We did a new one.
So,
If you had to do a new one.
correct,
Yeah, that would be
yes,
the
not a bubble,
alternate.
But then the other question is could we enclose the current facility?
yeah.
Can we, upgrade it, basically? is
I
what
would
you're
like for an
saying.
actual structural engineer to come and look at the current structure.
Right, particularly
Okay.
since it's built on rock. We would need to have appropriate structural design done, because you have high winds here in this city. So we certainly don't want that thing coming down. Even though it's got 24-inch I-beams in there, we need to have them really look at it very carefully to see if it's
Well, and
structurally
that's,
sound.
the I-beams aren't,
Right, and
they
that's
aren't
just
holding up the
structural this way,
sides.
not the whole
Well, did
structure
you ever see
moving.
what Hurricane Andrew did to the I-beams down in Florida?
Yeah, I'm sure they move it. Yeah. So we
It's
need to
like-
be,
like a
we need
pretzel.
to, that's the reason why you have a specialist within civil engineering called structural engineering.
that's what, yes,
And that's what you
That's-
want, not just a civil engineer in there, you want a structural engineer.
yes.
So I agree with you.
So-
Let's look it over.
Questions?
So we need more numbers for this as well as the bubble / the fiberglass building
Yeah.
for the
Yeah.
bubble
The
as an
bubble I haven't-
alternative based on dimensions
The
and
bubble I
the
have really good numbers
reconstruction.
for. I have not looked into a fiberglass.
Can I ask, just because this might be a point that we want to consider in making the decision about the bubble. Do you know that, the time it would take for them to custom make that bubble? Like, when would they need to know by in order for us, if we're hoping to get one more season out of the current bubble,
I
when
do-
would they,
I do have that number
when would they need to know in order to make sure we have the new one for the following season if we only have one
for a
season left
timeline.
out of that?
I
Yeah.
have that, but not in my head. I've been told that. During one of our breaks, I'll call Harold.
Okay,
Yeah, I've been told that, but I don't have it right on my head to say.
because my guess is that's probably gonna be the option that I would personally prefer. So if we could just, if I can know what that date
Yeah.
is.
If it's, and here's where you have to have the, better from column A or better from column B. If a fiberglass structure costs a bit more, but it takes away that one, how many weeks is it, the downtime to put it up and take it down?
It's 1 week spring, 1 week fall, so it's 2 weeks out of the year.
Okay,
And it's
so-
also staff
so I
time of
mean-
not doing anything else.
Yes, and that's the biggest thing, because, you're paying a lot of staff to do an awful lot of work, and I think that needs to be weighed very carefully against the fiberglass structure, if it's feasible.
Yeah, I'm interested
And
in
decide,
both.
yeah, I think
Yeah,
it's-
I want
yeah,
information
okay.
from both. I'm not saying
Yeah.
yes to this and no to that.
Oh, no,
You
I
just
know,
wanna
I just wanna make sure.
You wanna know
certainly
how
finding out
crunched we are.
Yeah, and
Got it.
then also, like, how long would it have to be shut down in order to build whatever this is
I'm
as
gonna send
well?
them a text right now.
So to clarify really quickly, we're gonna add, the pool, the Kedron pool, and I'll just say pool, because it could be possibly the bubble or permanent structure, in the hockey rink, repair, replace, or possibly enclose, to the city manager's list to identify funding for the Battery Way paving, Drake Field, Kelly Drive Park, and the pickleball venue. Correct?
So back to those four, the Battery Way Park wasn't only paving. It was playground and bathroom.
Correct.
Playground, bathroom, and paving, yes.
Correct.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Correct. And then pickleball at 18 courts with leaving space for future expansion. The Kelly Drive plan, which we know we have $1 million in SPLOST, but we also know it's going to cost double that to fund the concept. And then Drakefield bathrooms, which we have $500K in the SPLOST. I just want to say, I want to know from Justin how we would address all this and his recommendation for funding of these with everything on the table, even if it means dipping into reserves. I would like to know how much of it would be in reserves. Then we can say, oh, like you said, oh, hell no. Then we have the option to decide. I would like to know what it would take to make these priorities, we talked about Justin's too. I would like to know what it would take to make these 4 priorities a reality. Is that fair?
Those 4, we already have the one with the splash pad, so it's 5 total.
Yeah,
Yep,
but we already
okay.
had that
Yep.
conversation. Those 4, Battery Way Park to include paving, playgrounds, and bathrooms. Pickleball, 18.
Yep.
Kelly Drive, the whole shebang. Drake Field, we've got
Bathrooms.
$500,000 budgeted for bathrooms. I would like to hear, for us all to consider together, Justin's recommendation if we said to him, find it.
And Mayor,
Do
actually,
it.
would you all consider it to be 6? Because if you're adding the Kedron pool
I was gonna
and the
say.
hockey rink, it's technically 6.
Okay,
Right.
Yeah, I would like to put them all together.
okay. I mean, do you have any objections?
No,
Let's
but
hear
We need the
it.
information, so
It's warts and all, right?
It's, whether it's good or bad, we need to know that information of the costs and timing and details.
So
We
I
need
can,
that.
so here's what I want to do then. I can get all that put together and I can present it in a work session in the next month or 2
That's cool.
for those
Were
6
you originally
for
asking
those
us
6
for a
things.
a priority and we're saying for those 6, just do them all? Is that essentially what?
No, I'm
No,
not
no.
hearing, just so you all know, I'm not hearing that we are doing all these things. I'm hearing we want information on what it would take to do all these
Yeah,
things.
give me the lowdown.
Okay.
Yeah,
These 6 things.
what I'm hearing is, okay, there's 7 if you include the splash pad, but there's already funding
Yes.
for that. So you're looking at, okay, these are the 7 things we've identified that we're gonna
Consider.
maybe do,
Yes.
but we're gonna look at the numbers.
Yes.
Before we say, yes, we do, or no, we do not do.
Yes, that's what I'm hearing.
So,
Same.
because, which goes hand in hand with, you can't make an educated decision if you don't have the data,
That's
period.
right.
So.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I'm hearing the same thing.
Let's find out.
And so to clarify too, this is something Justin's gonna work on aside from the rec advisory group to just prioritize these
Yeah, I think.
quicker, is
I
that
think
what?
it- I'm sorry, go ahead,
I
finish,
just wanna
sorry.
make sure I understood that too.
Well, then
Yeah,
with
I
them
mean-
coming on, I can present this to them.
I like that.
And I could present to both. I can present to you and the RAG, or
We could have,
we're having to
You
kind
know,
of feel our way with
combined.
with the new citizen groups.
I would like to not necessarily take the rag and hit them with a Mack truck on
Here you
day
go.
one, okay?
Okay.
It may delay, yeah, if this is priority,
like-
it may delay.
Well, I'd say, yeah, if you
kinda
guys have already
getting on.
decided we want to see these things, then I'll come to you.
okay,
And that way the next set, they could
Be-
then present.
that's what you said, right, Suzanne?
What? Say it again.
I said, you all are deciding now to me that you want to see these things in the next month or two at a work session. So that tells me not go to RAG, I'll come straight to council with the breakdown of these 6, 7 things
Yes,
for you to
that's,
consider.
that's essentially what I'm saying, because the recreation group is just getting started up. They're not getting emails and phone calls and whatever from all the citizens for the last, year or two, saying, we want this, we want that, we don't want this, we don't want that.
12 years.
Yeah, so, the issue is, like I said, it would be like hitting them with a Mack truck, trying to ask them to make a decision when they don't have experience with it, and how would they end up looking at the budgetary aspects of it?
Yeah. They,
Because dangling grapes in front of people and saying, okay, you don't have to look at how much it's gonna cost, what do you want? Oh, I want an natatorium, that's how that's on there. Well, best estimate for the natatorium is it's $90 million, and it's like putting a hole in the lake like a boat and throwing money into it, because it's gonna cost you a couple of $1 million a year just to maintain it, and that's in perpetuity. So, you can't ask the rec group to look at it when they don't have to be responsible to find the funding forever to do certain things. So until you get them up to a certain point where they understand, okay, tell us what the citizens really want, but we want you to also understand the answer may be no.
Oh, yeah.
And
And that's,
that's a tough one.
and we've been very clear with the
Yeah.
TAG group with that as well, like looking at the path plan
Yes.
and looking at, okay, well, certain things you recommend, the staff and the council, and it's written in the
Yeah.
ordinance, the staff and the council don't have, you
Yeah.
can say no.
Yeah.
Um,
Well-
plus to your point, let's let them get their legs under
Yeah.
them. Let's give them the list
Small
of
things.
the smaller things that we know our citizens want.
Have them look at our maintenance stuff, like
Get
how
going
how
on
we
that.
do maintenance and get recommendations. I think that's all good stuff. I just texted back and forth with Harold. The lead time on a new bubble is 10 months. So. and
That's
what-
fine.
So we have until pretty much like winter, October, November, December to
This year.
really, this year.
To
really,
get it
to really
back
say.
for next year's installation.
To say we need to go.
Well, that's certainly enough time to be able to get enough understanding of what a permanent structure would be too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you got a little bit of leeway there.
All right.
Do they have lunch yet?
Good discussion. I don't think
My
we
stomach's
brought
rumbling.
lunch. We're about 8 minutes into, closer to lunchtime. Justin, you
really
can
good
continue on
Are
the
there-
next item if you want to. Sounds like
Here it comes.
it's rolling right out.
Ask and you
right
shall
now.
receive.
Are there any other, because our schedule for after lunch is to start getting into just open general discussion. And you guys bringing up things, I have a couple things I want to bring up. In the next 8 minutes, is there anything specifically with the rec plan you want to talk about?
I think
There's a
we've
lot
hit it
in there,
very
and
well. I think Tim actually summarized it very well, and I think we ought to be
Thank you.
looking at the numbers before we do anything beyond that. Look at the concepts, the numbers, et cetera, and then we can make some, good decisions from there.
So just to summarize, so we talked about I think, 6, 7 projects with the splash pad
Right.
about that we're going to kind of focus in on, not saying we're doing them yet, but to do more research, get more data, bring it back to council to consider. We also are going to talk with the county about the fee
Yep.
that they
Oh, yeah.
pay. I think that's, and then, I think those were the 2 big ones, right? Was there, we had an updated fee structure recommendation, so based on our discussions with the county, and when we get into budget time, that'll dictate how that fee structure pans out for
Yes,
next
it
budget
will.
cycle.
I
Yes,
think
it
you were gonna
will.
look at the fees, right?
Yes.
Look at the, re-look at those.
Sure.
Sorry, I'll do a quick overview. Real quick. This mic is almost out. All right, so here where we are at for the rec master plan, we want to look at how we negotiate payments with individuals that are either in Fayette County or outside of Peachtree City. So Peachtree City versus non-Peachtree City folks. And we're going to look at how much money we will need to renegotiate with Fayette County to make the decision of how we do our fee structure moving forward. We want to look at shared cost with Brent Scarborough for paved driveway at the Mead Field. We want to have the city manager make recommendations on which 4 priority projects are most reasonable to complete with the current budget. That was a question that came from council.
We've kind of superseded that with
And we've
our-
moved to 7 now, 6 or 7.
Sure.
So we've, that's our last conversation that we just had. So I'm
Yes.
going to pull that one out. Review solutions and costs for the hockey rink, building a new structure versus enclosing the current one. So that's the conversation we had around that. And then have RAG review smaller items that are important to the Peachtree City citizens. And then, of course, we had 6 specific priorities, including the splash pad that we're considering, and then more research needs to be done around the cost for those things. Once that information is shared, then the council will be able to move closer to a decision on what they want to do moving forward. Sounds good? All right. Did I miss something?
Well, just, Justin's gonna be presenting it at a work session.
Okay, thank you.
aside from the budget.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jasmine, for that
Nice.
last note.
No, these are gonna be presented to council. Yeah.
That was less painful than I anticipated.
It's a good
And
plan.
give food as a treat after.
Yay.
Reward.
We get a treat.
Okay.
So is everybody ready to break for lunch?
Yes.
Sure.
Oh, yes, please, break for lunch.
And if we, I guess if we're done before 1, we can decide to start early so we can get
That's
out
right.
earlier.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Can we allow Steve to eat Frank's lunch? Or you're not, oh, that's right, you don't eat. Oh, that's right, you're on the.
that's added to the list for the record. And so now we can continue our conversation. Justin, I want to open the floor back to you. You can pick up from here, and then we can move forward to our open discussion and anything else the council would like to talk about this afternoon.
Yeah, were there any other lingering recreation items we needed to discuss before we move into open discussion?
I'm good.
I'm okay.
Okay.
I think that the one that was just brought up about the cricket field, that's just a reconfiguration of it. The amount of money involved in that has got to be relatively low, because you've already got existing 2 soccer fields there. So you just want to make sure that you can reconfigure appropriately for the use of it by the cricket people.
Well, the area in the plan they're talking about is 2 soccer fields and then a baseball field, which there's currently a path that runs in between them. And there's also a pretty big dip off, so there will have to be grading.
So you do have some cost other than just laying it out. There's going to be a
Yes.
little bit of construction cost.
Yes, and I believe the recommendation of CPO is for it to be turf.
Okay.
Can we
So-
price it out both
Yeah,
ways?
I was going to say, can we get some costs on that?
Yeah.
And I think, as we say, we can have some PPP people involved maybe on that. And I think that, I know that Frank Testadio is very well connected in the cricket area, so we may be able to get some additional help from the citizens.
Okay.
Okay?
All right. So I'm going to open it up to open discussion. I have a few items, but I'm willing to wait because I'm willing to let y'all bring items up first. Any items you have, and then I can do my stuff at the end.
Okay, can I just for one moment set some ground rules for how we will do our open discussion? So I think this worked when we met last time, where we do 2 minutes so an individual can get their complete thought out, and the facilitator will determine if 2 minutes is beyond the time and they're still talking, to not cut that person off, to let them finish their thought. But if it's something that we can't solve a problem and we're just sort of rehashing it and moving around and we're not getting anywhere, we'll probably put that in a parking lot to revisit afterwards, so that we can have continuity of enriched conversations where individuals can agree on things, and that we can be as effective and efficient with our time. Is that okay with everyone?
Yes.
Yes, all right, wonderful. And so I would like to open the floor right now for us to begin our open discussion. So the first person move ahead with their
Let me
point.
go, somebody else.
Okay.
I have an itty bitty. I got to go to a interfaith luncheon a few months ago that has just really stuck with me, because I was so impressed with all of the resources that were represented there. I just couldn't get over it. Did you know there's a nonprofit called Sleep in Heavenly Peace? If any child in Fayette County needs a bed, they will give them a bed.
Wow.
I mean, the Healing Bridge, AV Pride, summer lunch programs, Thanksgiving dinners at the Islamic Center. If you can't afford Thanksgiving dinner, you can pick one up at the Islamic Center. And I just wondered, how would you feel about making a list of nonprofits, not businesses? Oh yeah, Bloom Foster Youth, a list of these nonprofit resources somewhere on our website. It means we have to spend a little bit of staff time putting it up there and maybe even maintaining the site, but I just think this is one more list of resources for our citizens. I was really impressed.
I think it's a good list, and I think that's fine. I think we need to make sure we get permission from them to put them on the website. You know, do you mind if XYZ goes on our website? Because you may be called. The people may call on you. I would think you'd want to get a little permission from these.
As needed. How's
As
that?
needed.
How's
Yep.
that? Any objections?
I have no objection.
I don't have any objection. How do we decide though, like, which ones we put on there? I mean, those were the ones represented at that luncheon, I think, but there's probably more.
I mean, if you know more than I do, probably. If you have others, I would say nonprofits, I would say we draw the line at businesses. This is
Yes.
not about promoting,
No.
even though there are some very valuable resources out there, addiction counseling or whatever. I probably would draw the line at businesses.
Well, there is, I can tell you at our church, we have at least 2 separate ones that reach out to the community. Of course, Catholic Charities is one, and the other one is St. Paul de Sale, I believe it is, to help out families that are in need of food and things like that. So there's those in addition to the ones that you brought up. I'm sure we can all send you or send, who you're going to have this to, Justin? We'll send him the information and you can disseminate it appropriately.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other items that you would like to bring up at this time?
I have a couple, but if someone else wants to go ahead.
Go ahead for now, I'm looking
Okay.
for my notes that I can't seem to find.
All right, I'm going to give you 2 pieces of paper. The second one, the family would like it to be a surprise. If we were to move forward with this, you'll see what I mean in a minute. And if you don't mind.
Which one would we read first? Does
Well,
it matter?
The second one would be a surprise to the recipient if it were to come through.
So obviously, we need to not discuss that openly.
We can discuss it openly without a name, if that makes sense, because we're here to talk about the concept of naming. We now have a naming ordinance. I think that ought to do it.
Policy?
We have a naming policy. And
Hopefully the ordinance. We're trying to get all the policies into ordinances or.
so actually, these are both old. The first one is a proposal to rename the library for M.T. Allen. This had come up about a year ago. And then the second one was brought up a year ago, a little bit of discussion, but we didn't do it and we didn't move forward on it. And again, it would be a proposal to rename the island. That's all I will say about it. And if you don't want to decide today, that's fine, or if you want to wait for Frank, these have been kind of languishing, so it's not any kind of a hurry.
Oh, and you said this one is a secret, is that what you're saying?
It would be a surprise to the recipient. Their family knows about it and wants to do it, has written this nice little missive, but the actual name on the sign would be a surprise to them until like the unveiling.
So are you wanting to discuss these, or?
I would love to,
And no names, though.
without names on that one.
Okay.
And if it's worth anything to you, I don't have any after these. I don't have any
We-
more.
Yeah.
Refresh us on exactly what the policy says on all of this with regard to naming buildings after living or dead.
I believe it's 10 years minimum after service. I'm sorry.
Well, the library one has passed away. M.T. Allen has passed away about 5 years ago.
Is there, I know you've mentioned some of these to me, and my concern more with the library is that the cost involved in that, like when we did the council chambers, there was a donation to help cover those costs. I think the one for the library would be significantly more than that, because you're having to change the name of the library on everything that has the name of the library.
Yeah.
Which is a lot. So is there an amount that's been offered to
Yeah,
help?
the family, if I remember right, a year ago, the family would be happy to fundraise, provide funds. We never got to the point of asking for details, and we never priced it out.
I agree with that issue, that, you know, would an alternative be to do more of almost like a commemorative type plaque wall of the head librarians in sequential order or something to just, I don't know, recognize? That would be more appropriate? And not necessarily changing the name of the entire,
Well, it's not that it can't. I guess it would depend on what the cost was and what they offered. She was the very first librarian, right? And was there for like a long time.
First female employee and nearly 40-year-long career as the head librarian.
now that's obviously different than Frances Meters.
As far as,
Well,
Our council chambers.
Right,
Wasn't
but
she
I know, but I'm
before?
saying,
She's-
she started out,
oh, yeah, I
I
don't
mean,
know.
who
think
was
she
the
was
first
before.
female
That
employee?
should have been
Was
her.
it Frances or was
So
it?
Frances was the city clerk, whether, she was the first city clerk and kind of
Still
ushered
an
in
employee.
everything. Pardon me?
Still an employee?
So I'm not sure, clearly she wasn't the first employee, she was the first city clerk, Frances Metters.
I just emailed you all a copy of the policy, just a reminder, there are two categories, so there's a factor, one is
Excuse me.
separate. That's a financial donation, and then there's a commemorative or memorial recognition. So there's two different categories within that.
So then what was the Metters? Because that's not,
Commemorative,
Metters,
you don't have to be dead.
it was
right, but
commemorative,
it was,
but there was a donation
there was,
provided.
so it was commemorative with a donation.
Correct. The donation was not provided by Ms. Metters herself, it was actually provided by the Rotary Club.
Right.
Or the Metters family, right. the Rotary Club. The benefactor is more of a large financial gift. or
Right.
A donation.
Right.
Not just specifically paying for the signage, but actual large gift.
That's where Clint keeps saying Coca-Cola.
Correct.
Yeah, just using it as example.
Yeah, I would prefer to not make a decision on this today, but I can read through this. I probably want information.
That's all I ask. I'll save a
and-
copy for Frank.
I will say, I also like the name of that island. I like Spyglass Island. I'm not opposed to it. I just need probably some more information and
Okay, so we're
to
gonna
mull
wait.
this over.
That sounds good. I have, next item, you want to just kind of stew on that? That's okay. We don't,
Do you have a third one that you wanted to bring up? Okay, go ahead.
actually, I have two more.
Okay.
And they're both a task force. My suggestion would be, we had some conversations about our parade last year.
That was on my list.
Thank you. I think that our parade is always a topic of conversation, good, bad, or in between. We made some changes. I'm not sure they were well received.
I think we are sure they were not well
I
received.
think you're right. I think you're right.
Didn't we talk about the parade at the
I thought it
last
was already
retreat?
resolved.
Did we resolve it that it's going to be able to throw candy out?
Yes.
Okay, then I forgot that. I don't
I
remember it being.
didn't, thank you, I didn't remember that.
There's
What
two
I
of
was-
us that didn't
if
remember
I-
that
If I may,
specifically.
what I was going to suggest is that if there's anyone here in this room today who would probably have a good bead on what our young families want to see in our parade, it might be Councilmember Johnson. And I was wondering if we would want to ask her kindly to take on a task force role, a small group of your choosing. I would really not have a suggestion beyond, let's let Laura get together with some of the young families in Peachtree City, make a task force and some recommendations about the candy, the music.
Is there any, like, sort of a role like that exists? Because I don't know how this would work out. Let's say hypothetically, I help do something, like, I can't direct staff, I can't, I'm like, should there be,
We have a set committee that's internal. So it's the special events team, I guess, special events team. And they have open meetings, like they have open meetings, they advertise their agendas, and they go over all the events we do, they go over the private events like night market, and they go through the whole 4th of July parade. You know, it's got a representative from police, representative from fire, recreation, public works. It's got all the departments represented in there, and they talk about logistics of all the events. I mean, any council member is welcome to attend those as well. I mean, they're open to the public. So we do have an internal one, but not a citizen committee for events or the parade.
And with this reminder, the mayor technically can create committees and appoint members.
And like a council member to head it up? Is that,
That would be up to the
Be
mayor.
up to
oh, it's up to the mayor? Oh, gotcha. I like the idea of helping with this. I'm not gonna lie, because I feel like there is room for improvement, but good grief, do I not want all the backlash of when people don't like that. I don't.
I would make a suggestion
Well, the
for
candy's
you.
definitely happening.
The candy
Yeah,
is
the
happening.
candy's-
That was decided.
Thank you.
I would,
And also, I'm telling
talk
you,
about
when y'all are like, if y'all are saying, because I know y'all, I've never done a parade, guys, but I think our city limited how many entrants there were, things like that. And I'll just say I'm a partier, I don't like limits. What were you saying, Claire?
yeah, I have a point that, it's great that we have young families that have children and stuff, but don't forget about the grandparents who have grandkids here. I mean, the grandkids are, they're gonna get disappointed too if they don't have some voice in there, have their grandfather or grandmother be part of this little task group that you have. So it's not just all young mothers, it should be grandparents in there too, speaking for their grandchildren who may not have their mother around. So, and I hear that often at many of the places I go to. I hear from the grandmothers and grandfathers, like, why don't we get a voice in what goes on at that parade? Just a thought for everybody.
Okay, well, I'm like, I could take this or leave it. I'm not saying like I have to be the person for this. I'm like, is there among us on the council certain things that we'd like to, I'm like, what is it that you want to see in a
I
parade?
think,
Or not see in the parade?
I think that staff has had trouble getting bands, and we would all love music. If you've got another angle to that, then super duper. The candy, obviously, we need to bring back the candy. Limiting the number, anything that you think we should be talking about. Honestly, I would rather you do it than me.
You're gonna be the villain.
Well, we don't want that either.
I have a suggestion for all of the council to decide upon, is that the grand marshal should be the entire city council, riding in front as the grand marshal of the parade. Because I think that would be a sign of unity, that we would be riding all together in the front of the parade. Because I've been asked to go to this one, and this one, and this one in the parade, and I'm saying, how do I divide up? I want to go here and this one and that one. They want me to ride in their floats, and it's a hard decision. I like the idea of, let's do it as a council. We're all in there. Just a thought for everybody to think about.
I don't want to be grand marshal.
Well, but this council is the grand marshal, not you, if I may say it that way.
We can have a council float.
Yeah,
I
that's
like
what I'm
that.
saying, a council float.
Okay.
Well, isn't that the same kind of thing as?
So you're just
okay,
saying all of us
yes, there's a
together
grand
instead
marshal,
of-
but the first float right behind the grand marshal would be the city council, and have them have a little, I don't
Sure.
know, a little float where all of us sit on and, hey,
I
you
like
guys
that.
elected to us, you
I like
guys
that,
elected
Cliff.
us. Oh, I see a frown over to my left here. What's your thoughts, Suzanne?
You want me to ride with you instead of my peeps? Are you kidding
Yeah,
me?
I know,
Come on,
I know.
Suzanne.
We
I've
thought
been the
we
same
were your
thing.
peeps. We're your peeps, right?
I'm
You
just
door knocked
One
kinda
me
sick
out.
of a
out.
peeps.
Come
Huh?
on. Suzanne, I will tell you, I don't want to be in the parade. I love to sit on the sidelines with my family.
Wearing the costume.
Oh, hey, we don't need to talk about this.
Yes, we do.
We all saw it,
Yes,
though.
we do.
No, we do
We all
not.
saw
I
it.
have pictures.
Did I send you that picture?
I think so.
I don't think so.
I think so.
I just, if Laura is willing, and maybe she's not, and if she's not, I get it. If Laura were willing to head up a task force for a month or so, get
Well, I
some
just-
ideas, and bring it to the set group, I think it would be time well spent, her time well spent.
I just want to make sure that whatever is done correctly. I mean, are there changes as a council where we can send direction saying this is what we would like? I will say there is one aspect of this parade that I do not mind targeting, and that would be bands. I have a friend who would probably be very happy to, and we've talked about this, Suzanne, last time, I don't know if you remember this. But like, how hard would it be to find someone to just practice a few times with, like, get people
You
from
need,
the city
you need 2
to?
patriotic songs.
Yeah.
Right,
You
right.
play one, by the time you pass that, you
Right.
start the second
all you
song,
need.
and the people who heard that song are way behind you.
Yes, and I'm like, how many people in the city have been like members of a band? They can get together a couple of times and practice if they want, and it's just whoever wants to come, and we can provide shirts for them, and, you know, they can sign their waivers, and, like, if there's any aspect that, like, I really would love to get behind, like, I could, but the city has to do that, huh?
City has to do what?
Like, if we want to publicize it, it has to be a, I don't know,
Publicize what?
again, like,
Come
I
and
don't know
join
how.
the city band.
Yeah,
Oh,
how could we
yeah.
put it together?
I mean, we could, or someone could
Or you,
designate
I mean,
themselves
if
to
you
be-
are the
and request to be in the
task force
parade.
leader,
Yeah.
you could grassroot it.
Get the Booth Middle School band director to round them up.
I think
We
so
have
many
tried
people are
this
gone, and
for
I know Jasmine's tried.
We have tried.
But like Mr. Burton is the old retired Booth band director who is phenomenal. He's so great. I don't know, go ahead.
No, you wanted to finish your thought.
Nope, I don't even know if I had a thought to finish, go ahead.
Okay. 2 years ago, at the Memorial Day, we had a beautiful band, even though it wasn't outside, we all had to go inside because of the rain. And we had, I don't know the name of that band, that was a kind of a band / orchestra. Do you remember, Kim, what that was?
It
We
was
were allowed
so
to go-
chaotic that
Yeah, it was
day.
chaotic that day because we had to go from the outside to the
For
inside.
Memorial Day?
And there was a great band.
Yeah, and they're all
and-
volunteers.
Oh, my God, they're all volunteers, and they're all citizens here locally, I would say. They play great music. I know some of the members of that. I certainly talked to them, but it's, you know, is there anything that you can add on that, Justin or Jasmine, to that issue?
They were marching band, that's the.
To put them on a float.
Oh, this is not gonna be, they are not gonna be marching in sync. These are just people walking and.
You're right.
like-
They're just,
Well,
they're
we're not-
great
not
musicians. They're not
during
marching bands. You're right.
Yeah, I don't know if they could march in, I
Walk and
know
play.
our recreation department has looked at that, our communications department has looked at that. We have tried in multiple different aspects to find, I mean, we even reached out to the band, the Braves band, we reached out. The problem is there's so many organizations
busy.
doing things on 4th of July
Yeah.
that, you know.
You gotta
they-
schedule them 2 years in advance.
Well, some of them are not even, I mean, they just have this, they already do it, and there's just no moving. We looked at the Falcons, we looked at the Atlanta United Band, we looked at the Atlanta Drum Academy, as I mentioned, we looked
We
at the
asked some
school.
colleges.
We had, right,
Yeah,
so
'cause
we
you were
have,
paying these people to come.
and we were willing to pay. Some, there, I mean, I'm not gonna say we didn't receive any people who were interested, but the amount of money they were asking was not even worth to, you know, I mean, I think I can probably pull up an invoice of one
you
for
don't-
like 10 people for thousands of dollars. It just wasn't,
Right.
yeah. So,
Laura, if you don't mind, I'll reach out to the people that I know in this group in the city and see if there is even any interest or whether they've already been booked or whether there's a cost, and I can have them, can I shoot them over to you after I talk to them?
I mean,
That's a yes or no question.
I don't mind, I do not mind it, I don't
Okay.
mind it. But like, is this okay for something for me to just,
Yeah.
Do?
Yeah. I think you've been handed the football. Go. Go.
Only if you want to run with the ball.
Yep,
Only if
exactly.
you want to run with it.
I'm seeing this look, Suzanne, what's up?
Well, no, I mean, a lot of what has been talked about is stuff that I had already figured out in the past. You and I kind of talked about it like a year ago.
Oh, my word.
It was quite some time ago. There was a question with regard to the high school bands, and of course, they disband at the end of the summer, and so they're not practicing. That doesn't mean that they couldn't make the announcement and get some kids to sign on and come up with some email addresses and whatever to kind of like, you know, rig them up. And, you know, if we're talking two simple patriotic songs, you know, that would be relatively easy, and it doesn't have to be a precision marching band. I would say you could probably get a whole bunch of retired volunteers to join into that.
That's
if
what
you put
mostly
the
that
thing
band
out.
is.
Yeah.
But it would probably help to have some sort of a float that the ones who can't march can ride, so that you would have that as, you know, an additional to the younger high school kids who can obviously walk potentially, and maybe come up with an
Yeah.
appropriate. But the question is, that's going to be, you know, one music group out of how many in the parade,
Sorry,
and
I'll
it's
get
going to
it
be
later.
here and gone. So, you know, that doesn't necessarily solve
Thank you.
the total lack of music, unless we get such a huge group that we can break it into multiple groups. One in the beginning, one in the middle, one toward the end,
Oh, girl,
you know.
you're making me.
You getting nervous?
No, but, you know,
No, my answer is no.
she's not nervous at all about that answer. And it was a yes or no question. No, but the
Give this
issue.
30 seconds and I'm like,
The issue is, you know, it's just, you know, float after float, you know, golf cart after golf cart, walking people, throwing candy, whatever. And when you think of the 4th of July, patriotic music comes into mind. And so if
Well, I
you're
would-
going to try to do music, who knows? Maybe it could be broken into 3 different separate, smaller groups. It doesn't
possibly.
have to be overwhelming size band.
Yeah.
You get a couple of horns, couple of, you know, flutes and clarinets, get a drummer in there, and
There's an optimist.
I know. Well, I would say if this is something that we do, I would say like, let's start small and see how it goes and grow from that. Like if we say, yeah, you have to physically be able to walk, then we don't have to worry about a trailer. And then if we see that we have enough interest and it's big enough and that there's enough people who want the next year, then we say, okay, it was successful. We know what we're doing. We can expand it to that. And now if we have so many of the people that we can break it up, but I would say one band is better than no bands. And we can go from there.
in Florida, I was involved in the Nokomis Drum Circle group.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And
African.
And African
Oh, my
drumming.
gosh.
And we used to march.
That would be good.
That would be
We
fun.
used to march on the Saturday after Thanksgiving in the Venice, Florida, Christmas parade, which was at night. It was televised. It was fantastic. But we put together like a long flatbed trailer that had sides, and we had some very creative people who built the roof, and we had black lights, and everybody wore white shirts, and
Oh, cute.
we had benches that were built on there, so the people who couldn't walk and carry these heavy drums could sit. And then we had a lot of people walking. We had belly dancers. It was a party
Did you
on
belly
the go.
dance?
Huh?
Did you belly dance?
No. I'm a drummer. Let's not get the two things mixed up. But we also had the one year, here's a really good one. It works so much better at night. But we had the one guy, he was a welder, and he had these like flamethrower things that it was like, you know, he'd hit the thing and it was like shot flames out the front. It
In
was
the
like
parade?
fun. At night, it got a lot of attention. I'll tell you what. It was a party on the go.
Sounds like fun.
So is that a yes? We support you. We support you in this.
I can't walk the parade and carry the drum. A lot of people can't. So if we're gonna try to do a drumming group, I'd have to try to recruit some of them, like, shortly.
You want to do a whole section that's a drumming group?
the hand drumming group cannot play with all of the instruments in a regular marching
Right,
band.
right.
It's a
But it would be
different
just a
style of
different
music.
section. Yeah, yeah.
You know, it's
You want to head
it's
up
the
the
equivalent
drumming?
of belly dance music
Yeah.
with percussion only.
What other changes do you want to the parade that would necessitate me being in charge of a task force?
I didn't know we had the candy thing resolved, I gotta be honest.
You were
That's
not
what I
paying
thought, too.
attention.
But
The
we
discussion,
must
wait,
have
wait, wait.
lost that.
The
I brought
discussion,
that
just to
up.
remind you,
Hold
the
on a
dis-
second.
oh.
Okay, one at a time, go ahead.
the discussion reverted back to the obligation of the parent to keep the child out of the
Correct.
street, liability, et cetera.
Correct.
And why are we penalizing every child in the parade, or on the sidelines, for what one child made a mistake and a parent didn't control the child?
Yeah.
So, yes, there was an injury, but does that warrant, and we all said no, that it's the parent's responsibility to keep the child out?
I just don't remember it. That
Yeah,
doesn't mean
no,
we
it's-
didn't do it, but I've missed a
There we
few
were.
of
Wasn't it at
those.
the
Maybe we were
July
getting
retreat?
coffee.
Yes.
It was at the July retreat.
Got it, I hear you. I'm not arguing.
I wanted, I just didn't remember.
Clint and
That's
I
all.
think that we were getting coffee when that
See
conversation.
that?
Nope.
So there's that,
Are we done with July 4th now that we've got
Can I work
Laura
on the
in
band
charge?
section?
of course.
Okay,
Of course.
let me get my feet wet with the band.
Cool.
And I will see what I can do.
Good.
Suzanne, do you want to work on your drum? Do you have a group of people here?
Not yet. I've been bad. I've been busy. I've been getting
haven't.
myself
I've
onto
got
the
lots
city
of time.
council, so. Now, my grandson is a drummer, so right there I have, you know,
Oh, that's
that.
fun.
but- And I have an inside track to get to Bert, the
And this is like the single drum?
Stars Mill.
Like the-
It's a hand drum, an African
Yeah.
drum.
So you're going to be on it?
If we can get a
Sounds
float
like we've got two people now.
that qualifies
Got a twofer.
with
Yep.
seats. You know, it's hard to, a moving float, you don't want to be standing on with, you know, the whole time.
Do you sit on it, your drum? Or
It's
you want it
between-
like a box thing?
No, you don't
Okay.
sit on it, you sit on a bit.
Why don't you two?
This has
think we're
been,
good.
okay,
figure
okay,
out?
let's
I
move.
think we
We're
can
getting
move
in the
on. You
weeds
guys
on the
figure
drum.
it out.
Asking.
Really are.
Okay.
I'll work on a band.
I'm with
All right.
Clint. I was gonna say, we may not be able to solve this problem in this moment.
No, I know.
But we can have both our council members get together and work out the details of what
So
will
is
be
there an
in the
official
band.
task force thing, or is it just
I
Laura's
will
gonna
leave this in
work on some
Laura's hands. I
recommendations?
appreciate the conversation,
I
and
think-
I'll just leave it from there.
Because we've already given them the direction of we want candy thrown.
Yes.
And beyond that, the only other change that I've heard is work on a band, the drum thing, and then are we wanting to be in the parade as a council?
There
Which
you
I
go.
didn't hear-
Yeah.
I didn't hear
I'm for
I'm
that.
gonna
I'm
be on the
for it.
drum thing.
So you
And if
won't
I can
ride with the
teach any
council?
of all y'all how to drum in the next few months, you may be there with me.
Huh.
it'd be fun to learn, but I mean, I would be fine with riding with council on a float.
Okay.
Awesome.
I'll be more
I brought
comfortable
the
with the
idea up,
drummers.
so
I'm there
I'm
too.
certainly for
But
it.
you're,
Yeah.
what I'm hearing though too is you're gonna try to help us with the band recruitment.
I'll try to.
And
help with the
Suzanne's
band.
gonna look at band recruitment as a drum line.
Okay.
Did I hear that right?
As drummers.
Drummers, okay.
Here's a question for city staff. Were there other complaints, other than the lack of candy, that came out of
Right.
any of the process and procedure that was followed this year versus any other prior years, et cetera? Because it was different this year.
Was?
That people were not given an assigned position.
Yes.
And
Yeah, there were a
was
few-
that more chaotic or better in the
Oh,
long run?
It was chaotic.
I was not there. If you remember, I go to most years I go to Indiana for a family thing for the 4th. But I did, yes, there were some complaints. Talking with staff, I didn't hear that there were major complaints. There were a few out of the however many floats there were. And I get the logic on why, I get the logic on why specifically with that one staff wanted to do it was because a lot of times, like if people, they have an assigned number, there are people every year that don't show up, or there are people that show up right at the last minute, and you gotta rush them up to their spot in the front. So that was the reason, logically, why they wanted to do kind of the first come, you just start lining up. If we want to go back to the numbers, we can. It's just, I have no opinion.
Yeah, it wasn't, I mean, there were people complaining day of or right there because they were just used to going to wherever they wanted, wherever their assigned number was. But once everyone
Okay.
got lined up, it wasn't like an ongoing issue. So
But I
it
ha-
made
I
it
have no
logistically
opinion.
Easier for staff.
Yeah, I get the logistical argument of staff with that one, of our event staff with that one. But I have no strong opinion either way.
The only complaint that I recall hearing afterwards was from people who watched, not from people who were in the parade, but that there were big gaps.
Yeah,
Which is
and that can happen.
Traditionally a problem.
I was gonna say, that happens almost every year with a float, slowing, or people walking, slowing down and not keeping up with the float in front of them.
Well, I think, I don't know, I guess I can't say it definitively, but let me ask it. Maybe that was associated with the fact that you couldn't throw the candy. You had to have the people walking,
Yeah.
handing the candy, as opposed to throwing the candy and keeping
Keep moving,
moving.
yeah.
Because when the float is moving and you're just
Could be.
throwing the candy out, it's different than when you've got to have
So that-
people walking along and then running back to the float to get refills.
So that may resolve
find out
itself.
this year.
Yeah, that may resolve
Sure.
itself.
Kim,
Okay.
did you have anything else on your list before we move to somebody else?
Are we done with that?
Wait, was that task force number one? Didn't you have another one? or
I
something?
have one more thing,
Okay, go
and
ahead.
it's another task force, if that's okay. You don't mind?
No, go right ahead. I've got
Okay.
mine. I'll go over those when you're done.
Okay. I want to hear this too.
Question, clarifying question, for the purpose of Ms. Johnson, who's going to be managing this process for the parade, is how do you remind citizens about the protocols for the parade for safety reasons, liability reasons, for the fun that you want to have it without incident? So how do you communicate to citizens about protocols, about safety, et cetera, et cetera?
Are you talking about for the group that I'm trying to form or for the parade all in general?
Both, because these folks may be new and they may be unaware that there are protocols, and you want to ensure that they know there are protocols.
Right.
And in addition to that, for education purposes, because we're still continuing with it, and for safety, you want to make sure.
Well, every entrant into the parade gets a sheet, right, of
Got it,
what the
okay.
do's and don'ts, the liability stuff,
Awesome.
the L word.
Well, and I feel like I've seen publicized from the city regulations for the
Oh, yeah.
parade.
Yeah.
It gets
That
put
goes
out,
out.
like, when you're
That's
looking
fine.
to apply or submit, to register for a float or whatever in the parade, that's already pre-posted. Here's gonna be the regulations that you'll have to follow.
For floats, but for citizens who will participate, given the fact that there were incidents and you want to make sure that there's no repeat, how do you, and I understand there's a paper that
Okay, yeah.
everyone gets.
Are you saying-
Not for the general public.
Right.
Participating in the actual parade or participating by just going to the
Just
parade
going.
as a viewer?
As a viewer,
As a viewer.
correct.
So how are we,
Planning to educate participants, meaning as a viewer, to go to the parade, have fun, but observe the city's protocol for participating in the parade as a viewer.
Well, we post a lot of stuff beforehand about like when, especially like with the fireworks stuff, like when you can put the blankets out, when you can come line up for the
Sure.
route. I think maybe this year we talk about, throwing candy. And then we also, I think we need to post, like you are responsible for your, it's something to that, I don't know how you word it, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
done
keep out of the parade route.
well, and I think for each float, they've had people walk beside to help guide people out of the street, right? For
That
every
was a new
sign up.
requirement, correct, because there was no throwing of candy, they required for them to have spotters, but also those were supposed to be the ones handing out the candy. Instead of physically throwing it. Because what was happening was the children were running up and grabbing the candy off of the street.
Correct.
We did talk about that. One of the things we see, we looked at other parades, what are other parades doing? And sometimes you see barricades or barriers or just any type of physical deterrent, even if it's caution tape. So we looked at that as well, but it's a long stretch to do anything like that, and we don't want to stop people from really, I mean,
Interacting.
interacting. I am getting messages from both Harold and Maria, so I am gonna read here some of the things that they, so they're watching.
Oh, my.
They did agree with Justin. They, that was the purpose of what they did. I'm
For
sorry.
the lineup?
For the lineup, correct. It was because of that. They did say that some of the gaps happened because people were stopping. They recognized people, they were chit-chatting with the crowds, people that they knew. And another complaint was, I don't know if this is supposed to say floatzilla or floatilla. But it said just the political floats. Oh, no, she did say we always require to have spotters. So that wasn't something just new this year. And I did get complaints, but nothing major. I think some of the things that we did hear from residents was when they put their stuff down, when they actually went to the location, and as I was there, I was hearing people complain that they felt like they couldn't leave to the restroom with their small kids, or they might have been their first year there, and there was no food options if they didn't know to bring food with them. So at the designated locations where people stand and wait for, or set up and wait for the parade, for the fireworks, after, they didn't know, oh, hey, I need to bring a cooler with stuff, to have snacks and stuff for the kids. So we were talking about possibly having,
We'll do a social media post.
yeah, or we can, we were
Thanks,
talking about possibly letting food trucks set up at certain locations so they could have an offer to, buy food if they need to. But people were pretty good this year with making sure they didn't put their stuff down too early. We have in the past had issues where people put their stuff down before the sun came up and their stuff was gone or moved. We didn't have issues with parking this past year, so there has been definitely some education. We did a really good job trying to get the information out, which helped. They put a lot of signs up, so we really didn't have as much of that we've had before. But probably, we did live stream
Well, I
this
was gonna say,
year.
this just popped in my head about the live stream. I think people really liked it,
Yeah,
having it live streamed, so.
Oh, that was fun.
yeah, we got a lot of positive feedback. We did have some issues. One of the issues we did have with the live stream of the fireworks, there was so much traffic with the other people with their drones, caused our drone to crash in the middle of the live stream. I don't know if you guys noticed.
Yeah.
Fire department did a great job helping us pluck it out of the tree the next day, and they had another drone go up, but it was just that busy with the amount of people that had their drones up in the sky. But, I mean, we heard from people from all over watching the live stream, all over not just in Georgia. I mean, it was all over the United States, so that was pretty good. So we'll be doing that again this year.
So we will take a look, one moment, to revisit our communication plan for how we educate our citizens about the parade, or anyone else who's going to be a part of it. Yes, ma'am.
On behalf of Laura, I think it's not the best option to task her with all of this stuff that the city really needs, the city staff, the rec staff really need to be the ones doing. Like with regard to some of the policies and procedures and things and, whatever. I got the feeling from the recommendation, and correct me if I'm wrong, if Laura's option is to talk to the people and find out some stuff and relay that, and put together some options for bands and try to work on that. I mean, are we really trying to make Laura like the one who's gonna do the whole? Yeah,
no.
so we need to
I don't
kind
think
of
so.
like.
That was not the suggestion. The
right.
suggestion was
Still
simply
the
to
set
ask the
committee.
question,
Okay,
because
got it.
she's working with new folks.
Yeah, I just didn't want you to
make-
get saddled with everything, because it sounded at a certain point in time with
No.
like, well, Laura's gonna this and make the rules and regulations about throwing the candy and make sure that everything
No.
gets sent out.
There was
And it's
also a
like,
point that I said,
no.
no.
No, that was not the intent.
She'll
I
try to
think
do some footwork on a band.
No, I think it's, one, if you're working with new people, let them be aware that there are protocols.
Right.
So that's education. And two, because there'll be new things coming out from her ideas, just to
Right.
educate whatever is coming out. And staff is available to do that. She's not doing it. they're already doing it. It's just adding to what they've done to make sure that information gets pushed out.
Yeah.
But there is no expectation for her to be stepping in to do what staff does. That's not her role.
Because the other kind of like fine line that I'm kind of looking at is, you know, as a council member, Laura cannot go directly to the rec staff
Absolutely.
and tell them, do this, do this, do this.
Right.
It's got to go through Justin.
Justin, correct.
So layers of whatever, and I'm saying, make the fewest changes possible, but only make the ones that are really the most needed, if any.
Again, I just said like, I would be happy to see what I can do about a band.
Music.
And then I said, any council decisions where we can direct Justin to
Right.
give our direction cumulatively to him. I don't want to be the one saying I'm making changes to a
And
parade.
it sounded like y'all
I'm-
wanted a float too.
I am happy, what's that?
Y'all want a council float.
I would be for a council float. I'm not heading that up.
Yeah, I know. I know.
You're going to be on the drum thing with me, aren't you?
I mean, I'll be running back and forth.
No, to the end of the parade?
But I'll see what I can do about getting someone who could help with a band. And then what would I do? Put them in contact, I guess, with the city
Yeah.
and kind of go from there, where I'm not the one interfering with telling y'all that I can help communicate or something.
Are you gonna be the,
Absolutely. I'm on the
Maybe
float.
too,
I know
like
I'm
with
going to
the-
find someone
She's
who's
going to
really
wear a
good.
costume. It's a little hot for that, but, yeah, With the drum major?
yeah,
My costume has a fan. No, I'm on the council float, so I won't even see the band that I helped create if I'm on the council float.
go back and watch the live stream.
That's true. I'll be like this, waving to people and watching my.
Make them stop the float when it gets to McIntosh making the turn and get off so you can watch the parade go past.
Exactly.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Exactly.
I could
I do
hop
that.
off.
Well, actually, the
Oh.
whole city council
have your
float could
family
pull off
stationed
there.
there.
And
Yeah, I could
stay
hop
there for
off.
the
If my
duration.
family's later on, then I can we're usually at the beginning, but we could move. I'm usually the one out there at 5 a.m. setting up my family's and 15 other families' stuff, and
Okay.
so we'll
So-
figure it out.
All right, can we, you've been clear about your,
Is this enough parade talk, Suzanne?
You can tell it's near and dear to our hearts, right?
yeah, I understand that, and absolutely, it's worthy of you to put in that much thought and time into that, because clearly it's important to everybody in the city, so we want to make sure we continue to have a really good parade. And you're clear about what you will and will not do, and no one is expecting you to cross over into what staff would do, just to make sure, you know, the things that you would like to see be done better, you said that, you want to be able to share those things and make the parade even better than it was before. So, having said that, I think you had one last thing.
One
you
last
wanted-
question.
wanted to share? Yeah.
If we're going to recruit citizens, teenagers, or whomever to potentially be in a band for Laura, I think that needs to start right away on social media. I think that putting the word out to, and, you know, what instrument do you play? Can you walk in the parade? Or do you need a ride? You know, and start relaying that, you know.
Yeah, no, it would
I
probably
think
have to
the
start, yeah.
sooner, I mean,
Right.
you're not gonna get these people, signing up on the 1st of May.
Yeah.
You know, you need to start like immediately to
And then you have to
identify.
name your band, you gotta figure that out.
Especially in
And
the
then a
need to rehearse
logo.
some songs.
And then shirts, I mean, what color do you wear? We'll figure it out.
Peach.
But it's patriotic, do you wear peach when it's red, white, and blue?
The Peachtree Players.
Or red, white, and blue
The
peach?
Peachtree Players.
Okay, Suzette is telling us to move on. Like, she's tried like 4 or 5 times. I'm pretty sure at this
These are
point.
all great suggestions that need to happen in the first meeting when you sit down to talk about it with the team. Okay, Justin, next on the list of things, council?
I have one last one, and it's another task force, sort of a committee, but before I get too far down this thought process, I wanted to run this by all of you. Huddleston Road. Justin is going out to bid to design sewer, stormwater, path, and road.
And internet.
Huh?
And internet too, fiber.
And fiber.
You should
He's
have.
looking very puzzled.
Yeah.
Okay, let me get through this.
Okay,
Let me
sorry.
get through
Go ahead.
this. Justin is going out to bid, and we'll have new sewer, new stormwater, new path, and new road. Huddleston Road is gonna be great. It'll be inconvenient, and it'll be under construction, and then when it's done, it'll be safe, and we can finally get our golf carts over to all those golf cart businesses on Huddleston Road. And if we do nothing, the council, if we do nothing as far as visioning, planning, then that's all we're gonna get, and it'll be fine. We could do nothing. Or, there are all these placemaking places out there where they have businesses along a walkable corridor. I think there might be opportunity to integrate what we already have planned with something really cool. And over the holidays, I really thought about what it would take to have like a little tiny tight short-term task force, here's that word again, to look at what could be done over on Huddleston Road. I'm not the person to envision that. I wish I was, that visionary. Maybe I'm not. I finally put together in my mind what I think we would need to be effective over there and get a vision. And I think it needs to involve at least one of the owners. These are private, just so you know, it's Suzette, private property. An architect, someone who has intimate knowledge of city staff, like planning and zoning details. And then I did recently add one more to the list of requirements, and that would be a visionary leader. To give us some kind, take a look and give us a concept. I want no residential, I want no LCI. But I think there's a way to put together a small, tight group of people in the short term and say, take a look, see what you see, and give us a concept. Give council a concept. And I even came up with names, because this is not about tapping my best friend on the shoulder. This is about people who are qualified to do this work. And again, everybody works, everybody's busy. It would be like your city calls you. And if these 4 people will come together, I think we could get something really good out of it. So who owns most of the property over there, obviously?
John Prophet.
John Prophet would have to be on this committee or this task force, or it wouldn't make any sense. Who's the architect that we know in Peachtree?
Jefferson Brown.
I'm almost there, but who's been in Peachtree City for about 40 years and has done a ton of placemaking. It's Jim Strickland over at Historical Concepts. You know Todd Strickland? Okay, well, anyway, it's Historical Concepts, has been in Peachtree City for, I said 40 years, probably much longer than that. I would say Jim Strickland. From a staff and city planning standpoint, do you guys remember Chandra Wright? Do you remember her? Jeepers Creepers. You knew her.
I don't think any of
You knew her. You knew her. Chandra Wright used to work in our planning department. And then fourth and finally, I had to add to the list because he's so visionary, as we saw yesterday. Exciting. And again, no residential, no LCI. 4 Peachtree City citizens who have the background and the knowledge in this. And I think it could be a lot of fun.
I kind of get, oh, go ahead.
Can I add another name to that list? And I think this person, just a thought, you don't have to put it down, but just think about out loud. I mean, I've worked with Chuck Ogletree quite a bit, and I know he's a visionary. He's also a developer, so we got to be careful. But there's a guy who really does think outside the box, in my opinion,
I
in
agree,
my
Clint.
discussions with you.
I agree.
You know, that's another nice one to add to that. And he has his business here in Peachtree City. I'm not sure he lives in Peachtree City because I don't know where he lives, but I know his business is here and is doing very well for the products that he puts in and builds up. He does a good job.
And you know, another name, Suzanne, it's funny you tossed out Jefferson Brown. No question. Local, visionary.
Exactly.
And then the other one I would say, and again, I hate to have this conversation on a camera, but okay.
It is what it is.
Another visionary is Dan Davis.
Exactly.
So I would say, how do you feel about this? Those 4 people I had already talked to, they're willing to serve if asked. Why don't I add 3 names to their list, and if they want to tap into additional resources,
Okay.
that would be
And then we can decide at that point which of the ones we'll tap to be the final set. And it should be an odd number, so that you don't, if you do any voting and stuff there, consensus, whatever, you've got 5 people on it.
I just see 4 people bringing us a set of concepts and knocking our socks off.
Okay.
Thank you.
And it doesn't cost anything,
And it doesn't cost anything.
other than phone calls.
Thank you.
Thank
That's all I
you.
had, and I am done.
Okay.
Can we take a break?
Yes, I
Good.
can take a break.
That
Potty
works
break.
For me.
Yeah, you can take a break. All right.
She just really wants to talk about the parade some more.
No.
What do you want
I
to talk
really wanna
about?
go take
Parades?
a
No,
potty
we're
break.
done with that.
We just
I've
ate
got 6
lunch.
things.
Is there a name that you would like to give to the concept, the Huddleston Corridor something? I said
Huddleston
economic
Corridor Concept.
Concept, okay. Is it an economic driver of sorts, or no?
Well, it is, but that gets a little lengthy. What do you think, Jasmine?
What was the name you said again?
Huddleston Corridor Concept Task Force. Thank you. That's all I had.
You just don't want it to kind of like imply like, oh, start applying for a rezoning.
No,
Exactly.
No.
no,
No.
No, it's not like that much change.
no.
Use within your current zone.
All right,
All right, thank you, you answered that question.
thank you.
And I think that brought the mayor to the end of her, things she wanted to bring forward, so is there anyone
Well,
else?
if the ladies go, if they have something.
You
I've
go,
got-
Clint.
I got 6 different things to bring up.
Go ahead.
You sure?
No, let them
Let-
go. Let them go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, let them go.
Okay.
All right, first one on the list is the concept of, and I know we've spoken about it, but not very much, is do we have some type of plan for cart charging, golf cart charging around the city? I know you've talked about it before, Justin. I didn't know if you have anything further to flesh out on that.
Yeah, well, that comes back to, I think we've talked about it in passing with each other. The rec master plan mentions some spots. like
Right,
they-
it does.
I think they mentioned they recommend that we have them in all the major parks. They listed Battery Way. We have one at City Hall already. But yeah, they listed Battery Way. They listed, I think they listed Drake Field. But they listed a few of spots to potentially put golf cart charging at. Not necessarily vehicle parking, because then we get in, vehicle charging gets into a whole different ballgame and expenses. And cart charging is gonna cost too, to run electrical and do outlets and stuff. But we could
But it
definitely,
would-
I
they
don't
would
I don't have a map to give you to say. boom,
Right, but
boom,
they
boom,
would
boom,
have
boom.
to charge, regardless of where we put it, there would be, stick your credit card in for X amount of time to charge up your cart.
Well, CPL didn't, in their recommendations, they didn't say charge for it, they just said provide it. But we, that comes back to we could. That would lead to almost like with the lights, like with the athletic field lights.
Right.
It leads to frustrations of what do the card swipes cost us to do? What are the processing fees with the cards? How much maintenance and time are we actually spending on these things to make sure they work? And what is the ROI, like, are we actually recouping anything from a golf cart charging, based on all the maintenance we would have to put into the swipe machines and the third-party vendor to process and.
Again, I don't
We
have
could
any,
do it. I'm
I
not
don't have
saying we
any
can't.
opinions on all of those things. I just want to make sure this council at least has some points of discussion they may want to lay out there for everyone to hear about.
I think that's,
Char-
I think
cart
that would almost
charging.
be one of those good items for maybe the RAG to talk about, right?
Oh,
Okay.
the rag or the tag?
Either
Or
one of them,
both.
the tag
Kind of
too.
both, if we're talking about
See what
parks
they
and.
each come up with, but not necessarily have duplication of research, but
Well, I would think like
Like-
as we're designing new areas, it might be something that when we're constructing new areas that we consider putting in. How reliable are the ones that we already have? Are they problematic at all? Are they,
City Hall one goes down. I mean, people hit it with their carts.
Yeah, and they also plug in things that are
Not
not
batteries.
supposed to be charging.
Yeah.
So that causes it to sort of,
They just trying to get a freebie charge? Is that what they're doing? Or is just the wrong type of plug?
yeah, sometimes I think they use it's almost like a splitter to split the charging, and they charge multiple things at once.
Yeah.
And that causes it to, and then someone else plugs theirs up on the other side, so that.
We'll have them trip the breaker.
Yeah, they'll trip the
Like that's-
breaker.
It happens.
Right.
Okay.
okay, because I thought I had heard something about there have been some issues.
Yeah,
But that's all to do with the amount of amperage that comes in there. So if you up the amperage, you may be able to handle 2, 3, 4, 5 carts of charging, depending on the amperage you put in there. But that's up to the electrical engineers that can handle the decision of how much amperage do we put into this without having it trip.
It also is though that people are plugging up things that shouldn't be plugged up. It's
Oh,
almost
well,
like you're
that's
trying to plug in, you know, a certain watt versus what it allows. And so there's various reasons it could go down.
Sounds like a bit
So
of
how
an
much of a can
engineering
of
issue.
worms is it, you know, putting them in? Is the big, you know, that's what I'm hearing.
It would be, I mean, it, just like everything we do, it would be maintenance, it would be maintenance. I mean, it wouldn't be put it in and then we're just done with it.
Well, 'cause
Even if we don't do the credit cards, like it would be, people would hit them, people would hit them with their carts, they trip breakers.
Even if we get to a break-even point, that's good enough, because it is a service to our citizens.
And I think, Justin, didn't we look at one time, because there are, for vehicle chargers, there are where you can have a third-party company come in and they pay for everything, but they get their money back by charging. I don't think we were able to find anything for golf carts.
No,
Yeah,
yeah,
we
that's
couldn't
what,
find-
we were looking at different forms of charging, we were looking at maybe putting some car charging at City Hall, and there are companies that'll say, we'll front the cost, we'll do it, but we'll give you a cut of a percentage, almost like people that put, vending machines in a building.
But that's all to do with the plug that
That's
they're
cars.
plugging in, as opposed to a cart, which is
We
gonna
couldn't
be
find
different than
We
your
couldn't
car
Correct.
for electrical.
Now, I did talk with a company that does like the specific pedestals, like
Mm-hmm.
more the hardy ones that if somebody hit it, it shouldn't break it, which
Well,
is
you
not
should be
what
able to put in some
not what we-
balusters around that.
Well, what we have at
stop
City
from
Hall
being
is just
knocked
like a
over.
little one with little outdoor outlets you have at your house. The ones we were looking at were like actual kind of pedestals that if you hit it with a cart, it wouldn't move. It would hurt your cart.
Yeah, well,
Okay.
when my battery went dead and I was at City Hall, quite some time ago, I had to go home to get my charger, come back, rig it up, put it in, and that was when I discovered that my charger was no good, because forever and ever and ever, and it wasn't charging. And.
Was it your
but so-
charger or was it the outlet? It was your charger?
Oh, it was the charger.
Okay.
I took the charger in to have it repaired, and it was
'Cause that
definitely
outlet
the
has
charger.
tripped before.
But, I mean, I guess the question is, how many people carry their charger with them?
I don't.
I don't. So.
But if you're a
you know,
visitor, well, usually the
Sometimes when
visitors
I
use
go
the gas
places, I
golf
do.
carts that they rent.
Right.
Sometimes when I
So,
go on a long trip, I will take it with me because I'll know like, oh, and I'll know if they have a place where I can plug it in.
I mean, I was happy until it wasn't charging to at least have the option of a plug up there, but, I mean, how many we need to put in to really, I don't know.
Our code enforcement, we can probably, I don't know if they keep numbers, but they do sometimes have to say people, hey, I'll take you home and get your charger.
Yeah.
I've
It
seen people at
it
City
is
Hall.
something we've heard from people, more chargers in the city.
So the question would be, is that something we look at giving to Tag or Reg and asking them
I think so.
if we were to put chargers in, where would be the greatest need, et cetera, and then just go from that and find out
I
whether or
think
not
that's a good
people are-
task. I think that's a
Because
good
if
task for
it's,
them.
if it's more trouble than it's worth, that would be a concern then.
Yeah.
If it's more expense, more trouble, more maintenance, whatever, we have what we have right now. Who's complaining? How many complaints are we getting?
It's not,
So,
I've
so
heard,
there's the other issue.
I've heard
on
people
it.
say it, but it's not like it's
Yeah.
overwhelming, or it probably would
And-
have been a council
The
meeting.
people who break down complain.
Yeah, we do get calls, hey, there's a golf cart left here, we get a lot of those calls, but we don't know the reason. If
Right.
they're, because the battery, was it gas, did they get a flat tire? We don't know that, but we do get a lot of calls of, hey, there's been a golf cart sitting here all day. And PD, I'm sure gets tons, code enforcement, so we do get calls. And we do get calls, people asking for chargers, or the charger isn't working because it's been tripped. So we do, yeah. But I can't pinpoint a specific location. Golf carts break down all over the city. And I'm sure Goto is really appreciating not having chargers all over the city either.
I appreciate GoTo. Should I say that in a meeting? They have saved us multiple times.
There is, I've gotten numerous emails on this, and people have stopped me to talk about a problem within the city on the rail system that goes through the middle of our city. And that is, having quiet zones in the city. And it just so happens that this Thursday, there is a webinar on how to apply for quiet zones to the rail companies. And it's being sponsored. I'll send the link out if you all want it. I'm going to go do it this Thursday and listen in to
Yeah.
see what they have to say about how do we, as a city council, how do we go about getting quiet zones in our city? I live quite a ways from the railroad track, and at 2 in the morning, I can hear them blowing their whistles. So I can imagine anyone living nearby, they gotta be waking up out of bed. There's no question. I don't know if anything's been done in the
Oh.
city on this.
Oh, yeah.
It's been
Okay.
addressed.
I know it's been, but update.
I can almost answer that for you.
You probably could. I mean, we've read about quiet zones. We've read how to do them. We've talked with CSX about it. The people I'm meeting with about the Pascal thing, I think are the same people I've talked with the quiet zone about. And I can ask again. I can ask to go through it again. The hiccup is the historic church.
Yep,
Off of Sonoy Road? Yeah, Sonoy.
yep.
To do a quiet zone, we would have to own every crossing that goes through the zone, and every crossing would need to be updated up to their standards, up to the standards with the
Rails.
the arms, with the lights,
Drop arms,
with the
yeah.
signals. That crossing is not. When McDuff was being built, when Everton and Crestwind and Wilkesmore Woods were all coming online, the church was approached, and this is before my time, so this is just me recounting history I've been told. The church was approached, and I actually have seen the concept designs, I believe of this, of taking their driveway off Sonoy and the railroad and having it connect into McDuff. That's not really an option anymore because McDuff's been developed, like that all got developed with homes now. But they said no. I mean, they said no at the time. They didn't want to do that.
The church said no?
Church said no. I think we've even positioned to them, well, what if you sold us part of your driveway? They've said no. I mean, the biggest thing is they've just said no. And that's the big one, is that particular crossing.
Well, I certainly understand the religious freedom of having access to it and back, but if there's other access areas, you may have to go through Everton or wherever the case is and build a small access road to the church. I don't know if that's even possible. I'm just thinking
Well,
an
that's the thing
idea.
though, is when McDuff was coming along, it was asked. And they said no. I mean, at the end of the day, they have private property and we don't, I mean, where they cross the railroad, if the railroad has their easement, the only really person I think with power that could even force them to do anything is probably the railroad. If the railroad said, this can't be here, we could need to think of something.
Is that the only crossing in Peachtree City that sounds the horn? 'Cause I know
No.
where that's located. There's
No.
other,
Everyone that does not have the drop-down arms has to blow the whistle, especially in the middle of the night,
exactly.
which is why you have, "Ooh." And, I hate to say it this way, if you don't want to listen to the train sounds, don't buy a house near the train tracks.
I'm not near
You
near
said
the
it, not
train
me.
tracks.
I know
where
I'm not
live,
near
and
the
I can
train
hear it.
tracks and I can lay in my bed. It's more than, 2 miles away, or a mile and a half to 2 miles away. And I can listen to it in the middle of the night too, but that's not like being right next to it.
When they also, I mean, there's more crossings in Tyrone, so even if
Yeah.
Peachtree City was a quiet zone.
We'll still hear it from them.
They have to signal a certain amount of, I think it's a mile before the crossing,
Yep.
which would probably still put them somewhere in Peachtree City sounding for Tyrone.
Wow. Well, I'm going to
It's
go to the
complicated.
webinar this Thursday. We'll listen to see what they have, and obviously,
And there's a resident over there, I'm forgetting his name, that I email back and forth with him pretty consistently about,
One in Everton.
I think so.
I think he wrote to all of us at one point in time.
yeah, well, him and others too have written to me. But, be that as it may, I wanted to bring it up to at least we discuss that. If there's anything that can be done, maybe we can do. If there's nothing, I'm sorry. There's nothing we can do as a city.
I mean, my biggest thing is I haven't ever just tried to really hammer it. So for me, it just comes into, if council said, we really want this to be a quiet zone, let's go all out and talk with the railroad to what is the max we could do to try to make this happen, I could do that.
Well, at that one crossing, is there anything we can do with them in a domain or condemnation to be able to acquire that property and make sure that they get access other way to their own property?
That's a four-letter word.
I know. I'm just bringing it up. Sometimes you gotta bring
I
up
don't,
tough
let me,
subjects too.
so you have the webinar, and then I have the meeting with the railroad on, this week or next week about Pascal. I'll put it in my notes to ask them about the quiet zone again too, just to get refreshed on it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Next topic I've got is, and I brought it up, I think I brought it up at one of the city council meetings under council topics, was the prevalence and expansion of bamboo throughout the city. It's an invasive grass. It seems like I see it on cart paths all over, that people have either thrown their plant out that they had as an ornamental and now it grows wild. Robinson Road is a perfect example of that. You see it, I don't know, we've got hundreds and hundreds of, excuse me, of feet of bamboo, and it's just taking over all the indigenous trees and everything that's indigenous in the area. And I would love to see, I know we can't go and eradicate it without sterilizing the soil, I do know that. But at the same time, we can at least put, as a city council, we ban bamboo plants in our city. And I don't know if that's even something we can do as a city council. And that, Justin, hopefully you've got some advice for us on that.
I'm looking right now. I'd have to really get with Ted on it.
Okay.
I don't, just looking at it, there's nothing in state law about it. I think you possibly could, but I'd have to get with Ted.
Yeah, please check it out. I just brought it up, kind of like council topic. Bring it up,
I mean,
let's
kinda
get
like
some answers, and then
kudzu.
we'll go from there.
Like kudzu, bamboo, like that kind of invasive.
Yep.
I think you could if you want to consider it, but I'd have to talk with Ted.
You know, the horse is out of the barn. We've kind of closed the door behind it now, and let's just stop anything further degrading with our indigenous species around the
I'm
city.
going to send Ted an email right now while we're.
Do you
Okay.
think people go out there and plant it?
I think it goes out the back door. That's probably what happens. It doesn't take much for that to, you know,
Take root.
to take root.
Yeah.
It's a grass, so it's really quick to take root. I think that the other one is, I've got a couple of more here. We've started to talk about the Kelly Drive changes there. I'm all for it, don't get me wrong. I know that two of the veterans organizations have already approached me that they want to get involved in the design at Kelly for the Veterans Memorial at that location. And I got a feeling if we get them involved, maybe there would be contributions coming to help out with that particular area of Kelly Drive. They're not looking to do the whole Kelly Drive, but the portion that's involved in the veterans and in the military. And I'm thinking that that area should not only just be for veterans, but I think it should be for well-known citizens in Peachtree City that have achieved some kind of fame or fortune or whatever, and I'm not sure that's the right words I'm using, but something that's some very noteworthy citizens that should go on maybe a separate plaque for that city, for that location. So you not only have the veterans, but you have notable people within Peachtree City. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of consternation when I bring those kind of topics up, but you know what? That's the reason why they put us in as city council, is
And I
not
think
only do the easy things, but do the tough things too.
that's a conversation for you all.
What's the question? I support you. What's the
Yeah,
question?
I don't know if it's really a question, it's more of a discussion point of, you know, what do we do about that when we start getting into some of that expectations of what's going to be done at this beautiful park called Kelly Drive Park, whatever we decide to call it. It's going to have a section in there for the veterans. Well, should we expand that and make it more than just veterans for notable Peachtree City residents? If I can use that word, notable. And the question is should we even consider that?
Has
Nora,
that been?
hold that
Oh,
thought,
okay.
please. Go ahead.
Well, she can go first, go ahead.
Okay,
I was just
go ahead.
asking, I mean, what I've heard from, about that park is a suggestion from CPL and, like, has that decision been made that that's what will be there?
I believe so. It's in here as a Veterans Memorial Plaza.
Yeah, but all of
Well,
those are just suggestions
Yeah,
from
I know, of course.
CPL.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be against it, but I
You
mean.
would be against it?
Oh, no,
Oh,
no,
oh, you
no,
would
I'm
be
not
for it,
against
okay.
it. But I would also want the decision made first that that's what is going to be there before we're saying we're gonna have people help with something that isn't even decided.
Yep, and that's why I brought it up, is that I've been approached to say, we'd like to get involved. They would like to be involved. Now, that may mean involvement for ideas. It might be involvement financially. I don't know. They didn't get that far in the discussion. But I would be remiss not to, at least honor them with information that I'm laying out today, that we can all decide what we want to do.
Suzanne?
Within the library area, we already have some level, maybe not to everybody's expectation, but some level of acknowledgement of city leaders, et cetera, the people who, carved the trail here in Peachtree City. I don't necessarily think that we need to complicate everything at Kelly Drive. Are we gonna move the flagpole and the veterans thing, we all know how hard it is to have a ceremony up on the driveway, block Drake Field. There are so many issues. So we've talked about, do we move it to the other side of the City Hall Plaza in front of the library and do it from that side? As far as moving the monument block, the rock and the flagpole and whatever, and do things over there. The concept of putting, a veterans garden area, whatever, down at Kelly Drive came out of, I think from the input from the survey stuff that CPL did. And if we're gonna put the veterans thing down there, certainly the veterans should be involved in having a little bit of a say as far as some level of design on that. I don't necessarily think that we need to, if we're gonna honor the veterans there, let's not complicate it with trying to honor all of our, former city people there also. Let's keep that dedicated to the veterans.
So maybe we just leave the one that's up at City Hall to be more for notable people, and the one down at the other end of the lake,
Yeah, 'cause,
that would be the one for the veterans.
yeah, 'cause
I got no
mean-
problem with that.
Purple Heart Day, Memorial Day, any of the
Veterans
Veterans Day, when we're trying to do programs for the veterans or whatever, we're clogging up everything on the roadway, interfering with the library, Drake Field, City Hall, anything. So I think that's appropriate. Let's move it to a safe place, a good place, some place that's gonna be available for any veteran who wants to go there, year-round. I think leaving the city leaders out of it is kind of like an
Okay.
important thing, like just.
That's
for
fine.
the
That's why it's
veterans.
open for discussion. I think that's fine, leaving them.
But I think let the
Up at
veterans
City
be
Hall.
involved in kind of like the concept of what do we need? Do we need flags that represent all branches of the service? Let them make some of that decision.
Yep.
And they may end up having to put some money up to make it happen.
Help us,
Exactly. But that, clearly you could have an array of flags, and really do it up nice
I agree.
and have them all lit,
There's
it's gonna
another
be
part
beautiful.
of this, because it's not only going to be a little veterans area, that's going to be a veterans plaza, the way I looked at the drawing. It's only a portion of this big area called Kelly Drive Park, whatever we're deciding. It was called Community Gardens before, I don't know what the new name will
Well, it's the old
be.
community gardens. Right now on Google, I think it's like, or even I think in our, in the rec master plan, we just told them to call it Kelly Drive Park.
Okay,
because it's-
fair enough. But,
Depends on our donors.
yeah, that's right. And on top of that, it's going to be used for a variety of functions. It doesn't always have to be for veterans. It might be a farmer's market. It might be something else that somebody wants to have there, a big gathering. And who knows what the future is going to bring. But that's going to be requiring to really think hard on how we design the parking that goes in there. And I know that we're going to need somebody on the outside looking at this, but we've got to have, some really good thought, because we could have anything from 10 cars to 110 cars, or vehicles, I should say. So we want to make sure we have a good plan on that.
I think, and that's a good point. I think you and I have talked about that a
Yes,
little
we
bit
have.
as we've talked about this concept, is the parking does need to be reworked there with the rest of it, like how we would rework the whole thing. But you don't want to put too much parking there because then you're just taking away from the park space. And if you have a big event like a Veterans Day, like where we actually have 100 people show up, parking, whatever parking we do there would probably be able to handle the day-to-day, but wouldn't be able to handle that Veterans Day ceremony.
No, you'll have to park
The
over
good
at the...
thing about it is that we've
the Fred
already
is
kind of
right
talked
there.
about is you have the Fred Park, like you've got all that parking up
God
where the
bless.
American Legion is, up where the senior services is and the BMX. We would just have to, on those days for that morning of that ceremony, probably run a shuttle, like probably have a couple of golf carts we get to shuttle people back and forth
Yep.
to their cars for special things like that, because you don't want to design, to me, you wouldn't want to design that park with 100 parking spots that's only going to actually fill up 2 times a year.
Exactly.
And sacrifice all the green space for parking.
Don't have an issue with that. I just wanted to bring up the point that parking could be an issue, and I didn't want
Yeah.
it to be too small. Okay, and anything else on that from anybody? Otherwise, I'm going to move on to the next topic.
Quick question for clarity, so that I capture this in the notes. These are suggestions for what could happen, because I do recall Councilwoman Johnson saying the decision hadn't been made yet, but you are bringing it forward in the event we get to that
Exactly. The
decision. Okay.
the details of this have not yet been worked out.
Got it.
All we've gotten from the rec master plan is a
No design.
suggested list. I mean, we haven't approved anything here, other than we know it's a priority. That's what we just did today. It's a
Got it.
priority to take care of. So
Got it.
I think that's,
So we're agreeing that
These are
the
suggestions.
veterans should be involved in
Conceptualizing.
yeah,
input.
conceptualizing input,
Right.
either ideas or financial, whatever the case may be. Okay. Anything else on that, or I'm going to move on?
Yes, please go ahead, sir.
Okay. I'm going to cross off this one. I'm not going to talk about that. The last one I've got is, I'm a big fan of the nature trails that we have throughout the city. I think we've got 5, is that right, Mayor? We've got
We have
5,
3 nature areas.
3 nature areas.
Lime Creek, Flat Creek, and then Summer Bee Woods.
Right. We have the one at the PAC also too, but is that got a name to it? There's a trail
The
that you
mountain
can,
bike trails back there?
well, I don't know if
Pack
it's.
trails,
PAC trails, it's just
Pack
called
trails.
PAC trails, doesn't have a name to it?
pack trails.
Okay.
It has a little sign out there.
Okay. Well, obviously, the one that I'm most interested in is the one that's next to add to the list that we have, is to develop the one that's next to the Booth Middle School. To tie the Booth Middle School in with maybe a little area where they can have their students go and learn there of what's going on a nature trail along down Camp Creek. And there may be others that are in the city that I'm not aware of, and hopefully you guys will, you know more than I do because you've been here longer than me. Is there any other areas that we should look at for nature trails in our city?
The rec master plan mentions the mead down underneath the girls softball,
The south part
the
of
very
it?
south part. Some of that's wetlands. So if we did it thoroughly through the wetlands, it would have to be more than just a dirt trail. It'd have to be boardwalk.
Yep.
Part of some of the concept or some of the idea with the Kelly Drive Park is to try to work in Flat Creek into it, because Flat Creek's right beside it, and maybe even try to connect to the current boardwalk from that park. And then the other, gosh, I don't know if it's in the rec plan, but I know we've had some people mention up at Landrum Mill, we have some property
Yes.
up there, that there are some.
Lantern Mills, off
Landrum
World
Mill.
Drive.
World
Yeah,
Drive.
Yeah. Sorry.
And like back behind where the hotel is being built, we own all that land. There is WASA sewer easement through there, so there's kind of already a cleared
Yes.
path through there that WASA maintains that people will walk.
There's a cart path and then a walking path
Well, it
that
just kind
goes
of
through
dead
there.
ends.
That
But
could
we
be a
don't
nature
maintain that.
path.
And then, like you said, the Booth Middle School, where the annexation was off of Spear and Stagecoach, the idea is when they plat that those wetland parts will be dedicated to us.
There's like 13 acres, if I remember correctly, right? 12? Okay, thank you.
And
12 acres.
yeah, I would say the plan there is to do something with nature out there.
That
but
we're not anywhere
They have
near to
not
plant.
platted that, like, they haven't moved, since they've annexed in, haven't heard a peep, so.
But I like that very, very much because it gives us, we talked about this very briefly, I think, last retreat. That gives us this trifecta. There's Line Creek, Flat Creek, Camp Creek. then,
Exactly, exactly.
With a little gravel parking area off the end of Stagecoach. I could see it, I really could. I didn't want to bring it up today because we have so much to pay for
I
that
know.
we don't know how to fund.
I know.
But then you ask
This
yourself.
was just open topics
Well,
that we're
yeah,
talking
Yeah, of
about.
course, and what are the possibilities or costs associated with a gravel parking lot and some access? I don't know. I love it, Clint.
And I think we could get a lot of citizen involvement in that. All you need to do is put out, sound the horn out there. There's a lot of environmentalists out there that would love to come and contribute, whether it's labor or money or whatever the case may
Depends on where
be.
we have land.
Yeah, wherever we have land,
Yeah.
obviously. But I think there's no reason why we can't put that out there and broadcast it. But that's really up to not just me, that's just the council here.
I
to
love it.
decide
I
that.
think
We
it's a
don't-
matter of.
We don't have the land
priorities.
yet.
Yeah,
Yeah, I know.
let's just keep an eye on that.
It's,
Right.
it's on, keep it on the list is really, I
Yeah,
guess,
yeah,
what
yeah.
we're looking at. And maybe the next retreat in 6 months, we'll
There you
we'll
go.
be able to look at it again.
Maybe.
Maybe by then we'll have a few
They've
things
been-
ticked off and off
they've
the
been
list.
quiet.
And I had one more in here, but I'm not going to bring that up. So I'm all done.
Okay.
Okay, that's 6. All right, thank you. Mr. Holland, Laura, do you have anything you want to
Suzanne,
bring
do you have
forward? Or
some?
Suzanne?
I just have a couple. One just came up in this retreat, if the dredging of the lake isn't gonna be done till, what, 2030?
2030.
But the lagoon is our property, and we would be in charge of that. I have a citizen who, he goes to my church, and every week when I'm there, well, not every week, okay, I'm exaggerating anyways. But like, that is, his thing, and that silt does build up right there where it's
Where
created
it
like a
comes under,
sandbar.
Parkway.
Yeah,
Yeah.
can we, see how much it would be to fix that? I don't know, is it problematic at all with the,
You would
with
think
that
it
building up?
feeds
'Cause
in.
well,
Does-
it's just it continues to grow, and so like, instead of the water
It will-
coming
it will
through,
have to
it's
be
now like
dredged.
going all around.
Yeah, it'll have, yeah.
I
That
s-
silt feeds into Lake Peachtree then,
Does.
correct? And I mean, it's so socked in back there. Somebody put a bench out there, right?
Yeah, and like the deer go out there and everything, because I'm like, it's
So I
its
think
own
this will
little-
come down to, this will come in with the discussion with stormwater at the March work session with talking about rates, talking about a bond. That's all gonna be presented in March.
Okay, and that could be a part of that?
It could. I mean, it is. I mean, they calculated, they went through with everything. They even went and looked at Huddleston Pond, Luther Glass Pond, Rock Spray, the Kedron Ponds, the 2 big Kedron Ponds, and some other ones, I mean, and all our retention ponds as well. So it was, but some of these bigger ones, like, do any of those need any kind of dredging at any point in the near future? So, yeah, they looked
Oh,
at
yeah, I
that
remember
lagoon as
you-
well.
Yeah, I know you mentioned Huddleston Pond to me. Okay, so that's something that would be on their list? Yeah, okay.
Can I add something to yours on this one? I spent time to go out there and walked all around on the ditch that comes in, which is supposed to be a part of the river that comes in, and then it hits the lagoon, and then goes over another to a little isthmus, or a little.
Where the car path is.
And goes over to the lake. To me, it's an engineering issue more so than a dredging issue. And the reason why is, as that river comes down, as Flat Creek comes down, it's bringing all the dirt and silt and everything from upstream. It hits that area, and it's a quiescent zone. So guess what happens? Ka-tunk, it comes out. I heard from, I think it was Frank or maybe someone else that I spoke with, that the engineering on that just needs to have much more of a flow-through situation so that the water keeps going directly into Lake Peachtree without stopping at this quiescent zone to have everything drop out. Now, I'm sure that better engineers than myself will come up with an idea that may keep it flowing so you don't end up having to dredge that area, unfortunately, you still gotta get rid of the sediment. It's eventually gonna drop out someplace. Now, you drop it out in the lagoon, or you drop it out in Peachtree, Lake Peachtree. I don't have an answer. I'm just saying, from an engineering standpoint, you can stop the dredging of the lagoon if you increase the velocity of the flow.
So you're saying, from an engineering standpoint, if you build a trench that allows a flow, then the sediment drops further downstream.
It'll drop in Lake Peachtree. Hopefully, it goes all the way through and over the dam, but
Is
that's a
that what
long
you
way.
want? You want
No,
that
I'm
going
not saying I
in?
want it. I think it needs to be looked into by smarter engineers than me on what I see and saw there. I'm not a civil engineer,
Me neither.
so, but it
Where's
does need to be
Frank
looked.
when you need him?
Yeah, Frank's the civil engineer, and we got 3 of them now on staff, so I just, what little I know about that, you can see the actual flow is the main issue of why it all drops out in the lagoon.
Does John Schnick have the ability to make an assessment of that, or
I can ask.
Dave, or, I mean, we've got 2 engineers on staff, does anybody have the expertise?
Lou, I didn't mean to take over your topic, but I thought that was worth at least having somebody investigate from an engineering standpoint in addition
They
to
have.
the
they-
dredging.
They both have stormwater certification.
Yeah, I'm sure, I was just bringing it to see but yeah, if it's something that is on their list and,
Yeah,
Okay.
it's something, yeah, it is.
Okay.
It's on the stormwater capital.
okay, so another thing that I've mentioned this, I think to Justin and Jasmine, separately at different times. Growing up here, I used to always love to go out on like Saturday mornings and follow all the little brown signs to go to yard sales. And we now have an ordinance where you can't put yard sales in right of way. So if you go to yard sales on our website, it has the different type criteria for yard sale signs now, that they have to be on private property. But it also, I don't know when or how this happened, but our city has selected that a separate magazine gets our yard sale listings. And I don't know how we chose that one over other magazines, but also I think like we just created a great app. And could people register, on this one, it's just like they register online. Could they register online saying, I'm having a yard sale on this day? And then we could put it in the app and get more use out of the app where they click on it and it takes them on the little golf cart paths or whatever to a yard sale destination. So even though they don't have signs they can follow in the city, we have resources within, instead of us passing it off to a magazine. Could we handle it in-house and get more use out of our
In the
app?
Navigate PTC app?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so then,
I'll let you, I'll let you talk about that, Jeff, because the only thing I can think of is it will take staff time, because they'll have to submit it to us, we'd have to update the app.
yeah, so the magazine that's being used has been used even before we changed the ordinance. That has always been the website, as long as I've been working here. Before I got here, I know that was the site they were using. People think that it's the city. It never was the city that managed that. And there's no cost to residents to put it on that site. All they do is they submit it and it automatically goes up there. We definitely can look at adding additional tile to our app and then taking them somewhere on our website. We can look at the capabilities of that.
I guess the way for it to be efficient to us would be if they could just put it in it automatically.
Mm-hmm.
Has the address, it takes it down when the date, like they put a date and
Correct,
it
they put a
ends, and then
start
it
date
would
and an
just
end date.
automatically.
Mhm. Yeah, we can definitely look at,
Because we wouldn't want it to take up a lot of our time.
right.
Yeah, no,
Someone
I
puts
wouldn't
the address
either.
in wrong, and then,
I'm just interested in seeing if I'm like, are we capable of, instead of giving it to an outside magazine, that we can get more use out of our app?
When a Peachtree City magazine, has been doing it, there's nothing to stop them from still, if they're doing it for free too, people could still give it to them.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still,
But
But
I
Mike-
think
We can look.
send them on our website. I think there is the link and it does directly go to the PTC magazine.
yeah,
the
it's on our website that they do it.
Yeah, I don't know if we are gonna be able to have them like click on an address and it directs them there. I don't know if we're at that level.
Dang it, sorry, guys, I meant to turn that off today.
Cool.
Oh, yeah, it's time.
I'm done with my,
Okay, so good. I thought it was
But
my
we
phone.
can talk to our app developer to see if he has any options or any recommendations about that, because it'll be an ongoing list. Even our businesses listed on our app, we don't control. We're previously using Yelp, so if your information was up to date on Yelp, it automatically pulls the information on the site, so any business or.
Right.
Yeah,
'Cause
we
would have
don't put
businesses
those things
contact
in.
us and we would say, we're pulling from Yelp, so you
Yes.
gotta.
Yeah, because it's just too much to manage for staff to say, oh, is this business still open or closed? Or what are their hours, the phone number, all of those things. So we don't manage those, we use it outside, but that would be a little different from physically going in and having to update which ones are having a yard sale today, and is it Friday, Saturday, and Sunday? Is it just Saturday or Sunday? And having to keep up with that, that might be a little bit more difficult, but we might be able to make it show up on a website just like the PTC magazine does.
Okay.
And then the person could
Well, and I
maybe
think-
copy the
yeah.
address over.
and I think that's what I used to do too, when it used to be that you had to go in and register with the city, like it was at least on their website.
Yeah.
Where they had that list, because they would have to go in and buy the signs and then fill out the little form and stuff, so it's saying that they would obey the rules.
So yeah, could we just put a tile in the app that pulls just their website on there
Yeah,
with a list?
yeah, it can still go to the, I think you're trying to avoid using the magazine altogether. So we would build a new webpage on ours and then add a tile onto the nav.
Yeah, if we could put
and then
web
have it-
functionality in ours and then have a tile pull that. We can look into it.
Yeah.
Okay.
we can find solutions.
Clarity, are we saying pull the Peachtree City magazine into the app where all of the
No,
yard sales are showing up? What are we saying when you say put the tile on?
we're saying,
Of the app.
we're saying us look at a web application for our
Okay.
website
Mhm.
to fill in information. And it be posted on our website.
Got it, okay.
And then for the nav app, have a tile that pulls that hyperlink into the app.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Well, I just feel like it used to be such a
Like we do for the
community, like,
library.
a lot of times I would meet so many people just going out yard sales. You know, with this ordinance, it's kind of killed that. And so I would love to have some way that we are supporting, because I get calls from friends, hey, I had a yard sale and the city came and now it's costing me however much it is in that ordinance. They're like,
How old is that ordinance?
it's not old.
The signs went away like the first year we were here.
So that was
21?
20,
But it
21?
has to do with our sign ordinance.
Right.
Yeah.
And our city attorney and,
The city attorney says you cannot differentiate
Yep.
among signs. If you
Yes.
allow yard sale signs, you have to allow political signs
Right.
and realty signs.
Well,
and-
you can allow political signs, but it's usually the big issue is, we buy ugly houses, we'll, tutoring available.
internet.
Right, free internet, just those, there's no way to limit the content that's on the sign. If you're gonna allow signs in the right of way, the state, now it says if you allow one, you have to allow all. That was what was explained to us, right?
Yeah, and I'm not asking for that, because I know that that's a whole other can of worms, so, but this was my suggestion.
okay.
It's a lot of quiet over here. I don't know if this is anything y'all are interested in.
That's fine.
Nothing
No, I
malicious.
support
Go
you.
ahead.
Don't feel,
You've got more
you
to
know.
go, more?
That's my list right now.
Your list?
All right.
Now, okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Day ain't over yet.
Suzanne.
Okay.
Best for last.
Well, actually, my list expanded while I was sitting here, because I realized there were things I really wanted to talk about. I realize it's a little soon to readdress the whole chicken issue, but immediately after we had the chicken ordinance put in place, there was a healthy discussion about the quality and desirability of duck eggs. So is there any interest at all in expanding the chickens to be domestic ducks too? Of the female variety only?
Why did we not do ducks?
Because there was an implication that if you have ducks, you have a little kiddie pool or a water source, and the next thing you know, you're gonna have copperheads.
Yeah, cause it went from water to frogs to
Which
snakes.
is not necessarily a direct trail.
Could I
Because-
have a minute to review and do some research on that?
Oh, yeah, I'm not looking for a decision today. I'm just kind of like, I wanted to kind of reintroduce it under such informal circumstances as this, as saying, is this something we should maybe look into just a little bit more? Because a lot of people really go, like, have a desire for duck eggs as opposed to, chicken eggs, and
Is
and it's
that,
a,
in the greater scheme of things, when people come to you and say, you know what we need in this town?
ducks.
Is that really one of them? No, I want to know. I'm serious. I'm not pulling your chain. Is that really one of them?
Well, the people who want chickens don't necessarily want it to be restricted to just chickens,
So
as
it's those
opposed
who have
to like,
chickens want both?
yeah, kind of.
Really? They cohabitate like that?
Surprisingly, yes, they can, but some people have separate areas. But I mean, Catherine Hinson, who showed up at the one meeting and whatever and spoke, she's got both. And, and she's the one who said, I mean, she's got lots of demand for duck eggs, lots of demand.
Yeah, I do remember
So,
her coming up
yeah.
and talking to us about it.
So it's like,
And I think our position kind of at the time was like, let's just start with this and then maybe that.
Yeah.
I
Have
believe
we-
that's what it was. is
have
let's-
we-
Let's take a little step.
Have we had any, like,
because there's no permit process, we don't know who
We don't
has or
know,
has not.
right.
And because a lot of people who would be putting chickens in their backyards potentially have fenced-in backyards, so you're not necessarily gonna know. So, but other than supposedly one loose chicken in town?
A lost.
Lost,
I don't know.
okay,
so someone already got a chicken?
So-
Lost their chicken.
so.
I haven't gotten a chicken yet.
Yeah, and I have not ventured into chickens just yet either, just too busy. Anyway, I'd just like to kind of like plant that seed, let you keep thinking about it or whatever.
Okay.
I have a question predominantly, and I've asked this a couple of times. I just want to stay on top of, and kind of ask Jasmine and Justin, like with regard to the short-term rental issue, where are we in the permitting process numbers or can you give us any insight at all as
Yeah.
anything going on?
Yeah, last time I checked, which was last week, we were at like 10 permits that have been pulled so far, which is really low.
How did we get from almost 100 down to 10?
Oh, no, we
I'll
still.
tell you why. I'll tell you
Oh,
why.
go ahead.
Because I think we with what we passed, we have pretty much decimated the short-term rental industry in Peachtree City. I have received a couple emails of people who say, I'm out of the business, disappointed, out of the business. I had one meeting with someone who pulled out our ordinance that we passed and showed me all the places where he said, I just can't possibly. I wasn't even gonna bring it up. I don't know that we need to go back and revisit it. I'm always about, look, we made a decision and we need to move on, but I believe that we did not mean to decimate the short-term rental industry, but that's what we did.
I too have done what I've heard from a number of people who pull me aside, either at church or somewhere, and they said, we've moved from short-term rental to long-term rental, is what they've done.
I can
Because
tell
they just
you-
don't want to deal with all of the regulations, they go to long-term rental, done.
I just felt so guilty over the weekend. I was in my own home in Michigan that I short-term rental out. And if I had to submit to everything that we passed, I wouldn't be able to, I'd go out of business too. I felt so guilty this weekend in my
So-
own house in Michigan where I have a short-term rental. And I think we have really seen some unintended consequences.
So we have the app that tracks, any active apps within a certain time range, or certain active properties within a certain time range. So we did go back, Laura has gone back and actually sent letters physical letters to all those addresses, just reminding them, and they may have decided not to pursue the permit because they don't want to do it anymore. But we have sent letters to each address, and I think it was a total of 74
Yeah, around there.
If
that
I
we-
may?
that we sent letters to.
One of the guys that I met with then showed me that letter, and he felt that there's no place on that letter to call this number or respond, let us check here if you have gone out of the business. That, you know, we have records now that are old, maybe someone did rent their house out 6 months ago, and that we didn't give them the opportunity to say, I'm not doing
Well,
it
they,
anymore.
they could, I mean, our numbers are all online, so they could, I mean, I know that's maybe a cop-out answer on my part, but they
No, no.
definitely could call
Okay,
to the planning department and say, we're no longer a rental.
okay.
Bec-
I'm just
because
saying, if
once the
someone.
period- Once the period does get here, which is March 1st, that they have to apply by, once that gets here, code enforcement will be going out to some of these properties and just verifying, are you in business or not? And if you are, and you didn't apply, what do we do, you know?
And we're using
We're gonna
a
have-
system, so they don't need to contact us if they're no longer going to do short-term rental. The system would let us know these people were operating within this time. They know, that's why there was really no box, oh, are you no longer doing it? Because we'll be able to see with that system that we paid for, I can't remember the name of it, we paid
I can't either.
to be able to track
I've got
short-term
it.
rentals in the city.
The other thing, bringing up short-term rentals, the other thing is, I know Ted, there were one or two things that Ted, after we passed it, has looked back at, and I think he wants to bring a couple of little things up with you all, either in the March or April work session, to look back at with that ordinance.
Are they in violation of state law, or is it
Yeah.
just something we've got to do
I don't wanna
locally here?
I don't want to put words in his
Okay.
mouth.
We'll wait for Ted.
Can I ask a question? With some of these hosts going from short-term rentals to long-term rentals, if they're a long-term rental, is that software able to decipher,
Yeah.
like, length of time that they're renting their
Well,
property
short-term rental
out?
platforms.
Right, because they're short-term rental platforms. So long-term rentals are like if you're renting your house for 6 months, or, I mean, a year, you know, you're doing a leasing contract. You wouldn't list it on Airbnb to do a 12-month contract, so that's not the same.
Airbnb
category.
has
So
a
you could.
long-term rental thing on it,
True, then it would still technically show up, but.
so it would show
I
up.
mean, category, people that are, like you're using Realtor, Zillow, or something to post it, it wouldn't come up in that platform. that
I
we
just, oh yeah, okay, I was
Yeah.
just
But
curious
we-
of like, how do y'all know which ones? So if code enforcement afterwards goes out, then I guess like the people would also just say like it's a long-term rental instead of a short-term rental?
Yeah,
or-
it would start going case by case. It would be, you have to show us the documentation, it's a long-term, or that you're not doing it anymore, or,
Okay.
We, in the ordinance, defined a short-term rental as 30 days or less.
you did.
So if people are doing anything more than 30 days, they drop off of what we control.
Right.
And I believe that's
Whether
the state
that's-
law
Mhm.
for the definition
Yeah, that's the
as well.
definition.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, okay, I just wanted to know kind of like if we had input, because it was, a 2-year-long process before we kind of put the fork in it
I
and
think
finished
three-
it?
I think 3 years.
Okay. 102 deer were picked up, carcasses were picked up.
I have deer on my list.
Oh,
I know.
I have
okay,
a list
see.
too.
102 deer were picked up in the fourth quarter in Peachtree City, and I'm so glad that we asked for the breakdown of the carcasses that were being picked up to differentiate deer versus other animals, which of course, you know, deer being the ones that would obviously cause the greatest amount of car damage, et cetera. But that still means 102 of our citizens potentially have, you know, broken headlights or bumpers and whatever. And I realize every now and then, as Dave Borkowski found out, a deer can hit you and cause an awful lot of damage, including what he told us last night about having, you know, a concussion. So, you know, the issue is, with regard to deer and deer hunting, in order to kind of like continue in the same vein, you know, do we, when, let's say when, are we going to actually develop what things would be important for us to put in an ordinance to allow deer hunting on city property with permits and other things? Because I realize we are going to need kind of, more safety control mechanisms if we open that up
That
than
was-
just letting people hunt on their own property.
That was my exact question.
Okay, so,
To you all.
do you have more on yours that you want to, why don't you speak
Well,
first then?
So Chris and I met with the DNR, one of the top deer biologists they have, specifically deer. He
Uh-huh.
actually lives in Noonan, so he just came right over. They could do, he doesn't think, we specifically asked him about doing a population estimate, just to get an idea, and they do that for free. Or, no, they don't do that for free, scratch that. But he did say he doesn't necessarily recommend that, because you kind of know anyway. Like the estimate's not gonna tell you anything you don't know, and the estimate is just that, an estimate. And he said, and he actually told us, if you're actually keeping track of carcasses and deer collisions, you're already ahead of a lot of other people, which we already do. You saw the heat map
Yeah.
we did with collisions. So we have data of hotspots, of where this stuff is happening. The biggest concern is, and we looked at a map of the city with him, if we do some kind of public hunt, or if we do a USDA culling, that they offer, anything like that, they gotta have some space to do it. And even a public hunt, you gotta have some space to do it. The only really big swath of land that we really honed in on that would really work is Flat Creek Nature Area, because it's such a big area in the middle of the city. The problem is that deer and their habitats, the ones on the north side, they're not going down there. So if you do a hunt in Flat Creek, which is feasible, it's not really gonna help the population up in Kedron. The problem with the Kedron area is we don't have a big presence of public land there. And he even said, like, some of it may come down to some of those HOAs deciding to allow people to come in and hunt in HOA property, because a lot of that property up there is not city land. So we've looked at some areas that may work, especially, the other thing is if you do a public hunt, they can't hunt at night. So it has to be during the day, and a lot of the programs, he used to run a program in Virginia, like right outside of DC, one of the biggest counties population-wise in the country, and they have a public land deer hunting program, and it's successful. And he said the way it works is you pick areas big enough to where you can still have hunters safely away from where people are actually still doing recreation. You don't want to have to close things down. That's why Flat Creek works. If you do hunts, let's say at Lion Creek doesn't work because it's already so narrow. You got Planterra right up against the nature area, and you've got people walking around on the trails, and there's just not enough space that people could actually recreate without having to close the area down. So those are all the considerations he was kind of giving us, and it was good. I mean, it was a lot to think about. So that's kind of the gist of it. I'm trying to think if there were any other major things. The big one is we see a lot of collisions up in Kedron, up in North Parkway, but we don't have public land there besides the right-of-ways and the golf cart paths.
There are a handful of very, let's say fairly large properties up all through Smoke Rise and Kedron, the whole.
Loring Land and Smoke Rise have quite a few large
I
pieces
wonder-
of property that connect.
Are they HOA property?
I think all the ones I've looked at are all owned by Peachtree City.
There's a lot of green belt near
There's-
me
yeah.
that's full of deer.
Yeah.
It just comes down, for me, he gave us a square footage thing too. And he actually sent Chris and I will say this, I wish Chris was here because I really have kind of just put Chris on this. Like I've kind of said, I want you to focus on the deer thing, Chris. And eventually come and give a bunch of stuff to you all to consider. But the biologist we met with, since he ran all those programs in Virginia, he had all the documentation on how it's run, and he sent it to us via email.
Right.
So Chris is kind of going through all that on how we could make something like that work.
And, I mean, we, the city, own, what, 1,030 acres or more
We own a
within
lot.
within the city. You know,
They're just,
it
a lot of them are
seems,
spider webs.
yeah, I
Yes.
realize that. But if we're talking about more experienced hunters who are knowledgeable, who are cautious, who've taken all the safety things, some of them are even instructors who've reached out to us and said, hey, I'll gladly teach a safety class.
Right.
You know, for, you know, anybody who wants, I mean, we've had a lot of people jumping in.
Just to shout out my neighbor, I was cleaning out my garage Sunday, told you guys all, my neighbor came over because they were having a birthday party in the backyard, and he said, you're city, right? I was like, yeah, and he, you know, and so he's like, what can I do? Like, can I hunt the deer in my backyard? I was like, yeah, you can. Like, just random. I don't even think he knew that we were actually had been talking about it. He was like, I can. I was like, with a bow.
In season.
And I
In
said, in
season.
season.
Which is
I
now-
did tell him-
which is now
well, I
done.
did tell him, I said, not right now, you can't. It just passed, but.
But just to tap into what you guys are talking about, 2 comments to make on the safety side of things. I've had 2 hunters who are, I'll call them experts at bow and arrow for that archery hunting, and have been doing it their entire lives, including even today. One in the Glenlock area and one in the Kedron area have approached me. And they have been said they think it's great. They're going to take advantage of it, get themselves some deer on their own properties. But they said their biggest issue they have is it takes a long time to understand the safety issues of what you're doing. Because if you don't do it right, yourself could get injured, or people around you could get injured. So they both actually said, we'd be delighted to work with the city. I said, don't expect to be paid. But I said, don't expect to be paid. But if you want to work with the city gratis and maybe do classes, I don't know if I should be sending that to you. I haven't had a chance to chat with you, Justin, on that. But I've got 2 citizens who know their stuff when it comes to archery, to
We
reach
did.
out.
My first year or 2 here, we did some archery classes and programs down at Meade at the old softball fields.
Okay?
But they haven't done them in a while.
But they would be
We
doing
had
it-
somebody that was a citizen that just wanted to do it, and we worked with it.
They had a instructor, but I don't think we have.
Right,
So, yeah,
these
you
are
got somebody.
instructor kind of guys, but they would be specific, though, on the deer hunting.
Yeah.
And on properties that are their own properties, and maybe other areas that people have allowed them to hunt on. There's still a lot of safety issues. I just don't need that first report where there's been some injury.
Correct, and meeting with that biologist as well, he even confirmed again, he said, there are no records of anyone, and he's talking nationwide,
Good,
of being shot with somebody else's arrow or,
glad to hear that.
you know,
I just don't want us to be the first.
true.
Yep.
Okay, but based on that statistics, we don't need to be fear-mongering that one around.
No.
Because if it's not an issue, it's not an issue. And if it becomes an issue, then we'll know. And I think I mean, you know, archery hunting is up close and personal. You know, as opposed to shooting an animal from a long distance with a rifle. And so, you know, and any good hunter knows you're not going to shoot an arrow into a deer if you think you're not going to get a good, it's hard to get a kill shot, it's hard to drop them in their tracks right there, but you don't want them to run too far before they bleed out. So you want a hard lunge shot, so, okay, fine. And a good hunter knows that.
And he confirmed,
And,
he did, one good thing with him too, talking was, you know, he confirmed that hunters you get, especially if you're doing a public hunt, you want very experienced hunters coming in. If you're doing it on public land, which is city land, we control who comes in.
exactly.
We put the stipulations in, we vet them, you know, we limit the number. We only, you know, we limit the number, we vet who it is. Because yes, he did say with experienced hunters, they know when to make a shot or not, based on distance and,
Well, based on what we suspect as population numbers, knowing what the deer kill, you know, with cars, you know, carcass pickup hotspots are, I think we need to continue to look into this issue as far as writing an ordinance that would allow for a public hunt with experienced, you know, permitted, where the city controls we're not telling citizens you can hunt on our property. We're telling experienced hunters you can come and apply, and we have certain specific areas we'd like you to try
A
to
cap
go
number
in
of
and
people.
do population reduction.
Yeah, what the requirements have to be, where we would allow you to do it.
Correct.
Well,
And
he even said in Virginia, they had certain spots, like it was
Yeah.
like, this is your spot.
Well, I mean, a lot of states, states monitor their deer populations in various ways. And I know different times with my brother-in-law up when he lived in New York, and he'd hunt every year, archery and rifle, whatever. And there were certain areas where you could go and certain areas where they just didn't issue permits. They wanted you to go to certain areas. They'd give more permits in those areas because they knew they needed to control the population there. And so you would get, now here, we can have,
Well,
I mean,
yeah, he even
based-
said too, like arrows, everybody has to have their own arrows marked.
Right,
So you go find your arrows, you can't leave your arrows.
yeah.
You have your certain spots, so like everything is very much like boom, 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 like
Yeah.
just very procedural.
Almost every hunter has a very specific color of fletching that they
Yes.
use. I had fairy flyers, that mine was pink fletching, but they were very easy to find.
I found one.
No, you didn't. Haven't shot one down
One more
here.
issue. I heard you say that there was roadway hot spots
Yeah.
for deer crashes, or the deer running into you,
Yeah.
as the case may be.
Y'all have the map.
What about maybe something on the roadway, a small sign, deer crossing? I don't know if that's even something discussable.
You'd have to put one on every street in
Well,
the
Well, I
city.
know, but you want to go to the hot spots is where
We've
you want
talked
to go.
about it, and we've had citizens ask us about children at play signs, and our policy is to not put out deer crossing signs, not to put out children at play signs, because, I mean, it applies to every neighborhood, it applies to, and people don't,
They don't change
they
their
don't,
behavior.
no, they
No.
don't.
And they go
you can
sign
ask
blind
police-
after a
You can ask
while.
PD, PD responds to people a lot with this, because PD says, like, it does not, data shows those kind of signs do not change people's behavior one bit.
Okay, you answered the question. Thank you.
So did we discuss this to completion?
No, I don't think so, because here's my question. So can we, before we get into heavy-duty budget season, because regular deer hunting season or the extended season opens back up in September. So I don't want to complicate budget season, so can we actually, like, look
Have something
at
presented.
dealing with this issue in, say, April at some point?
Yeah.
To try to come up with something that we can then talk about?
Well,
How do you
y'all,
see
And then-
that as a budget issue?
No, I'm saying I want
Just-
it done before we go into budget
just so you don't have to be
season.
thinking about
And it's
both.
not a
Oh,
budget issue.
yes,
I don't want to, when we're already too busy with the budget
Yeah.
and other issues, can,
Are y'all-
developing a
I can-
whole new ordinance on public deer hunting is
Yeah.
kind of.
I can do that, and that'll be, Chris isn't here, but that'll be Chris's first big, I'm gonna let him present that to you all.
Okay.
Especially if there are other, municipalities that are doing it, and here in Georgia.
Not a lot in Georgia. The biologist did say that. A lot, now following state law, I mean, state law dictates private property at this point. But there are a couple counties they've worked with, and there are cities that do it nationwide. I mean, Virginia, we were
Right.
talking about areas that he's done it before, but they are, I mean, he did tell us, they are trying to push this, DNR is trying to push this to help urban deer population.
Right. And I think we're in a unique position because we do have so much green space and green belts where, the deer come into our yards, but then they retreat back into the green spaces.
We do
and-
have a lot more public land than a lot of other cities.
Exactly. So.
Okay.
Okay, so we're good
I
with
support that.
April. That's
Okay.
perfect. I have only one other thing, and that has to do with the agenda, putting items on the agenda issue. And I think the way the current ordinance is written,
I have that on my list too.
do you want to just address it from your end of it?
Sure. I mean, my biggest thing is.
Dive in, I'll comment as needed.
My biggest thing is I do the way the ordinance is written, that staff through the manager can put things on the agenda. You all know, as far as business goes and the operations of the city, I need that, obviously. when it comes to, and this is where it's gotten with the presentations and stuff coming, Boy Scouts, all that kind of stuff, I think some of these are kind of just nothing burgers to me, where I'm just like, okay, yeah, come on, that'd be a nice recognition or this or that. But at the end of the day, if to me, if this is an issue to council where it's going to stir anything up, I don't want to be a part of it. Like, I got too many other things. I got operations, I got all the stuff we're working on. At the end of the day, and I think I've said this to almost every one of you individually, at this point, I would rather just tell everyone no. For me, if they come to me, I'm just going to say no. And if they come to a council person, they can ask you if they can be on the agenda, and then y'all can talk about it at council staff topics.
So what I hear you saying is, if a citizen or some group or whatever comes to you directly,
Would say no.
as opposed to a city staff member coming to you, which is kind of the way it's outlined in the thing, a city staff member come to you.
Yeah, but I'm also city staff. I mean, there's a lot of items that end up on the agenda as business, as voting items that are me. You know.
I'm not
Okay,
saying you
okay.
can't do that.
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
saying, when somebody in facilities or whatever comes to you and says, oh, there's a clear-cut process with the ordinance, or the way it's written, with regard to, okay, they come to you, you say yes, it goes on the agenda, it's city business.
Yes,
That's one issue.
correct.
The issue is, like, the building better brains issue came up.
Yeah. In the
And-
future, I would just tell them no.
And the way it got put on there, I felt was, Kim said, well, I went to Justin. Well,
She did.
right. But the point is that the next sentence says, the mayor or any council member may introduce an item in accordance with subsection, and then it chopped off the end of the page. Under council and staff topics, consensus must be reached in a public meeting by the mayor and council to determine if further investigation and research into the matter is warranted prior to the bringing the item back for an official action at a subsequent meeting. Such items may not be placed or discussed on the agenda if council has already decided the issue within 180 days, and that's the way it's written. And my interpretation of that is, if we want to put something on the agenda, we need to bring it up during council staff topics, get the consensus, and it goes on the agenda.
Yeah.
So that means if we have something important, we can't just go to you and say, can you put this on the agenda, and bypass the process. Correct?
Unless it's
Fine.
city
Makes sense.
business.
Makes
That's
sense to me.
If
Yeah,
it's
well, no,
city
city
business,
business
he
is a
gets it.
whole different,
Yeah.
that's a different issue.
I mean, that's usually stuff like, let's say this retreat stuff, that's like, well, I'll use the splash pad because it's the first thing that came to my head, but we talked about the splash pad today, we're proceeding with it. When we have the bids back and it's ready to be voted on to award construction, that's me. I'm not going to come to you
Yeah.
all and say, can I put this on the agenda? I'll say
No.
it's ready for you to make a
It's
decision.
ready to go for a decision.
Yeah, I think we're all on the same page there.
Yeah, because what I'm saying is, I just don't want a long line of parade of issues being presented to us at city council meetings when we already have fairly
A lot
long
of business.
agendas,
I
long
agree.
meetings, and other issues.
perfectly fine
If it
with
really
that.
has nothing to do with something that directly affects the city. And I understand any issues or whatever with this specific project, and anybody who wanted to see it could have seen it in September at a school board meeting, or at a workshop on September the 9th, and the library had it in the library on January the 30th, so anybody could have seen it there. So.
I'm perfect. So we're all clear, we're in the room together now. I'm perfectly fine with stuff like that,
Yeah.
presentations, people that want to come and present to council, especially with the way that ordinance is written. To me, it would be a no, and the way our process is go talk to one of the council members or the mayor. If you feel passionate about it, you can bring it up in council staff topics, and then you all can decide if you want to hear it.
Just
Good.
remember too, there is another section that if a resident wants to, they can, talk at the, under public
Public
comments.
comment.
Yes.
And then you all can
And
pick
I-
up the charge
Right.
and
Just-
mention it,
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, just like at the last meeting with regard to the litter issue. The one guy approached me about the litter issue, and I said, hey, can you come and bring some demo stuff and speak about it? And then I'll bring it up during council staff topics, and it worked just great.
Al
Because,
and I are meeting with him tomorrow.
Good.
Are we,
So-
I'm good.
I just had a question. So I know like back when the planning commission wanted to do the UDO, like I think they went to you and then you went through this process, but like, could the planning commission just go to you if they're under city? Like, I feel like that's
Planning
like
commission
city
isn't under
business.
me.
Oh,
Well, they don't, planning commission doesn't answer
The
me.
planning commission is actually under us,
okay,
technically.
okay.
I certainly,
Because I think they did come to one of y'all, and then,
They came to me,
yeah, I think
They
that
came
was.
and
me
I brought
too.
it up during
Okay,
council
hold
staff
on.
topics.
Hold on.
Okay.
So you're still continuing your question? You're still continuing your question and comment on this issue about agenda items?
I think we're in basic agreement, except for clarification with regard to where does the planning commission fit in? Is that,
I heard 3 people
Now, I
talking,
do,
so I
so,
just wanted
Okay.
to
so now we do have TAG and RAG, which are the new ones, and so TAG, you know, they're working on the master plan right now. They've got a draft, a kind of final draft they did of what they want their recommendations to be. I've seen it. I'm going to their meeting tonight because there's some things I would like to kind of talk and hash through with them before they actually present to you all. And they said yes. I mean, I guess technically they could have, I mean, they're appointed by you all, so they could have said, no, city manager, we want to present it. But they, you know, and the way that ordinance is written, they're to, the staff person, the staff liaison is to present their findings to you all at least once a year. So I guess I would be a little involved in that, because if a staff person's going to be the one doing the presentation, I don't want to throw a staff person out with stuff that they shouldn't be up, you know, that,
could we all agree that we have city committees? We have city committees. Planning Commission, CVB, Airport, they don't come and report out, but, you know, TAG and RAG now, they all have a liaison to staff, and if they want to come in and present, there's the avenue right there. It's through staff and through Justin. Could we all agree that we can certainly give him that discretion?
I would think that's appropriate. I mean, because don't we have people from staff, like with our recreation committee, we have
yeah, the
someone
lazy.
from rec that.
Yeah, the
that
liaison's the
is-
director.
Yeah,
And so then for TAG, the liaison's the public works director.
right.
Would that work?
Suzanne, what is your question then?
I think
Or
we're
what
just
is-
hashing stuff out.
I think we're hashing it out. My issue, well, no, the question came up with regard to when the planning commission wanted to kind of like
I think that
address
was a
an
very
issue
special
to the,
circumstance.
right, to the city council. They spoke to me, but I brought it up during council staff topics. And that, of course, opened up, well, this is like a recreation of the whole UDO thing. And there was an immediate kind of like, well, yes, we do know we need to do this, et cetera. And it went,
And that was,
So, I
to
mean-
me, that was a really special circumstance
Yeah.
request that is not usual with the committees and groups.
yeah. I think when they first approached me, they wanted to know what I thought about it. And I immediately said, I think it's great, let's put it in front of council.
Yeah.
So, and that's what we did, because, you know, we had already it had been done before I was even on the council, because I was on the first UDO committee as a citizen, which lasted, 2 months, maybe? And that, you know, but we know we have to fix a few things in there with the ordinances.
Well, and with the RAG and TAG too, you know, they're newly formed groups. I know we had a recreation committee before I was here, but since they're newly formed groups, they have kind of different ways they're set up now than previously. We're still kind of almost with some other new ordinances we write, even with the chicken thing and the bringing the ducks up, there may be some things that don't work well with TAG or RAG. We may have to go back and reconsider how they're set up if it's not working the way we intended.
Well, when you're chasing your chicken, it's recreation, isn't it?
Go ahead, please.
In the case of some of the things that we brought up, like our planning commission, I believe the commission is a little bit higher authority than a committee.
I think so, too.
If I understand that correctly.
And I've said, so RAG
So-
and TAG are advisory groups.
Exactly
The planning
right.
commission actually has power.
Took the words out of my
They
mouth.
actually approve landscape plans, elevate,
Right.
final plat, they have approval
Right.
authorities.
And so I would put the TAG group and the RAG group as sub-city manager groups. They report to the city manager and staff, before they get to council. Whereas I see the commissioners over at the planning commission can come directly to us. That's just my thinking on that. I could be wrong on that. That's just my thinking.
But if they want, Clint, to your point, if they want to come to us and present something, who
Yeah.
do they call?
They're still gonna call because he handles the agenda, but I don't think he's the one who decides yes or no. He would then put it on, or do you decide yes or no? You won't allow.
Listen, I think the city manager has to have full discretion. That's why we hired the guy. I think he's doing an awesome job. I think we all think he's doing an awesome job. Do we trust him to know what to put on a city council agenda?
Well, I think in the case of the planning commission, though, I think they should get a little bit more of a say-so in what goes in front of us. Wouldn't you think? Because they're the ones doing all the work on it.
More of a say-so than our city manager?
Well, I would think that there's going to be a good discussion before it goes on.
I mean, they do make decisions that I have no power to make.
I'm just not
So,
following that.
okay, are we trying to determine if the commission has the authority to come directly to the council, or do they go through the city manager to the council? So he is the first stop. He has the conversation. Are you saying he should be vetting, having the conversation, or just directly take their information and place it on the agenda? Because it seems like there's a disconnect between whether or not they go to him and what they present automatically makes it to the agenda, or he has the opportunity to look at it and say, this is the information you would like to be presented to the council for the agenda. I think the clarity needs to come. Are we saying they go through him, or they automatically make it to the agenda? What is the?
My thoughts on that, honestly, is that I think I certainly need to go back and read the authority and what has been set up for the planning commission. And I'm sure that's in our ordinances and stuff, because you may be right. They all have to go through him. I just don't know exactly what it says, and maybe, Jasmine, you know that section better than all of us.
I think it comes down to, too, a lot of that's defined. I mean, when stuff is going before the planning commission and they're making recommendations to you, all is spelled out when it comes to rezonings, public hearings that go to, but I mean, that all,
That's part of it.
I think what we're
Set
talking about
process.
with the UDO situation is just a very
One-off?
one-off
Correct.
situation that happened. Like, in my 4 years here, the planning commission has never come to me and said they wanted to come talk to council, except for this one time.
Yeah.
Well, they didn't, and they came to you, which is fine by me.
Hold on, go ahead.
Yeah, I would also, exactly what Justin said, but I would also add, typically, the agenda is set either by the mayor, the council members, or the city manager. You definitely don't want planning commission members to be putting their own agenda items on your agenda.
That's
So it
kind of what I was
definitely-
looking for. If that's something that's within our ordinance, I got no problem at sending everything through Justin. I just didn't know, to be honest with you.
I honestly, if you're asking me my opinion, I would rather, if the planning commission has something they want to come request of council that's a one-off or something that's not already defined in the ordinances, I like the way they did it, where they just come to one of you or all of you and ask you if it would be a good idea for them to come and ask, and then you all make a decision.
That's fine, too.
So
Fine with me.
Yeah,
it's almost
Are you
like a
okay?
nothing burger now, so what
It
it is
really is.
today is the way
It
we're gonna
really
deal with it.
Well-
They come to talk to us, they come to talk to you, and then we end up putting it on the agenda. I like that.
Because allowing them to go directly to Justin kind of gives them a different route to put things on the agenda than the city council.
Well, and you appoint
And-
them.
right.
I mean, I think the rack and tag,
Essentially,
though,
yeah.
I do like.
It's-
That one
it
goes
They
through
you.
function as a
I would
committee
like to
of
review
ours,
also
or a
their
commission
stuff.
of ours.
But I think what another part is, what typically happens is someone goes to the city manager and says, hey, can you kind of get a gauge, a census? It reduces the amount of time of a planning commission member going to Suzanne, and Suzanne having to bring it up in council and staff topics, and then where the city manager
That's the
can sort of
process.
gauge, oh, this is something council's interested in, and provide the information and put it on the agenda for you all to make a decision. Either way, I'm just saying, you definitely don't want the planning commission directly to say, put this item on the agenda for me, without you all having information. And, we try to make sure we provide you all with memos and documents, and sometimes when third parties are coming forward to give information. The last thing we want where you guys are at a council meeting and you're like, this is the first time I'm seeing or hearing this. We try to avoid that.
I mean, the original request was, we want to do a new design guideline for, you know, like the area over, you know, on 54, you know, Lexington area, because
Village Center
we
overlays.
have the
Right.
design guideline for 54 West and whatever, but we have nothing, and businesses are starting to ask to you know, redo their color schemes and their, you know, everything, but we have no set guideline. That's where it came from. And then it morphed into, but there's so much more that needs to be done. So I'm like,
Good.
yeah, okay, so, but I think them
I'm just
coming,
saying, if a planning
because they
commissioner
are,
comes to me, I'm gonna tell them to talk to y'all.
I can honestly say that,
Yeah.
that communication with the planning commission has been seamless, in my opinion. They got a problem, hey Clint,
Great
hey
folks
Kim,
in the planning
hey, you know, they're not afraid to speak up, that's for sure. So I've had really no issues with them. I just didn't know if there was an appropriate way for them to get their stuff in front of the council, and we've now decided it's gonna come through you.
Okay.
Did we decide that?
no, it's good, because I
Yeah,
think
I think
that
good for
whole
me.
issue is, it fosters for the commission and the city council to work together.
Yep.
What?
Everybody okay with that? It all goes through?
You have
I'm
another
not,
comment?
I'm confused.
The thing you just said runs 100% counter
Oh, I don't
to
think
everything
so.
that was already understood.
Oh, I know that, but I can't stop the commissioners to pick up the phone and call me. Oh, I'm sorry, I can't talk to you, you gotta go
No,
talk to.
no,
And
you're
I'm
not.
saying, no, I don't mind talking to them.
No, they have to come to us.
But
That's
it
what
comes
I'm,
through him to us.
No,
no.
no,
Okay,
Clint, wake up.
I am awoke.
Suzanne,
I just have it
fix
different.
Fix it.
I just have a
Smack him
different
later.
understanding of it, that's
No,
all.
no.
I'm
The
saying I
commission
don't put
works
planning
as a
commission stuff on.
The commissioners work essentially at our pleasure,
Yes, I know that.
and when they want to make a big change or whatever, they have to come to us. We propose the whole
Okay,
topic, we decide it, we set it up,
That's-
because
yes,
they don't
that's
make the
fine.
ordinances and whatever, we do.
got it.
So,
I had it backwards. Okay?
Okay, we're good. All minds and hearts clear now? Yes,
Very
okay.
good.
Did you have a comment or something you wanted to share?
I did want to add, I know you read a portion where it said, when the presentations, or excuse me, items added for council to make a decision, there are times, just as Justin mentioned, you know, we get contacted by Boy Scouts or Habitat for Humanity, things that are not, there's no decision, just educational. And so I just wanted to make sure I'm understanding those, Justin's just gonna say no to everything.
Well, I think I'm not gonna say, no, you're not coming. I think the way it's gotta be is, I think we just gotta have the timeline extended to where, I'm not gonna flat out tell you no, but you need to contact a council person and ask them to talk about it beforehand and let council decide if they wanna have it in the future. It would just take longer for them to get on.
Okay, I just wanted to understand.
I'm not gonna basically shut them down to say, don't contact us again. I'm just gonna forward it, I'm gonna forward it to them.
Okay.
Thank you for clarifying.
Okay. Thank you, Suzanne. Was that your last comment?
Yes,
or
ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Justin, I know you had your own list, and you mentioned two that you've already talked about. Is there anything else that you want to bring
The only
forward
other
to
three
council?
I have, so I had those two items which we didn't even mention yesterday. The only other three I have are the three we skipped yesterday. Which one is strategic plan. The reason I wanted to talk about this one is we've talked about plans. We have a comp plan, we've got a path plan, we've got a rec plan, we're doing a boundary study, we're doing all these plans and studies. And I know that strategic plans are something that county cities do. I will be the first to admit, I've never implemented a strategic plan in anywhere I've been. I think they did one in Savannah after I left, so I didn't get to participate in it. But we do, see, in my mind, whenever I think about it, I think comp plan. I think in like the 5 to 10 years of these are our goals and the kind of big things we want to accomplish. So the biggest thing is what do you all envision in a strategic plan, and are we actually, we have it on our list of things from past retreats we've talked about and discussed, But what does that look like? Like, are we moving forward with a potential strategic plan? What are the expectations?
I feel like I'm the one who's been talking about this ongoing. Would it be all right with you if I pull together some information on, say, 3 cities and just share it in an email with everybody and see what you think? Canton would be one of them. And the burning question is a good one. Okay, we've got UDOs and
Yep.
comp plan and all the others. What, you
And
know,
what?
what overarching better
And-
thing is a strategic plan
And at
for a
this-
city or not?
And at this point, we have a vision, like we have a vision statement, we have our values, which I think are, from what I understand of strategic plans, that's a big part of strategic plans, is what's your city's
So are
vision?
missions, too.
What are your pillars,
Yeah.
these 5 pillars we've talked about? So we have strategic things in place. It's just a matter of what exactly are our expectations of a plan.
Yeah.
Or,
Would you let me go ahead and just contact a couple other mayors and get some information? I'll share it in an email and just see what we think. I could go either way at this point. We've got so much going on.
I agree. Let's just take a look at them, instead of us diving in, when we just went through almost 2 full days of all of that
A lot.
list. I see enough there to take us to the end of the year or beyond, never mind let's do another strategic plan. And I like the idea of strategic plans, Kim. I very much so. Have been involved in them in my business career. But I can tell you, they're not that easy to put together. They are not that easy. So I think getting that information is critical for us so we can get an understanding, because mine's all been business side, not government. And I'd like to see what kind of a government strategic plan they come up with. That would be informative for me. But the
mean to
whole
look at-
concept
look
of
at
it,
other
I
examples?
think that's a down-the-road discussion
you
myself.
mean you want to look at some other examples?
Yeah, that's what she just said. She's gonna offer to put some together
Yeah.
and pass them out, so we get an idea what it is that's in a strategic plan. And maybe even GMA has something they can share with us too.
I'll take a look at that. It's a
Yep.
good idea. That doesn't give you a to-do,
No.
Justin.
Suzette, do you have anything with that? Because I know you do, this is kind of your world with
Yeah.
planning and strategic. And, like I said, we kind of have a little bit of a foundation with a clear vision and pillars and values. Like, we've defined all that over the past 2 years.
Right, so what you've done in the last 2 days can be couched as a short-term strategic plan. There are others who will do something more long-term. They're looking at more than 5 years, 10 years, even 20 years
25.
out. Yes.
Yep.
And some people use their consolidated plan as their strategic plan.
Their
and they-
comprehensive
Yeah,
plan.
their comprehensive plan, they consider that their strategic plan. Some people don't, because it's something that is so fluid, because it changes over time. And so a lot of people think it's easier to just put a 5-year plan in place and really diligently work through. Some people do shorter. They'll do 1 to 2 years, and they'll do it in chunks and move through that. So it depends on your approach. If you're looking long-term and you strategically want to plan out what you want your infrastructure to look like 20 years down the road, and you build a plan around infrastructure, and you're looking at water and traffic and sewer and all of those things, and you plan that out 20 years, or even an economic development plan, because you're looking at businesses you're planning to have come in or something like that. You plan that out 20 years, and you're working strategically to do that, as opposed to something more short-term that's more 2 to 5 years, like you've done with your 5 pillars.
Yes, and
Some
our
of those
comp
things are
plan
tied
is
up
that
in
too.
SPLOST money or something else that you'll have to do over time in phases. And so there's that, and there's the longer-term plan. And those, Clint is right, they're more technical. You have to get a lot of experts involved. It can take a lot of time and energy to go through that, because sometimes it's tied to using bond money to get through what you're trying to do. There's a lot of planning. You have to build around expectations for, inflation and changes in your demographics, or even your population growth, because it's so far out, and you have to make sure you're planning with all of those things in mind as you're doing that kind of strategic plan.
So
So
it-
it just depends on the approach.
So almost these smaller, I'll say smaller, these very specific plans that we're working on and have done are almost like portions of a strategic plan, where
Like components.
a rec master
Yes.
plan that is 20 years of projects, or a
UDO.
boundary study we're about to do that is 10 to 20 years of what we're looking at of the boundary of Peachtree City, a UDO of what we want the village center overlays to look like as they redevelop.
Yeah, and some people would
So
try
there are
to,
components, okay.
I'm sorry, some people
No.
would try to put all of those things over a 30-year period in a big binder
Yep.
and segregate portions of it and then try to do it that way. And sometimes things get lost in the shuffle because
So big.
it's so big and then you never get to it. And then when the time comes, maybe you've only done 4 of those projects over 4 or 5 years. And then all of that other stuff sits in the book, but you don't get to it. And so some people choose to truncate and be very targeted in what they're doing. And so you take the elephant one bite at a time and you move through your strategy. And it doesn't mean you don't have a strategic plan. It means your approach is different. You go with short-term plans and you check your boxes and move on, as opposed to something this thick and you don't get through half of it because your focus changes as you move project to project.
Can you think of examples of cities with good working, useful, strategic plans?
Swanee is a good example. They have long-term strategic plan. I mean, they shared with us that they did their plan, I think it was over 30 years.
Okay.
And what they would do is annually, they would look at where they are and tweak things as they go along.
That's a very business approach. That's
yeah.
what I'm used to.
And the plan that they currently have is something that they're extending out, but it started decades ago. And they had a bond that they used to get that project started, and then they went back and reissued the bond and just continuing their project. So they would be consistently working through
So they
what
got
that
the
plan was.
bond because they had things they wanted to do.
Correct, yes.
And then reevaluated every few years. Don't
Correct.
they also use in their comp plan a plan of work? Remember that? And we said, oh, well, we have that.
Those are in every comp plan. Those
They-
are a required component of comp plans.
Is
with
that
the state.
something we should be,
We have it. We have a work plan that almost is kind of like our spreadsheets with items of things that we have down.
is
As
that our
goals.
path forward? That, I gotta be honest, I don't remember the last time I looked at our work plan in the
I've looked at
comprehensive
it
plan.
recently. I've looked at it pretty recently.
I think in a way you're kind of doing it right now. Your 5 pillars covers,
We really are, and
Yeah.
I appreciate that. But here we are today, we're gonna leave, and the people who swim are gonna say, well, what's the plan? And if we had a strategic plan, would that be in there? That, no, it's not in year 1 or 2 or 5, but it is in year 7? I mean, that long-term plan, is that the element that we don't have?
We don't.
Well, let's say, for example, for recreation, we have a plan now. It's just a matter of, there's a lot on there. We've talked about some of the short-term things today that we want to work on, but there's a lot of stuff in there still that are technically in a plan.
Yeah, definitely.
But
But does the strategic plan put that into action? Does a strategic plan put that on a calendar?
well, the strategic plan is something that the document itself would be approved by a council. It doesn't mean, the plan is approved, but the actual spending may not be approved
course.
because it's just the plan
To
and
me,
it's over time.
it's very similar to the
So,
rec
yeah.
plan, except more overarching.
Correct.
It's more of a vision of what you want to be
Yeah.
25 years from now.
Yeah,
Correct.
What is
I'm
this-
understanding.
What does the city want to be in the year, 2050? What's it going to look like?
Right.
What's our transportation going to be? What's
It's-
our amenities going to
It's
be?
like if you don't make a plan, you're not gonna get
That's
there.
right, you don't plan, you never get there, so, but that's what I see as a strategic plan. And that's the reason why, you and I spoke, and that's communicated on this and said, let's make sure we got all our other ducks in a row before we grab onto a plan like this. Every plan that I was involved in, I think it was only 4 plans I've been involved in, the shortest one that we did was 6 months. It took 6 months of work. Some of the others were over a multiple years before you actually got it done. That's how long it takes to do a good, thorough, strategic plan.
When at the end of the
And we
day,
hired outside consultants,
and at the end
too.
of the day, plans are plans. Like, they can change, just like with this rec plan and anything else we do with a boundary study, any of those things are just, they're kind of a shared vision at that moment in time.
Right. With estimates.
with estimates and timelines change, and especially in Peachtree City, councils change because we have term limits. Some of these cities like Suwanee,
Ding, ding, ding.
they've had council members that have served for the whole 20 years that they've been doing that plan. Whereas Peachtree City, number one, state law, you can't bind other councils, so you can't lock things in if they're that far in the future. Number two, with Peachtree City, you have councils that are guaranteed to change over because of term limits.
We can change that, can't we?
No.
Hold on one sec, I heard that emphatic no. Before anyone tries to answer that, Suzanne had her hand up.
Okay, I mean, I was writing notes as everybody was talking about stuff, and I wrote term limits versus same people in office for
there
30
you go.
years. There's
Me and you.
Suwanee is your example. And yes, exactly what you said, we can't bind future councils,
Right.
just like we're not letting any prior council bind us.
Well, except for like bond referendums, things that have,
Well-
that go out for a
Right.
vote and it has a specific use. You can't just change those things.
I-
Other than that,
No, gi-
correct.
given, but you know, there's probably no point in us doing a strategic plan for a lengthy period of time because of our term limits. You know, every 2 years, we potentially could change out 2 or 3 members of our council and have an entirely different philosophy, aim, goal, et cetera. So, you know, having a plan that goes too far down the road, in one sense, you're wasting your time. Because it's really hard to have that last long enough to come into fruition. Things change. So,
I did want to add to that.
I was going to say, Clint, do you have a comment or question?
Yeah,
that
I
you
do.
wanted to
I was
hold-
just
hold
waiting
back
for her to
on?
finish.
Okay.
You know, institutional knowledge, I've learned in the, now coming up on 3 years that I've been on this council, is critical for making future decisions. Without that institutional knowledge, you could be reinventing the wheel every 2 years. You're going to be doing something new every few years. And all of a sudden, you've got chaos because, oh, we tried that 2 years ago or 4 years ago, and you want to now bring it up? Well, we've already gone through all of that. So institutional knowledge is a critical part of being on council because we've been there, we've done that. You know, we've even got a T-shirt that says, "Been there and done that." But I don't want to sit here and say, oh my gosh, we all need to have no limits on us. I'm not saying that. But I think we need to at least investigate, is that what we have today, the right amount of time on council for the future of our city?
I don't know what you're saying.
Say that's for you all to
He's talking
discuss.
about term
with
limits.
each
Oh,
other.
I'm talking about term limits, that's what we started
I
with.
say, I don't think.
Sorry.
With
It's a
that,
charter
that would
change
have to
and
go
you
to the
all don't get to
legislator.
decide that. It would go to the legislature.
Of course, but
It's not home rule.
that's why I
It's
said
not-
no.
No, it's not.
I'm with Suzanne.
But they've changed it before.
Yeah, but I think
Yeah.
it went up.
yeah, well, that's what we
It's not
do, we
something
make
you
a
all
change and then
here.
submit it, right? That's what's usually done.
Well, you all can do a resolution, but it's not a change. You make the resolution to go to the delegation.
Okay, and then it
Delegation
would be
make the
changed that way,
decision.
okay.
Yeah.
So we have some skin in the game by putting the resolution together. Okay. I'm not saying we should do this, I'm just making sure that it's an open, transparent discussion.
I did want to say, the reason why there are sometimes strategic plans is because councils understand whether they have term limits or not, 10 years down the line, 20 years down the line, people are like, what were they thinking when they made that decision? And so sometimes the new council is able to go back and look and see, oh, they wanted to build a park here, or they wanted to do a pool, that's why they purchased this, they did this. And that's a good use. It may not be what you all want to do, but I wanted to make sure you understood that there are reasons for that, is because they can go back and look to see why these
And
decisions were made.
To your point, to imagine that cities that have no term limits would have no use for a strategic plan, I don't think that jives, Suzanne.
I'm not saying that you don't have any use for it. I think it's just a different use.
We said it was
There's-
a waste, it would be a waste of time.
I do think it is a waste of time at this point in time, and primarily because we're so busy with all of these other plans that we have, that granted are shorter-term plans, but they're gonna take an awful lot of work on our part, and it's like, we can't be looking at this and looking at that.
I agree.
We're not gonna be able to do this if we're looking, So there is a, like a, we need to take a hiatus from the idea of doing a long-range strategic plan right now, I think. Because we have so many things
We
that
do.
are just so pressing coming up, you know, and we have an election this year too. So, you know, there's that.
I'd like to look into it and share with you. It won't cost us anything if I do some searching with other councils.
So I'm hearing it's not a burning priority to get something like that off the ground.
I hear you.
Okay. All right, next, we talked about this one yesterday, but we didn't really come to any consensus on anything, was the min-max for the general fund balance. I feel like I already kind of,
We had what, 37, 50, 60? I don't know.
I just forgot
Frank's
about
not
that.
here.
Good thing
Frank's
you brought
not
that
here.
up, yeah.
I am,
well, so can I propose, I personally like the idea of a range. And that's me. That's my opinion and what I'm telling you. It'll ultimately be council's decision if they want to do a range or not. So would we want to go through and just say if y'all are interested in us looking at doing a range and then having a future discussion in a work session about it?
if I may, I feel like we're putting a cap on our own heads when we're the ones who decide what that cap would be, whether to exceed it, whether to come below. It's all our own decision anyway. I don't know why we would bother. And if there's one thing maybe we don't need to spend time on, it's that. I am too fiscally conservative to say, well, I'm going to put a hard and fast limit on our rainy day fund, and then beyond that, we have to spend it. I don't see the logic in that. It's all the spending, all the budget decisions are ours to make anyway.
Go ahead.
Well, no, the issue is if you collect more in revenue than what you have legitimately spent, the logical American thing to do is give the money back to the taxpayers.
That is one philosophy, and another one is one train derailment, one tornado, one catastrophe. We've seen it happen in our neighboring community. And I don't know how that works if that happens and you don't have the money in reserves to get bailed out, to bail yourselves out of an emergency in the short term before all the insurance and everything else gets settled in the next
Well,
year
you do
or
have
two.
GMA. That helps out in emergencies.
How long does that take?
I don't know. I don't know the rules, but they are local for the state of Georgia. It's not like going to FEMA in Washington. And I'm sure that there are, and I don't know this, but it sounds to me that there would be some type of mechanism that's quick turnaround money if you need it. I just don't know the names of them.
So
I'd
we
have
would
to do
wish,
some-
we would wish that we
Well, I'm not
have,
saying I'm wishing, I just haven't done the homework on that to be able to tell you the answer. And it's something that I'll be happy to take on the responsibility of going, get that information and give it to Justin, let him disseminate it. But at the same time, some of the stuff is 500-year events, 100-year events, 1,000-year events, if there's such a thing. So we have to be careful not to overdo the savings and the taxing and the reserve funds. Certainly, we don't do that because it is not our money. It belongs to the citizens.
Can you remind me again how this helps you?
I'm tired.
Because you're saying you want this.
I think with a range, number one, you're being more transparent with your tax base, with your taxpayers. Number two, as staff, it helps when we're talking about something like bathrooms at Battery Way or something like that, to say, especially right now, if we adopted like a 50% range, we're above it. So it goes ahead and triggers, okay, we need to spend down to get within that threshold. But number two is once you get within that threshold, you start approaching it, that's kind of a trigger to staff of, okay, let's relook at our revenue, let's relook at our expenditures, and also relook at maybe some capital items that we've been hanging on to build our reserves up, that maybe we could get with council and see what they think about spending this on this needed thing. Because as of right now, with my job, it doesn't look good for me to come to council and say, we need to balance this budget this year, I want to spend $2 million of fund balance because we need to do X, Y, Z. Whereas if we have a policy that says, well, the threshold is this, we're getting close to it, to get back within our threshold to be in our healthy range, we have this project we've been sitting on for 2 years that we think we could do, and I make the recommendation we spend it instead of just saying it looks like we just need to operate in a deficit. Does that make sense?
This sounds like good
Yeah.
city management is what you're saying.
So it
Being
seems,
fiscally saving, spending appropriately. That's good city
I mean,
management.
it helps when there's a definition there, right, for staff, for me at least.
Go ahead.
it seems like I remember during budget time when we were talking about House Bill 581 and the implications that could mean for our city going forward, how quickly it might put cities in a position where they have to draw from that because of how things will be in the future. Is that,
That would be I mean, we're not, so for HB 581, I always say, luckily for us, we're in a pretty healthy position with 581 because we have a better split of residential and industrial commercial than a lot of other cities. And also, HB 581 does not prevent growth. Like it's not necessarily it's costing us future revenue. It's not costing us revenue we already have. So what it really means is you're still growing, but you're growing slower. So it just means from a staff standpoint and how we budget with each other as we have these talks, growing a little bit more conservatively and responsibly as far as we're, especially 10 years down the road, once these homestead exemptions really start being worth a good bit, of what are we seeing? What are we seeing in the real estate market? What are we seeing, how it's changed, how fast the revenue grows with property taxes? And does it just mean if we need some public works equipment or public works employees, do we budget that over a 2-year, 3-year cycle instead of being able to get it all at once? It's just a matter of changing how we project that revenue growth. It doesn't mean we're not going to grow. It's just going to be a little slower.
and so your recommendation that I heard yesterday was 50, and I heard the same, is that right?
Yeah, I would.
I think Kelly said the same number.
Oh,
And so
Kelly
right
said about
now-
18 different numbers.
Kelly said
Most of
Kelly
them
said
were
I think she said 100,
wants 100.
and then
We all
I
had a
think
good
she
laugh at that.
She
said,
said 60.
I think she said she would be comfortable with 50. That I
No,
think
she didn't say that.
She didn't say that?
Oh, no.
So.
60.
Did she say 60?
I think
thought
she was
you
trying
said
to get
60.
me.
I thought
think she was trying to get me to go up to 60.
60.
Oh, she wanted 60, is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought she said I would be
You
comfortable
know,
at
these
50.
can be changed year
They
to
can be.
year.
I mean, it's just a
We
policy or
just
ordinance.
start out with something and then, oh man, that didn't work. Let's go to a different number.
See how arbitrary that is?
Yeah, oh, I got
That's
it.
my
I do,
point.
I
Thank
think
you
a
for
30,
making my
40,
point.
I think a 10% between each other is too close to each other because with how big of numbers we're talking about and how I do worry, like you do need to have enough to where if you have one bad year, we're not gonna dip below that 31%.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I think 40 is too low. The 50, 60, I think I would be okay with 50, but 50, 60 is where, somewhere in there I would be good with, if you ask me my opinion.
Well, I think.
up to you all.
If we set it at 50 or 55, it forces our hand right now because we're above it.
Yes?
So why don't we say 60, so we aren't forcing our hand?
No, one of the things that actually, I think I said, was set a goal, but set a time frame to reach the goal.
Yeah.
Like, if we're gonna establish 50%, make sure, like, if we're at 57 now, or whatever the number is, that we reduce it by 2% in, like, over the next year, and then until we get down to the 50, and then it's a matter of hovering right around the 50. And if you're just a few dollars over the 50, it doesn't make a big difference. It's just that's the goal, so,
But it would be forcing our hand to spend 2%.
Not spend, give back to the
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
taxpayers.
Oh, I know.
Or appropriately use the money out of that fund.
Yeah, fair
For
enough,
something
yeah.
that's gonna be like a one-time kind of a thing.
Well, I was
and
gonna
not
say,
have
it- to
an
me,
in
it re- it-
perpetuity maintenance, whatever.
Yeah, yeah, no,
increase,
no, I
you know,
get your
kind of a-
point, yeah, we're right.
To me, the spend is probably the better word, because if you're making ongoing, I'll just say, if you're making millage rate cuts, that's permanent. And so that comes back to balancing, if you're trying to reduce the fund balance down, one-time payments are the better way, one-time things are the better way to do it, because when you do something like that is permanent and ongoing, can we sustain it? That's the biggest thing, is if you start
Exactly.
dropping 2 to 3% every year and then you can't stop it without raising the millage back up, that's not, you don't ever want to lower the millage and then have to raise it back up. So
Yeah. Don't take this the wrong way, but the perfect budget has the exact correct amount of revenue projections, the exact amount
Oh,
of
yeah. That
expenditures.
doesn't exist.
And at the end of the year, you have zero balance.
it doesn't
Everything's
exist.
perfect.
But you're
But I mean,
saying-
that's the perfect scenario.
So sometimes you feel uncomfortable coming to us saying, I'm recommending using some of our fund balance.
Haven't done it yet. There's nothing that I have ever brought to y'all that I feel, but I could see
Well,
this.
things were brought to us this year. I guess you weren't the one that brought them to us. Right?
Suzanne, in your scenario, where are reserves?
Yeah.
Where are CIP?
No,
Where is?
I'm saying,
We-
in the perfect world, you bring in as much revenue as what you need, and, now, is there a reserve? Yeah, okay, fine. But what I'm saying is, you wouldn't be facing a deficit at the end of the year, and you wouldn't be facing a big overage.
Sure.
The ideal budget is the one that does what you need and doesn't result in a deficit or a huge surplus.
the ideal budget is the one we say that we're gonna
Because then you're not overtaxing
do.
your citizens
But to
compared
answer-
to what you need,
To
what
answer
you're trying
Ken's
to.
question, which I think is a legitimate one, what about CIP? What about these others? They should be in the budget that you have.
If it's
So
properly
they'll be in there,
projected.
and
Yeah.
that's,
Yes.
at least gives you the
They
ability
are.
to put it in there. There's a CIP portion, there's an expenditure portion, there's personnel portions, and they would all be in the budget, and then you balance it up, as opposed to separating out CIP, and it's not part of the budget. It's
CIP
separate.
is part of the budget.
What's that?
It is part of the budget.
Oh, I know that. I was just
Okay,
trying to make,
okay.
I was trying to make the point between
He's
the two of these.
legitimizing my
Yep,
question.
Yeah, exactly. And
Okay, well,
Yep.
is this a conversation we should have when Frank's here too? So he can have his input.
I think that would be fair.
I think he would want to have a say
I think
in
I
this.
think the determination, the decision, yeah.
Yeah.
We need to.
discussion, I think, is
Yeah.
fine, but decisions definitely have to be frank
We,
here.
we talked about this in the July retreat. I think I mentioned it near the very end, and we just haven't really talked about it again, because I've read a lot of articles with GFOA on a lot of cities and counties moving to this range policy with min-max instead of just min.
Maybe you could share one of those articles.
Sure. I think I did. Honestly, you saying that
Yep.
popped in my head. I think I actually sent an article from GFOA about the min-max ranges.
I'd like to hear more about that.
Yeah,
Sure. Okay,
Well,
Okay.
so more discussion.
I don't want to make it all discussions all the time, ladies. I'd like to make some decisions, but I'd like to throw out some ideas out, if you can allow me to do that.
No,
The
your
ed-
time was before.
No?
Yeah, I thought it was Justin's turn.
Okay. I'm sorry, it's your turn, go ahead.
I got
We've
one
got
more.
more?
Oh, okay,
Well, I got-
no, I'm talking about an idea on the discussion of what we're having right now.
Oh,
That's what I meant, not new points. I happen to like that 31 to 50 as a starting point, and then we decide at that point whether to go up or down based on the budget and the money that comes in next year. So at least it gives us something for Justin to work at, as opposed to not having any decision made. Now, we're not going to get a vote here because we don't have Frank, but I just think that makes good business sense to me, to put the guide rails on for what Justin, how he manages our business, our city business.
Are you suggesting 3150 and not the 31 to 60 that was brought forward?
That is correct. And we'll
Okay.
adjust after a year or so of seeing what kind of results Justin comes up with.
Is that the consensus of the rest of the board, or do you wait
I think
for
we just,
Frank
I
to
wanted
come
some more
back?
information. I'd like to read the article and
Okay.
Okay.
get a little bit more information.
Okay.
At least you
Suzanne,
know where I
You
stand.
want to read the article as well?
I'll read the article. I'm leaning to 31 to 50, but, you know, I think we do need to have further discussion with Frank here and just see which way we go.
Yeah. Okay.
And Mayor, you're about the article too, for more
Yeah,
information?
What Suzanne said. I
Got
think
it,
we have
okay.
further discussion.
All right.
Okay.
Further discussion plus the article. Okay.
All right, last item I have, and I saved it on purpose, is future council retreats. Is the way we left the July retreat, and it's on the pillar spreadsheet, is 2 council retreats a year. One, which is this one, being staff and council, and then one, and that being local. And then one in the summer, which I think we said August because we did July last year, and I think we had a couple of people want to do August once school had started back, and do it away. So that's what was stated and had a consensus on at the July retreat, or at the July retreat last year. So I just wanted to bring that back up because we're in a retreat now. Is that still what we're looking at, or what are our plans for future retreats?
I think this was very valuable time. And I think that was a good decision then, and it's still a good decision now.
I would agree. I mean, I think if that's what we said at the end of that retreat, it was probably because we felt like it was worthwhile. And even in this retreat, you know, there was something that I learned from, you know, going to Swanee that I think, you know, I like to see other places and learn and see what they do and things that we can adopt and implement here. So I felt it was worthwhile. I mean, I'm not looking to, I don't love leaving my family and going someplace, but I did feel like it was worthwhile.
I would be willing to have another retreat in August. I do not want to leave town. I want to stay here, and I think in all serious consideration with what we just saw happen with Frank, we should have done this in the community room at City Hall. It would have made it easier on him, which is what I was pushing for. And I think we have adequate resources in Peachtree City. I want to do it local.
My turn, huh? I'm glad we got a good deal on this retreat here. This is local, as far as I'm concerned. Yes, I don't want to spend any of the taxpayers' dollars for outside of that. Now, you know, we've never gone over to Coweta County, and I'm sure we know the people over there, and that's relatively local. I also like what Suzanne is saying, that keeps it, you know, keeps it really local right at a city, whether that's saving us any money if, you know, really we didn't have much expenditure with this. So I'm really kind of undecided at this point whether or not to go further afield than what I just mentioned. You know, maybe we go to Griffin. I'm just throwing out some ideas. There's nothing wrong with Tyrone. And those are relatively local, but not necessarily Peachtree City. I just want to make sure we spend the tax dollars appropriately.
I would say Frank is a factor. He went to the one last year, right?
He did. He
I
suffered.
think he struggled a
suffered.
lot.
He
Yeah.
suffered.
And he, I
can
mean,
tell you
he's not,
that.
even with locally, he's not here the second day.
So,
I think,
Let's see
I
how
think
he
that's a
does.
factor.
I think we agree we'll have an event. I think we can talk more later with Frank on location. Is that reasonable? I don't think we can
that's
answer
reasonable. I
that
don't think we
question
should
right now.
make a decision at this point. I know, God, I like making decisions. I really do. But in this particular one, I think we should belay that decision until we've gotten an understanding of what's going on in our future as a
But we can
council.
put something on the calendar then.
Sure, I think the dates are,
Yeah, we
you
could
know,
probably
August, I
set
think
that.
are not a problem. It's where we go. It's not when we do it.
Yeah.
Are we okay with that?
So we're okay with the August retreat, and then we'll
We'll figure it out.
Y'all-
Figure out where
we'll
we're gonna go,
talk.
if at all,
Okay,
okay?
okay, that's all I had. That's all I had, Suzette.
Okay, so we've gotten through much of what we planned over today's agenda. I think we got through that very well. Thank you very much, everybody. So if there are any last-minute comments, I want to open the floor for that. I will ask Kayla to help me hand out the evals and the registration forms. But I also want to do, yes, please, I also want to do an accountability check with you on the things that you will do coming out of this retreat, as I've done in the past. Who's going to do it, what we're going to do, and by when, so that there's something you target coming out of this retreat that you want to make sure, because we talked about a lot of things. So what are those things that you want to make sure that gets done? And I will put those in the retreat report, and Justin can pull from that, as he has done in the past, because I've seen it on these spreadsheets. It says July retreat, this retreat, which meant those are the things you talked about, and those are the things that you actually did, because he used those things coming out of that retreat, and they're actually getting done, because I see it on his list of things. So, way to go.
Thank you.
And so I want to make sure that we do that. So this is just not us talking, but that we've talked about it, and now we're gonna execute those things you plan to do, that they actually get done and they don't get lost somewhere. So I'm gonna spin around. I'm gonna start with day one. For my 5 pillars, oh my goodness, they fell down, so I'm gonna have to. Sheet by sheet. And I think I'm going to use maybe that whiteboard over there, just because we're not too close. So if you can see back here. Okay, so, the North Hill project, you decided you wanted to do it in summer of '25. So Justin, just help me go through our board here. For North Hill, what do we want to do with North Hill? Who's going to do it? And I know we're saying the summer of 2025. Do we want to narrow that down to a month in 2025? And what do we want? Okay, so what is North Hill? Okay. All right,
Watch Justin squirm.
who's going through North Hill here?
That's a staff item.
Yeah, it'll be our Public Works Department.
Okay, so we'll put Public Works here. All right, and when, we're gonna keep it at summer 25? All right, very good, thank you. And I know this is a long list, so y'all bear with me, please. All right, then we have the Walt Bank. It needs to be
Well, banks.
Walt Banks, yeah, you could just say path from Walt Banks.
called Path
Path
from
from
Walt Bank, okay.
By the way, I received an email from Frank on that topic. It basically says, you know, I should read it to you, because it is from Frank.
Public Works.
Public Works, okay.
It's on this particular topic.
Yeah.
All right, when,
Not sure they put a one on that. That one's probably gonna be 26.
26, okay. All right, see, it's already pushed out a year.
No, just,
Okay.
that one's complicated.
The
The
next,
comment from Frank is that he had received a number of notes from, I think it's Peachtree Bubble, and basically they were asking what the status is, and I think we're doing that right now, what the status is.
Yeah, I got an email
on
from a
Walt
resident
Banks-
last night asking
on Walt Banks,
about it.
Peachtree City.
It's a complicated one, but it's a SPOS
Yeah.
17, you know?
I think that's important, that it's a splost.
Okay, go ahead, Suzette.
do you
sorry.
want me to put SPLOST So you
No,
know?
I mean,
You know?
we have all the funding sources and what they are captured in that spreadsheet.
So you're fine with, you know exactly what this is?
Oh, yeah.
Got it, all right. So the next one is a little complicated. I think we just kind of threw it out there as SPLOST projects. And there needed to be a summary of the itemized projects plus the impact fees, so we kind of know what is out there from past and the 2023 and what impact fees are with those, so we kind of have an idea of exactly what those projects are.
And I said I would have that for y'all today, but really with what we were talking about today, it didn't make sense. And I want to actually make sure my numbers are right because the last time I updated it was probably a few months ago.
Okay.
So if you'll give me some grace, my objective will be to have a spreadsheet like this out to y'all either this Friday or next Friday in my weekly email
Okay.
in the next week or two. And to have kind of a summary of all that.
Do you want me to add any of this information to the spreadsheet?
No, not that one.
Okay. No, not that one. I'm talking about the who and the when.
No.
Okay.
Well, I mean, with the when, you could add that over to the notes, like just the discussion.
I was just gonna add another bar between the remaining and the date of update, and then the notes, the detail update.
Oh, to just say like deliver or.
Okay.
Estimated delivery date or something like that.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Can we just put February?
Yeah,
February?
yeah, this month.
Okay. Then we talked about the splash pad, but I think that's gonna be lumped into those 7 projects that were prioritized as a part of the,
Sure, but you can
Put it?
splash pad, who is recreation,
okay.
when is summer 2025. Which does not mean open at the beginning of summer.
Okay, and is this gonna be RAG or rec department or
Recreation
recreation?
department,
Okay.
rec department, if you abbreviate. I would say mid to late summer.
Okay.
Path connectivity to highway.
Path connectivity to Highway 74, Kelly Drive to businesses.
That's the Gilroy's one? That's
Yeah.
the Gilroy's
Yeah.
path? We were gonna check with GDOT on that?
Yeah,
Yeah, that'd be the first stop.
yep.
That means you.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
That'd be me.
I think you're just, at this point, you're checking feasibility of actually doing it and getting their approval at this
Yeah.
point. That would be the first,
Not worth putting any other work into it.
right, don't put any extra work in that.
Okay, and this is time frame on this, Justin?
To talk with GDOT,
Yeah.
spring.
Spring 2025, okay. I think I'm writing too spaced out, all right. Peachtree Parkway.
No trailers.
No trailers, traffic sign needed, do you remember?
Yes.
Okay,
Our job is there, that will be out. Spring.
spring, so Peachtree
Public Works.
Parkway, all right.
Jonathan did make a note that
He did.
See him writing, he's gonna
He
check
was
that
taking
out.
notes.
No trailer, and then a traffic sign is needed, okay. No trailers. And traffic sign needed. this is Public Works again. And then by when?
Spring.
Spring. Okay.
It was an aside, it was a very side comment, like, do we really need semis on Peachtree Parkway? Are we gonna put signs up telling them not to run on Peachtree Parkway?
It does have one sign,
I vaguely remember
but it didn't
this.
have one on the other end, and that's what I was talking about.
Gotcha.
Discussion with Arbor Terrace to install a driveway. Is that a big thing, little thing? Put it on there, don't put it on there?
So this one, there's already been some emails going back and forth with staff and ISE to include the cut to Arbor Terrace in the plans before we bid. But we do have to talk to Arbor Terrace. So I would say spring, well, I'd say March on that one.
March, okay.
For to
Well,
talk
didn't
with
they
them.
say you had to talk to Village Park? I think Village Park owns the property,
No, so
you'd be coming along
that,
with.
that section of Village Park Road is owned by Arbor Terrace. But, there were already emails going last night about that.
Good.
About Arbor Terrace.
Yeah, about the roundabout and then a cut from, Village Park Drive into Arbor, like a back entry into Arbor Terrace.
And did you say spring? And is that Public Works?
That is engineering.
Engineering, okay.
Yeah, you can just say spring.
And this is gonna be spring of 2025? Okay. I'm gonna put page 2 over here. And I put page 2 over here. All right. Include more big corporate participation in our city. That's the PPP,
Right.
the public-private partnerships we were talking about. So you want to have some kind of plan around that? What's the approach? Do we
So
just-
to me, it's going to be economic development, so the first step is going to be actually hiring an economic development person.
Okay,
Did we decide to delay that still?
Not that I heard.
What's that?
Delaying the hiring of the economic development person.
I thought we were waiting to see if
think
the
we decided on the
commercial
plan
or
what
retail
we're gonna do.
strategies worked out more.
Well, and I think we had said too, the retail strategies was just retail. They're not focused on our larger industries and they're just focused on bringing retail in.
Yeah, you know, the Fayette County Development Authority does industry expansions.
Oh, they
I mean,
do.
Most of the new jobs are expansion of existing industry.
Yes. And so I'm not looking for this position to be recruiting.
Industry,
Yeah,
manufacturing.
I was going to give an example, I'm not going to. I'm not looking for this position to be the recruiter of huge industry to come into Peachtree City. I think that would still be, I think they would collaborate. I think they'd be a part of it, collaborate with Nikki and
Right.
FCDA. To me, it comes down to this position comes down to fostering those, we don't really have relationships with our corporate citizens. And we don't, and if we want to really push these PPPs and deals to where we want to get them involved, we want to get them to sponsor things, we want to get them to help us build and do some of these projects, and just, how are you doing? Like, what can we do better as a city to help you? I would like someone dedicated to that, that's on it all the time.
Okay.
So, my goal to hire the position would be by spring.
spring, spring's gonna be really busy, Justin.
I get stuff, hey, whenever I get the go-ahead, I go.
Sure, I hear that, okay. Next thing is develop a maintenance plan to support facilities. So right now, I guess we need to create something, a budget and some support.
Yeah.
Okay,
So I do, Jasmine, if you want to go through, if some of these are newer ones, I think we do need to add them.
Do you want me to place them within the pillars?
Yeah, and create a
Somewhere
new,
within the-
February 2025 retreat.
Oh, no, I know that, but I'm saying like, you and I are gonna have to meet to figure out which pillar they go under.
Sure.
Because I did some the other day when we were within those categories, but some of these, like a
You
maintenance
can
plan,
just
I
add
don't
a,
know.
add a whole.
Maybe sustainability.
You can just
yeah.
go to the bottom and just add them right now if you want.
Okay.
Engineering. They're over building maintenance. Fall.
Oh,
I envision this as coinciding with some budget things.
right. All right, so then now we're on page 3. I'm just gonna put 3 here.
You want to wait till fall on that?
No, we're already
That
actively doing it.
Okay.
It's just we already put things in place in the system. It's just a matter of when do we feel like we actually kind of have something that's working. Does that make sense? Not to start. This is not to start.
So we thought of a plan, but now someone requested a report that talks about how we allocate and spend for maintenance of our facilities. So is the plan and the report one and the same, or are they two separate things, and when will you provide the report?
I think once we have a good system set up, we'll have better reports.
Okay,
But I can do something now.
okay.
I mean,
It's in the budget, right?
well, no, I can show every maintenance budget line we have, and a report easy.
Is that you, Justin?
Yeah.
And when will you do the first draft?
Friday. That's what my directions told me.
Wait, that's the fence, or that's the splash pad?
You all did a lot of work, believe me. 6 pages of this. There was conversation about allowing health insurance benefits to council members. And to draft something for consideration. Are we moving ahead with this? or-
Yeah, we just
Yeah,
had to do
okay.
that it would be for the new budget year, October 1st.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
right. HR is, that's under HR.
HR.
Yeah, that would be HR.
And when do you need this first draft?
It should be, our renewal cycle is gonna start October, like our, let's say, what's it called?
Open enrollment.
Open enrollment.
Open enrollment is in October.
Open enrollment, the new planning year would start in October.
Well, we would need it before that, so it could be within the budget. So
Open enrollment would be August and September.
yeah, but we're probably gonna need that by April so they can budget.
Do it one day.
Yeah.
Does it need to be in one?
Mhm. They have a section of the salaries. I emailed you all this, earlier today, and it did not, it doubled. It didn't, I think someone mentioned that in 2008, the salaries dropped, they actually doubled.
Oh, okay, that's
Yep.
interesting.
We
Yeah,
talked
I've read
about
the- I've read the opposite.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
I
seems
emailed
to
them.
be
Had
not true.
The ordinance.
Had it dropped higher than that, though?
No, I went back to 2001, and it looks like it only increased.
So
When's the last-
I ran for the first time in 2009 and took office in 2010, so lucky me, that means I would have made 6,000 a year.
Yeah.
Instead, it was 12.
First draft,
Did you say April?
April?
Okay.
Did you say April?
Yeah, I would say
Did you
April.
May? April, okay.
Can you put HR and legal, because there was some
Yeah.
parameters you all were looking
City
at,
attorney.
so we're gonna, yeah,
Okay.
perfect.
So So the summary, I don't think I got a date on the summary, I'm sorry, I'm going back one and then coming forward. The summary for
Oh, this Friday.
this Friday, okay. That was the
serious.
15th, February 15th?
14.
Yeah, it
14th?
is 14.
Oh, wow, Justin, really? That was all the love in the world, I'm
Another
sure
day.
you will. Okay, and then for health insurance, that draft for the proposal for having council members.
We said April.
April?
Yeah.
April 2025, okay. Thank you.
Low-hanging fruit. Creative report.
But then we wanted to review the weapons policy at the Fred,
We nixed that one
I say, I think they're,
Yeah, we nixed that one.
okay.
we nixed
I was
it.
down, I think I was downstairs with Frank during that one.
Now, this is the one that that the chief came up and says, you know,
No, state.
She said you can't do it.
I think
can't
I
do
wa-
it.
I think I walked in
It's
here
a
and right, I
public
was like,
venue, you
"This
cannot
one."
restrict.
You're talking about alcohol, and I was like, they can bring alcohol in the court. And I just walked in.
no,
And Jill said, well, then why are they checking our bags?
umbrellas,
And
they
then
said.
umbrellas
And if
in a
you-
fanny
and
pack.
if
I
you
believe
buy
that.
Yeah.
Okay, so we moved to our open discussion and then we,
Well, the state law is related to guns. I don't think it's related to knives.
right, it was the review of the weapons
By the way.
policy we nixed, but the burn
You
ordinance.
know, I'll leave my knife on.
So y'all talked about burn, I wasn't in here.
We did.
I'm getting to my gun.
What did y'all say?
Which one is that?
The burn ordinance,
So I had brought up the fact that we had had emails about people who were burning every day, and he,
This was on my list and I forgot about it.
and Clint said, yeah, there's people who are frequent flyers, you know, and that burn all the time.
Every day.
He said that they are working on bringing some information to us about it.
Because I talked with the fire marshal, and it is, I actually am not well versed in burn permits, so it is not controlled by the state, it's controlled by each local jurisdiction. And there are cities that don't allow burning at all. Like, you know, you can have fire pits and stuff, but you can't burn
Can't burn your garbage and
What do people
stuff.
burn? Their debris, like yard?
Leaves.
Cardboard, leaves,
Mostly
things like that.
leaves,
Mostly
and
leaves and small
it
branches.
produces a lot
Oh,
of
and
smoke.
nasty smoke too.
Yeah.
So it is home rule on that
Okay.
There is a statewide burn ban, period,
during
Right.
certain
but we
times.
cannot change that at
Right.
all. Yeah, it's only when that statewide burn ban is not in effect, then the city.
Do you know when that is, off the top of your head?
May through October?
May to October? Okay, good.
Yeah, it's
That's good. I'm good with that.
It's during summer. It's during summer.
Trying to remember.
No, but I was just interested, like, if you live right beside somebody who's burning every day, we've gotten emails where she's like, my neighbor burns every day, my house is filling with smoke, we have asthma, things like that,
I
then,
feel bad for these people.
I would,
That's almost as bad as Halloween decorations on the lawn of houses that are out there year
Those are not
round.
I would
Halloween
say this is
decorations.
worse.
Those
It
are-
could be worse than
Those
that.
are lawn
this is smoke
ornaments.
coming into your
hold
home.
on one quick
Let
second.
me say this, the decision was only to look into it, what are other cities doing, not create an ordinance.
Correct, and I was gonna put a
Okay.
dash and say
Okay.
that, so it's to
Review.
look at, best practices for
Yes.
other, okay.
Work session item. Right back. I'm glad y'all talked about that. Glad you brought that up as well.
Yeah, I didn't realize you weren't here
And
for
so
it.
by when, do you recall when,
They did not set a time frame.
by when do you think the fire department folks can provide that to council?
Let's say May, since
May,
we worked at April a
okay.
few times.
Thank you. All right, you all did a lot of work. Include fire and police department on the boundary discussions. Don't know when those boundary discussions are happening, so this is a note to
So
self,
the boundary study is already one on the spreadsheet,
okay?
of course, so we can make a note from that project, make sure fire and police,
So not
but they
necessarily
absolutely
put
will
here.
be.
Just a note to self. That was good input from.
But the boundary study's budgeted this year, the RFP should go out soon.
Do you want that note on this document, or you already noted it on yours?
We're noting it.
Okay, good. All right, one last thing. The weapons policy we mixed. Okay, review and revise ordinance on swearing officers, combat, scheduling conflicts.
For swearing in, right, that's the swearing in.
Yeah, it was good. Let's just get that ordinance changed so that she can swear in as needed.
The chief.
Right,
Yes.
she'll go down the order, 1,
Yeah.
2, 3, 4, she said.
No, I don't think that's what she said.
Sometimes she wants to be able to swear them in as soon as they've
Yeah,
graduated or whatever, right on the spot,
Right.
because their family is there.
Yeah, or another judicial
Well,
officer.
and we've had times where you're out of town, and then Frank, when he was mayor pro tem, couldn't do it,
Yep.
and then we were stuck.
Who's responsible for this? Is it the legal and,
chief?
legal and
Yeah, I mean,
police
I can
chief?
write it, yeah.
Legal and-
Fire chief, if you want to put legal under that one too, for the, anything with ordinance is gonna have to have legal as well.
Okay. And by when?
I think she did mention there was a state law, I don't know if that's going through the session now, that's also gonna change.
Oh, yeah.
So we may have to wait till after the session ends.
So June.
Yeah, June is fine.
The session ends way before then.
Yeah.
Good job, all right.
More
More,
time for they're gonna put.
Hangouts.
more hangout space at Glenlock. Sorry, thank you. Need for more hangout space at Glenlock. Who's responsible for this?
That'll be the rec department. Did you miss that conversation?
It's like sunshades and chairs.
Oh,
Tables.
So we're doing the shades, that's budgeted this year. So that'll be done before the pool opens.
Okay.
What about, I mean, I've been there at Glenlock Pool. You look to the end and there was just no furniture down there.
Right, that's what, so we're gonna do some permanent shade, especially on that end is where
Okay.
the permanent shades are gonna go. I think we wanna do some different furniture out there, so that's all been budgeted this year.
Cool.
So if it's specifically about the pool stuff, that'll be before Memorial Day. If it's about the general Glenlock at Large Park, more spots, we didn't fund that.
And this is all the rec department?
Was it more pool? Was that what we were, was it the pool specifically?
I think it's you.
I'm sorry,
I think you said outside.
Was it the pool specifically, or was it the whole park?
the Glenlock Pool area.
Oh, okay.
Area.
And the complaint was, I have a sticky here somewhere, we can't bring food in, we can't bring float toys in,
That's all.
there's no place to sit and hang out, we want a hangout space with our kids, and we can't hang out there.
At the pool.
Correct, at the Glenlock Pool.
And something about shades. There was
Yeah,
no
yeah,
shades,
that's what,
yeah.
yeah.
have that covered.
So, when is this gonna be, in the summer, the spring,
Oh, soon.
Before Memorial Day.
Yep.
before
So
Memorial,
May.
so April,
May.
April 2025?
Yeah.
April's gonna be busy.
Just put May.
Good thing we got.
No.
Memorial Day's at the end of the month.
No, put April, because we
Maybe
want to
it's
have
an
that
extra time.
done so we can put the notices out.
But there's
City
area?
Library hours, revision of library hours. I think Jill was gonna do some kind of assessment for how many
Yeah.
people are coming in to the library on Tuesdays and
Jill,
Thursdays.
Jill said that she was gonna try to look up some of the data on how many people are in there between 6 and 8 PM.
On the days we.
Because she said in order to stay open from 6 to 8 PM, she needed 5 staff members, which is 2 hours for each of those nights, which is 10 contact hours, staff contact hours. So she was gonna look at the options.
Last night I looked up what Fayetteville, our neighbor, does, and they're open 9 to 9.
Every 5 days a week.
I don't know, I don't remember now if they're open 6 days, and the 7th day they might
Does
be closed.
Fayetteville run their library
I looked at it
directly?
last night
Does it
before I
run
went to
Fayetteville
bed.
run their library directly? I was saying, I didn't think they did. It's Fayetteville.
So it's 9 to 9 every day that they're open.
And by when, does anyone remember, Yasmin, do you remember when she said she would do that? and
No.
provide a report?
She did not only the staffing, she also said she was gonna check to see if they're able to determine how many people are actually using it, but she did say that
Correct.
she felt like
She
it
was
was a
gonna
lot.
look at some data analytics.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But I did not get it.
Yeah, she indicated they were asking people to leave at 6 o'clock.
It would seem to me that that's a scheduling problem more than anything else. You know, do you have to have everything overlapped in the house, in the library? Or can you spread it out so that you've got them longer hours in the evening and we still have enough people there?
It all comes down to money.
Well, it doesn't, it's money and scheduling.
It's really
Because you
busy
can
during
have the
the
same
morning.
number of 5 hours, but you move them out to 8
I'm just
o'clock,
saying
so
it's
they don't
really
come
busy
in
during
till
the
3.
mornings, too.
That's what I'm saying. Sorry?
The library's busy in the morning.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that it might be scheduling in addition to the money too. So it's both you need to look at.
And this just popped in my head because I know we said we extended, there were days where we closed at 5 and we did extend those to 6, but not to 8.
Yeah,
We also went the other way, I forgot about that yesterday, is there were days we didn't open until 10. That really made me angry, and we shifted that up to 9. So we did add 2 hours, not 1, but we added them in each direction.
Do you think you can estimate what would be a good, amount of time to give her to provide that to you for council presentation?
I mean, because she'll need some time to just kind of see
Yeah,
the
yeah.
trend.
Correct, yeah.
I mean, I'd say the time,
Okay.
ultimately, the time would either be late spring, early summer, because it's something that we would need to talk about with fiscal year '26 budget.
and you want to have it done before the school year is out, so you can get a really good estimate as
Yeah,
opposed to summertime.
She needs to start now, but also,
Yep.
we need also to consider it during budget time. If that's, if we're gonna have to have a few more heads.
Would May be a good, time to get a draft, a first draft?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's got February, March, April, yeah.
Last note, the corporate sponsorship and collaboration would really come up under this strategy to include public-private partnerships. Are you all comfortable with leaving this here, or do you want to add a separate note
I
about
think it could go
corporate
together.
sponsorship and
I think
collaboration?
they're kind of saying the same thing.
Correct, so I will leave this here. Okay, thank you. That was our day one. You all did a lot, as you can see in your day one.
That's why I was so tired.
Time well spent.
You weren't here for half of them. You were like, I talked about that? Y'all talked about that?
We talked about a lot more than what's on that board.
Oh,
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so, but some of it you took action on, so I guess the things you need to do is what's being shown, not the things you've already decided.
Well, a lot of it was I gave a lot of updates.
Correct, so, I'm more focused on those things that you want to carry on in your discussion. Okay, now, day 2.
Do you want us to roll this over so you can see it better? The whole thing
A little bit
rolls.
closer? I guess I could do that. I know there's a camera pointing that way. I didn't want it to
Are we
appear
still
that I
being,
wasn't being
we're still
transparent.
on?
Yes.
Oh,
Yes,
okay,
we are.
good.
So I was trying not to appear not to be transparent. Okay, so day 2, thank you, Megan. Let's see. Thank you, that's a lot. This is the rec plan review. Oh, it's the master plan, by the way. Okay, so what, who, and by when, want to negotiate the rec payments with Fayette County. Or renegotiate. Is it a renegotiation, Justin?
It's a
The rec payments
renegotiation.
with Fayetteville? Fayette County. Fayette County, not Fayetteville, that's right. And it's renegotiating.
Let us know how you come out on that, Justin.
Kim says she'll be the pinch hitter.
I'll be what?
The pinch hitter.
Yeah, exactly.
Send Chris over there.
Huh?
Send Chris over there.
Second Chris.
No. Do not do that to him.
That's good.
This is gonna be our city manager. When will you do that?
When are you gonna be brave enough?
Probably this month. I mean, I'll
All
probably-
right. February
I'll do it sooner
2020,
than
do
later.
you wanna say March
Sure.
2025?
March 20.
March. Just to give yourself some time. Okay.
When is it due, by the way? Did I hear that? When is it due, that renegotiation of that?
It's not due.
It's not due.
There's no due date.
So we
But
wanna,
if we can't renegotiate and we have to do a fee schedule, we need to be discussing it for the budget.
So that does run after.
so we wanna review the fee structure for Peachtree City residents versus non-Peachtree City residents for rec use. Yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
That'll be during the budget cycle. I don't necessarily have a date in my head about that, because we're at an April meeting, talk about general things, and then as we go through the summer. I don't know, can the wind be budget cycle? Can we use the budget cycle as the wind?
The when, budget cycle, okay. And this, who's gonna be involved in this?
Me and Ryan.
Okay. Along with the rec director?
Yeah.
And it's the budget cycle. All right, shared costs with Brent S. Sharp, did you say Scarborough? Scarborough. Okay, shared costs with.
No, we leaned in the wrong way this time.
For paved driveway and field. Okay.
We did too much.
And mean field. You all did a lot of work, oh my goodness. I bet you didn't think that. Who's doing this and by when?
Me.
City manager, you're going to be a busy man. And when, sir?
March.
March.
I mean, it's just talk, right?
It's already good.
April, May, June, July.
You have a lot of phone calls to make.
June
That's
or
March.
July?
Yeah, let's say by June.
June.
So I can, because I was thinking like March initial phone call, but I guess if we want something more concrete, give it a little more time.
Have the city manager make recommendations on which 7 priority projects are most reasonable to complete based on additional research.
Go ahead, sorry, Suzanne.
What's our 7
Have our
projects?
city
Or
manager
rec
make
projects?
recommendations on the 7 priority projects that are most reasonable to complete based on additional research. I think that's the bean field, splash pad,
I know, so each one of those almost kind of needs to be its own thing, and we would put in our spreadsheet, have its own dates.
Right, okay, so how would you like me to identify that? And I could do it separately.
I'd leave it as 7 priority projects to be determined, because it's really more burden on the staff and the city manager to come up with some ideas and information on that. I think it's a TBD.
I would agree with that.
He's going to be pretty busy, and this
Yeah,
one
I
is,
think
these
so.
are big projects that are going to take time.
So we can just say 7 projects under review for, okay?
And you know, I think everybody, TBD doesn't mean I don't work on it.
Right.
All right,
Are you gonna take pictures of all these with your phone? so that-
absolutely.
Okay, good.
Absolutely.
And
Okay.
and summarize it all for us?
All right, we have just a couple more, and
Solutions,
then,
bubble.
that's 5 pillars,
Ah,
okay,
bubble.
yeah. And then I think there's something up under, behind that bottom one, so let me just do this.
So the bubble one, even though we have TBD on there, the bubble one will definitely is on the timeline.
Yeah.
So that one we'll need to make a decision on by the fall.
Yeah, it's going to take a bit to get all the information and costs and all of that kind of
Yeah.
stuff before you can make a decision on that.
Probably November, if we have to order a new
Bear with
one, we
me.
want to
Okay.
approve this. Expenditure in
We've got
December.
solutions to bubble replacement, whether it should be permanent or a temporary structure, the cost or funding, and whether or not there needs to be a bond. Is that something, or if we should be including sponsorship?
Was there a
We're
bond
Xing
involved?
that.
Read that again?
I think this, okay.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. What were you saying?
Are we including this on here, solutions to bubble replacement, whether or not we're?
That was what adjusted
that's-
7.
Well, I think that was when we were talking about the natatorium got thrown in there and going to the bond eventually.
Right, that's what it says there.
Yeah.
The hockey rink and
Yeah,
some
I
other
think
things
we
going
captured
on.
that with the 7.
Yeah,
The 7 projects, all right, so we're moving, and I think this might be a part of this whole thing here, right? Yeah, all of this, the review solutions and cost for the hockey rink is all a part of the 7.
Yes.
There was very lengthy discussion around that, yes, ma'am,
We actually have 8 projects we need to talk about.
because of the
We
cricket,
did the cricket.
yes.
Needs to be
all
added to
right,
the list.
yeah.
Oh.
I got about,
No, Cricket made it 7 because we did not include the.
Splash pad.
Cricket made it 7.
Oh, okay.
Splash pad's already,
Hello?
the splash pad's not really under conceptualization, it's like moving. Okay.
All right, have the Recreation Advisory Group review smaller items that are important to Peachtree City citizens.
Yes.
We're including that, who's doing it, and what?
What was that? What
The recreation, or the
The
rec,
rec team?
have the rec
Oh.
review the smaller items
okay.
That would just be
in the
on-
rec plan.
I mean, that'll be ongoing. That'll be one of the first tasks we get done.
Do you want that written here, or is that already something?
We'll
you
give that
do
to
now?
Chris Hobby, and it's ongoing, right?
Yeah.
So
I don't think I need that.
it doesn't need to make it there, okay?
But
City manager will present recommendations to council in a work session.
Oh, that was for the 7 projects.
That was,
That'll just be-
okay, so do we need to say that?
it's basically, you got it.
All right, got it.
Oh, it's more than that? Get to the open discussion session.
Yeah, you all did a lot of work. Kelly, would you give me a hand here, please, because, so I don't rip it apart. Please, thank you. Just line up one.
It is a lot, but I like it because it talks about a lot of the things that kind of start to linger from the last retreat.
Yeah. Open discussion continued, Okay.
Any questions I have and staff have?
This nonprofit resources on the website.
Accomplishment if you go back into your original chart, take some completed items and pull them out.
Yeah, get them out of that.
Yeah.
We've got a lot completed.
I think he likes to keep it in there so he feels
So I
like
can-
he's.
Yeah, because these are the green
That was
things.
a-
I do like seeing them go great.
We'll just have it on another sheet. This is all the ones that are ongoing, here's the ones all completed. So at the end of the year,
I
you
like
can
seeing
take a
them
look
great.
at the two.
List those nonprofit resources on the Peachtree City website with permission. Who's doing it? City clerk? Okay. And by when?
March 1st.
I was saying February 14th.
By when?
See, I was nice, giving you 2 more weeks.
How much time do you need, Jasmine, for that?
Oh, I mean, we already have a site, it wasn't live, so we could just make it live. I just need to know those. and
Then
contact
tomorrow.
them.
Yeah, you want to make sure though that you've got
So, I
permissions
mean,
before you
we
put their
can
names up
say-
there.
We can say by the end of the month, so March 1st is fine. See what that you got.
All right.
By the way.
Clean up silt at the lagoon near Lake Peachtree.
So the stormwater reviews coming to them for the March work session. Doesn't mean we're gonna dredge the lagoon in March. But that'll be, if we're looking for like when the next time we're talking about this, and the next step is gonna be, it's gonna be March.
Recommendations in March?
So you want recommendations about,
Well, I don't even think what we're really gonna be talking about is the rate structure and and kind of the entire, we're not gonna go through line by line of every capital item that they have listed out. It's more really talking about the program at large and the rate structure. So we really, specifically in March, we're not gonna talk about the lagoon itself. But to be able to fund some of these capital things, we're talking about the stormwater fund in general.
okay,
Does that make sense?
stormwater fund to include the lagoon? Or to include dredging, or?
I put it on my list to keep nagging you about,
Okay.
There you go.
because I feel like it's kind of slipping away right now, so. I have my own, I have
It's a
my own list of
stormwater
green things
issue.
Oh, I
I
know
like to
you
see
do.
green.
That's, so it's a stormwater issue, so.
It is, and so is dredging like Peachtree.
Right.
So do we want to say stormwater issues, including dredging? Or do we want to make it specific
more-
to
it's
the
more-
silt issue at the lagoon?
Say that again.
I'm asking.
Oh.
Because
Do you want a
there's,
specific lagoon item?
yes.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
Okay.
To trench it, not dredge it.
to clear out the,
Well,
to
We,
stuff.
But there's already silt built up there.
I think
gonna
Clint
happen.
had
So-
some extra comments on it, but I'm like, I did not give any direction on it.
so do you need to look at the issue of
It
trenching
does need,
versus
it does
dredging
need
and then
a set of
proceed?
engineering eyes
Yeah,
on
we
it
need to look at the options.
for the flow of the water.
Because if trenching it won't fix it,
No.
then,
I don't know, well, trenching it, I think what Clint mentioned is more of a long-term,
Yeah.
the
And
silt
you're
that's
gonna
already
be
built
needing
up there.
construction
Trenching is
and
not gonna
things
move
like
that
that.
silt that's already sitting there.
Yep.
I just, I don't know if I said this right, I said you want to address the silt challenges at the lagoon, who's doing it, by when? I'm trying to simplify that so we can get very narrow and specific. You can determine where you put it and who does it, all that good stuff.
So it'd be stormwater, the stormwater department would be the main drivers. And of course, no matter what department we put on this, involves me.
Okay. But it also probably isn't gonna happen until the rate stuff happens.
Correct.
Is what I
So
understood.
this would be a more far out.
Yeah.
I mean, this would be, I mean, I would probably be conservative with this one and say like 2027.
2020.
I'll go out there with my shovel.
I'm just
No, I know.
trying to be realistic with that one. If we're talking specifically about that one thing.
Then we have a proposal to rename and dedicate 2 specific spaces in Peachtree City to citizens. The library and Spyglass Island?
We'll have to talk about that one in the work session, I guess.
That's really
We just
council-
want, now you're in
council's
council
timeline.
stuff. We
Okay.
just want Frank to be included in that conversation. I'll share the documents with him,
Okay.
and we'll put it on a work session in April.
All right.
And I don't, and for me, that one, there's nothing for me to deliver to the council.
That's not
Besides
his,
it, only if they actually decide to do it. Then
So we don't put this on this list then, is what you're saying?
that'd be correct.
All right, no worries. Moving on. Allows citizens to register yard sale signs and using the Navigate Peachtree app.
That's Jasmine.
Clerk?
Yeah?
Yes.
Did you hear what she said, or were
Yard
you like
sale.
in
Can you
la
use the
la?
word
On the
Mr.
website
Tree?
and navigation app.
City clerk's the one, Mr. Tree. I know, you
I
help me
think
with, you
that's
help me with
the whole
questions.
Register.
Website and nav app. Or website slash nav app.
Okay, all right. And then special committee to create a plan for 4th of July parade ideas. We're gonna do band, we're gonna do band and.
Okay, I feel like I said yes to this much, and this much keeps like being assigned to me.
I don't
And
think-
Laura
I don't-
and Suzanne.
Honestly,
trying to
I don't
think
think
of
this is
that.
one to write down, is it?
No, I
Yeah.
don't think we should, I don't,
Because I'm like, it's kind of like an if I'm even able, I'm like,
That won't make it to the list, moving on. Are we okay?
Yep, hold on.
Won't be on the list because it's a council
No.
thing, so
You
we'll,
have to do the.
Try,
do the
I will
amendment,
try.
the other-
say again? Oh, this is the clerk and. When is this gonna be done?
talk about that for like 30 minutes.
Well, we're
It's
still.
NAVAP, the
well,
NAVAP is the
and
problem.
we're actually still working on an update.
Right.
I mean, I think the goal is summer, right?
Yeah, I think maybe end of summer, so just a fall 2025. Yeah.
Okay.
Some of that is out of our hands.
Right.
All right, fall 2025 it is.
Yes.
Okay. We're not doing 4th of July. Short-term task force to mitigate inconveniences at Huddleston during construction path. Is that also a board?
I've got
thing?
it, you don't need to put it on this.
All right. Golf cart charging stations. We can use RAG group and TAG committees.
Yeah, we didn't write that.
We do, we don't? We don't, okay?
I think,
Bamboo containment. Is this Parks and Recs? Is this
okay.
talking about the
Bamboo.
overgrowth
Public
of bamboo?
I mean, we can bring it up as a council topic to put on
Legal.
the agenda if
I
that's
already-
appropriate.
While we were sitting here, I sent an email to Ted asking if we are within our rights to ban invasive
Okay, well, that'll help
on
out.
private property. I know we can of course tell our staff that we're not planting this stuff on public property. The
I
question
can't
is,
imagine that we do.
Can we ban it on private property?
We don't plant bamboo anywhere, right?
Right, but I think.
I'm just saying, we already
citizens-
control that without having
What
passed
he's
an
saying on
ordinance.
private property,
If-
do
if
they
we're
have the
gonna-
right to go plant it?
I understand, but anytime you ban something, there's an enforcement issue there that gets a little murky.
How do
You
you
want
want
to do something?
You can put it, it'd be legal, and
I think that's almost a city council and legal.
what do we call this? Bamboo
Invasive,
plant,
invasive species. Yeah, plant invasive species.
you know, that actually needs to be looked at for a handful of other than just bamboo.
Yeah, well, actually,
I mean, from a
for example,
legal
I said
standpoint.
bamboo, kudzu, et cetera.
Yeah, you got kudzu and that whole thing too.
Bradford pears and a whole bunch of other things.
Yeah.
okay. And this is gonna be agriculture folks,
Legal.
legal?
Now, we could turn our urban forestry into that. Sure. Looking at what actual species
Kim,
And by when? Summer. All right, we're almost there. Bear with me.
noxious and invasive, there's two different,
I am not an expert on plants.
What was that?
oh, I was just trying to say that if we're looking at bamboo, we need to look at other things. There's noxious
Yeah,
plants and invasive plants.
that's why I think we need to use the word
Honey.
invasive.
You've got to get,
Kudzu and other things.
yeah, still you got to get the leaves independently.
Okay, so just take out bamboo from here? Or do we just?
I mean, you could put it in parentheses, as that was kind of the start.
Yeah, that's what I did. Okay, all right, good. Now we're looking at quiet zones. Quiet zones in the city, dealing with the railways and noise.
Do y'all want this on a list of things for me? Or just, I mean, I'm gonna ask them.
You got to make the phone call first and find
Well, I'm
out.
already meeting with them about something else.
Don't even put it on the
What we
list.
agreed is that you would bring it up in your next meeting.
Exactly, that's what I remember.
So don't put it on the list.
Okay.
All right,
Just
don't put it on the
Bring it
list.
back to us.
Okay, all right,
I don't think there's
If
anything.
there's a
pushing
different-
forward, okay.
I don't think we can do anything
Plaques
legitimate.
for vets and well-known citizens at Kelly Drive Park. How do we want to do that on here?
I don't think that's an item, it's just we all agreed we'll involve our veterans
Yeah.
when the time
Yeah.
When
comes.
the
I don't
time
think
comes,
that's
the
a-
vets will get involved.
All right,
Okay.
develop, got it, thank you. Develop nature trails near schools.
That's,
We're not ready for that, but
We're not
it's,
ready for
but
that.
it will be coming in the near future, but right now, there's, I don't know if you put anything on that as far as a date.
I
is
think
concerned.
not.
Yeah, the property that we were referring to has not even had a development plan submitted, so it's premature.
Got it, okay. And then review best practices to allow deer hunting in city public property.
we need to add that one.
I think I wrote down that we need to make a decision on that, like, by April-ish timeframe,
You did, and I think we all agree.
because if we need to,
You can just put deer management on, if you want to put deer management on public land or on city land,
does that would take writing an ordinance?
assistant city manager.
Assistance in
Yeah,
manager.
we said you were gonna give that one to Chris.
He already have. He
And
set up
then-
the meeting with Wells.
When did you say?
Oh, no, we're giving it to Chris.
April.
April.
Are y'all able to continue if I go take a restroom break?
All right, wow. Look at all this work. Okay, I have one more slide there. All right, I think we've come down to our green section. Reinforce the agenda setting process, review planning commission authority. I don't think we need to put that one on
I
there.
think we already saw it.
This one has to do with the strategic plan. That's the mayor. We don't have to put that one on there. Make a decision about the 31 to 50% range, min-max range, and the best practices for reserves.
We're gonna need Frank on that.
I'm gonna
Alright,
send the
we're gonna-
article out.
Okay.
Beyond that, I don't know what the timeline would be. It would just be really at this point, I think I've set my piece on it. And I'll send the article out, so it'll be, council will just.
We'll bring it up another
I'll send
time.
the article and y'all just need to bring it up and we can get it done.
So no need to put it
I
on.
don't think so.
All right, so I think we're done. I think we pretty much, this was the last half of our paper here, and we already got on the back of this.
That's a lot of items.
Yes, it is a lot of items. Yeah, there's nothing on it here. So there was a lot that was done today, and I know it probably didn't seem like that at times, and there are things that weren't captured here because it was about some of the discussions that we had. But congratulations on, making sure that the things you talked about, that there is some teeth put into it, because now you have a plan for when you want it done, and that you can take action on those things, that can make it to the agenda, and you can methodically work your way through all of the things that you discussed in the retreat today. And so congratulations, Justin. I know you do that because I've seen some of those things from the last retreat on your updated list of things that you're working through right now. And not only that, I can visually see it when I drive down 74. So way to go on that. Are there any questions about the things that we have here, or concerns, or anything we need to talk about? And if not, I will.
Just ask council to have grace with me and staff as we,
Justin,
some
you're
of these
doing,
dates may move.
Justin, you're doing a great job. You're doing a wonderful job.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this has been a lot. Are there any questions of me as your facilitator? I need to ask that question as well.
I mean, it's really amazing to have a happy staff, and it was clear from yesterday and from last night that you have put together a wonderful team, and we have a happy staff.
We do what we can. I think we have a great team.
Yeah, you
We really
do.
I think we do, and council, I appreciate council supporting staff and helping us. We couldn't move these things forward without you all, number one, prioritizing things and discussing and having consensus, and number two, supporting us as we move them forward to finalization. So thank you. Thank all of you.
And Kayla, who helped with putting everything
Yay.
together.
No.
Oh, yes, thank you, Kayla.
Thank you very much. She served as my part-time scribe today, and I appreciate you for that. It was difficult trying to focus here and also work on the board, so thank you very much for your help on that.
And Laura, you missed this, but I said, I know we made this and we made the other list, but please have grace with me and staff because some of those dates may have to move.
Absolutely.
But my biggest thing is that I'm working on the things that council wants to see.
I know.
And that you all know that we're working to get these things done.
Okay, I'm sorry, y'all. Yeah, it's been brought to my attention that there was one thing missing from the board about a work session, so I was just
The
checking
April
my
budget
notes.
work session, it's not on board.
Oh,
Okay.
we're going to do it.
Well, I think we said we were going to see what the agenda looks like in early April, whether we need a workshop or work session separate from our usual or not.
Yeah, but you all still wanted one in April,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
I don't need that written
Okay.
down, because we have budget processes already in the list from the July retreat, so we can just make them a little more specific.
Okay.
All right, thank
That's
you.
the only one I saw that was a comment.
Thank you. I have some extra pair of eyes. Okay. I think if there isn't anything else, because you didn't respond that whether or not you had questions for me, so hearing none, I'm assuming there are none. And that brings us to just completing the evals. Do you have any reflections for the past 2 days that you want to share among yourselves?
I always appreciate the time that this group spends together. I always do. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, I think that it's always, we always get a lot accomplished with these, and it's always a good thing. I probably wish we had a little bit more time with staff yesterday. I felt like they were kind of an afterthought at the end, and I don't know if some of them may have been hesitant because at that point we kind of wanted to get out of here. It was at the end of the day, so I didn't know if they wanted to bring up anything at that point. Like, had we put them sooner, maybe we would be able to
The
hear
pillars took a
from
lot
more.
longer than
They
I
did take a
thought
long
they would.
time, yeah,
And originally we had them come in the second day too.
right.
We kind of reworked it, and then past retreats, we have done more with staff, but it was more kind of general things.
Mm-hmm.
It always comes down to like, does council want to do some more general things, like some team building things that aren't necessarily business in some of the retreats, or do we really just want to focus on business the entire retreat, which is what we did in the summer and what we did this retreat.
Yeah, and we obviously had enough that we filled 2 days with business,
We did.
so.
But we've done some retreats. You all have been there where we've done some team building activities and had broken up into groups where you all have been in groups with staff.
Good thing.
You know that I'll have my same comments that I did before, and I enjoy these because we do get a lot of things discussed, positive and negative, some that we can agree on, and some we don't agree on, but that's okay. That's why we're a council of 5. So in my mind, I like more retreats. I know you're probably, a lot of everybody's gonna go, oh my God, more retreats. It doesn't have to be a 2-day. It can be a 1-day. You come in, you do the day, and you go home. You know, that kind of thing, and you focus on whatever it is that's appropriate for that retreat. I've talked to some people at other cities, and they do it once a month. They'll have 1 day where they all get together and do a retreat. Maybe they do it out at lunch, and they go out and have a long, very long lunch, and they talk about city business. But it's got to be an open meeting, of course, as we know. But I happen to love these, by the way. This reminds me very much of the businesses I were in, where we all got together and we hammered out what was necessary for the betterment of our city or our business, as the case may be. So I'm in favor of them. You'll have never any, I just don't like to travel too far afield. I do like to sleep in my own bed. Okay,
The only
that's
thing-
probably the only caveat I'd throw out there.
Like, once a month, to me, is that enough time in between to actually have some progress on?
It may not be. I'm just
You know.
saying, that's just an idea to throw out, and I'm sure that there's going to be opinions on whether that's appropriate or not, but I happen to like it.
Suzanne, any last comments?
I think city staff kind of yesterday didn't necessarily, although they didn't seem to have like a lot more to add, but they didn't have a lot of time to contribute, I guess. So-
Yeah, the
So-
5 pillars really took up
Took
a lot
longer than I thought they
Thought
would.
it would,
Yeah,
because there was a lot of discussion.
and I don't know whether the solution to that is to break it down into like more short bullet points to just kind of throw it out there. And then, I don't know.
Well, there also,
Some of it needed explanation, some of it
it did,
didn't.
and there were questions
You know,
with a
yeah.
good many of them. And we went off on some tangents.
Yeah, we did some
And then we went
rabbit
and added a whole bunch of stuff to it.
holes. Yep.
So,
One of your cards?
I do think there was value, however, in some of the conversations for clarity.
Right.
And for questions to get answered. So I don't see that, I mean, while it may have taken time away from the staff, I think the positive side of that is that they also had an opportunity to hear how some of those things kind of
Right.
emerge
Be in
and
the
get
room.
hashed out. And I see value in that as well, because they get a much better understanding of what it is the council wants, what they see, what are their concerns, and I think they will find value in that. So while they may not have had a chance to share some of their things, they did, for those who took the opportunity to do that. I'm sure you would have wanted them to do more of that, but I still see value in how the time was used.
And I want to add too that I am glad, I say this I am appreciative that with the rec strategic plan that we didn't go too crazy with putting timelines and like, we want this delivered X, this project, because a lot of these projects have not even been designed or, and we already have so much that we're doing. So we're working on it. We're going to get some of these to the next stages and talk about it with you all, but I think that is a very reasonable, responsible decision that came out of this as well.
yeah, with follow-up for that, with the budget issue, which is complex with HB 581, on top of, this came out, long after our budget was set for 2025, and, you just can't invent the money to do some of this stuff mid-year, nor would you want to. You have to really weigh it all out.
Yes.
Okay, with that said, and that's a good point, and a good point for us to end on. Thank you all very much for trusting the Institute of Government, for coming back and spending time with you and to work through these important initiatives that you will look forward to moving your city forward and to greater heights. I've always said, and I truly believe this, that Peachtree City serves as the model, and I'm not saying that because I'm here. I'm saying that because I go places and I hear other people use, Peachtree City does this or they do that. And, that says a lot when other people are looking at what you do and using it as their, their benchmark or even as a best practice. I think that says a lot for what you do. So even though sometimes the conversations may be difficult, and even though sometimes they may be lengthy, know that that is exactly what you're supposed to do in an effort to ensure that the right questions are asked and that everyone is moving in the same direction. And sometimes you may not agree, but the important thing is the direction that you're going is that you're doing it together in lockstep. And sometimes some of us, we're all different, right? Some have longer legs, some are shorter, and you have to try to keep pace. But the bottom line is that even though you may have ideas about what you want to do, is that consensus is met. That's the important thing. And so I want to commend you for taking time to do that, because best practice also shows that governments that don't do that are not normally well-managed or successful. So kudos to you all for being intentional and making the time to do it. And to Justin, thank you very much for just managing steadfastly and just recognizing your role and what you need to do as a leader and how you support your team. There's a lot to be said for that too. And I'm happy to be an outsider coming in and just being an observer and participating in the process. Thank you all for allowing me to do that. And with that said, thank you all very much for what you do for your city.
Thank you, Suzanne.
So you can leave this on your table, I'll pick it up. You don't have to bring it to me, I'll come by and pick it up.
Justin has a tag meeting tonight.
Yeah.